Chapter 7:16. He stood proudly in the field, and coldly looked at the Hidden Fog sect disciples. He didn't place Hidden Tiger Lagoon in his eyes at all, as if he were looking down on all others. It wasn't that Qin Yu was too immersed in his role and thought of himself as a Grandmaster Beast Trainer, but in the current situation, he had no choice but to take a tough stance. On the way here from the laboratory, Qin Yu had made some simple inquiries and observed the expressions of those present. It wasn't hard for him to conclude that Hidden Tiger Lagoon was quite fierce. Then, now that their young master had been killed, it could be imagined what the Hidden Fog sect would do. Once he gave in and allowed Yun Dai to be taken away, Rong Wei and Si Jia would inevitably grow suspicious of his identity. There was no reason for a Grand Master to lower his head in front of Hidden Tiger Pool. At that time, he would also be in great trouble. So, whether it was to protect Yun Dai or for himself, he had to display the aura of a Grand Expert. Elder Si already believed that he was at the Grand Expert realm. What he needed to do now was to make the entire Hidden Fog sect believe this. The Hidden Fog sect people frowned. Ning Qin was being far too arrogant. Even if he was a Grandmaster level character, he absolutely didn't have the qualifications to be so insolent in front of Hidden Tiger Lagoon. However, Elder Si was an exception. His heart jerked, and he was even more certain that the person before him was a Grandmaster-level almighty figure that possessed a status comparable to the divine Tao realm, an existence that stepped into the peak of the world. "Impudent!" Sixth Uncle roared. "Since you want to protect this demoness, then die." He wanted to use blood and death to intimidate everyone, to let them understand how foolish of a decision it was to become enemies with Hidden Tiger Abyss. As for whether or not he could kill Qin Yu, he was just a weak beast trainer. With a flick of his sleeve, there was a flash of light and a tiger beast appeared. Its body was over 20 feet long, and its entire body was pure white. It was Dozhan's guardian beast. But now, perhaps because its master had died, its eyes were filled with savagery and ruthlessness. As soon as it appeared, it howled. Roar! The terrifying tiger's roar was like millions of thunder exploding, instantly resounding in all directions. The array on the surface of the wall lit up, then extinguished and cracked. In the next moment, the entire residence, with the main hall as the center, was shattered and sent flying by a violent force. This was the reason why Sixth Uncle was so confident. This pure white tiger was a gift from the city lord to Dozhan. It was extremely powerful, almost comparable to a great Tao realm existence. With it attacking, this little beast trainer would be torn to shreds in a single clash. Sixth Uncle sneered. "Tiger beast, kill him." He pointed a finger at Qin Yu. The tiger beast's eyes instantly locked onto Qin Yu. Its four limbs fiercely gathered strength, and it shot forwards like an arrow. The Hidden Fog sect master sighed inwardly, a helpless look in his eyes. After so many twists and turns, the Dark Star Ice Serpent still had to die. Perhaps this was fate. In the eyes of the other upper echelons, there was pity and mockery. Disregarding Hidden Tiger Abyss as if it was nothing was truly an extremely stupid thing to do. This group of lunatics were not normal people. They had many concerns and considerations. If they were angered, they would immediately be attacked by swords. No matter who you were, they would kill you first. This time, Ning Qin's pretense had obviously failed, and he had instead delivered his own life. It was as if everyone could already see the scene of him being torn apart on the spot by the tiger beast and then being devoured by it. Elder Si's eyes brightened as he stared intently at this scene. Without a doubt, this was the best test. If Ning Qin really was at the Grandmaster boundary, then this tiger beast wouldn't be able to injure him. On the other hand, if he wasn't a Grandmaster, then he couldn't blame anyone if he died. Rong Wei and Si Jia had calm expressions. They had already seen an even more astonishing scene. Even the powerful Dark Star Ice Serpent was as subservient as a kitten in front of Mr. Qin, much less this tiger beast. To order a spirit beast to attack Mr. Qin was simply ridiculous. Strong winds blew against his face, and a foul stench wafted around him. Facing the tiger beast's gaping maw and its sharp fangs, Qin Yu wasn't startled at all. Rather, he was overjoyed. He thought that this was a timely rein. Just as he was worrying about how he could quietly reveal his Grandmaster Boundary's strength and awe the entire Hidden Fog sect, someone had immediately handed him a pillow. If he didn't make good use of it, he would simply be letting down Mr. Qin Yu. Thus, what fell into everyone's eyes was another scene. The following paragraph was from the autobiography of a Hidden Fog sect high-level figure in his later years. The white tiger rushed forwards, but it saw that Mr. Qin remained unmoved, like a mountain standing on the earth, unafraid of the wind and rain. The tiger beast savagely roared. As its sharp fangs and claws reached Mr. Qin lifted his hand and pressed it down. In the next moment, the tiger beast bowed down and everyone in Hidden Tiger Lagoon was horrified. To sum it up simply, Qin Yu had smoothly displayed the demeanor of a great master in front of everyone. He had easily suppressed the tiger beast in front of him. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Only his calm voice spread into everyone's ears. Although it wasn't loud, it was like billowing thunderclaps that shook the mind. This tiger beast isn't enough to kill me. At this time, he had to call himself high and mighty in order to match his status. Sixth Uncle's eyes widened. He froze where he was. He never imagined that such a scene would appear in front of him. As for everyone else, their eyes popped out of their sockets and their jaws dropped to the ground. With just a lift of his hand, without any other movements or even any extra aura, the savage and bloodthirsty tiger beast of Hidden Tiger Lagoon had been directly subdued? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Beads of sweat dripped down Elder C's forehead. He felt as if he had just narrowly escaped death. Luckily, Si Jia knew of this and told him at the critical moment, otherwise everything would have been over. To possess great potential and suppress the world's spirit beasts with a wave of his hand, the Grand Master Realm, this was the true Grand Master Realm. There was no mistake about it. In the deathly silence, Yun Dai suddenly stepped forwards and fell to her knees. Teacher, this is all this disciple's fault. I have caused you to go against your original intentions. I ask teacher to punish me. If it weren't for her, how could her teacher have exposed his identity? Although she didn't know why her teacher had hidden himself, she had undoubtedly ruined his plans. As a disciple, this was a grave mistake. Her words awakened the stunned crowd. Elder C was the first to speak. Mr. Qin, rest assured that the Hidden Fog sect will keep their mouths shut and not reveal a single word to anyone. The Hidden Fog sect master took a deep breath and bowed. Elder C's words are my promise to Mr. Qin. A bitter light flashed in the depths of his eyes before turning into relief. Perhaps this result was already the best he could hope for. With Mr. Ning Qin's help, the Hidden Fog sect would definitely have the last laugh in the Beast King War of the Seven Sects. They might even be able to lift the shackles that imprison them. However, the premise of all of this was that Mr. Ning Qin didn't change his original intentions and continued to help the Hidden Fog sect. Then, there was no need to discuss how to deal with tonight's matters. The Hidden Fog sect master had a solemn expression. Sixth brother, I believe that there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Let's investigate this matter before making a decision. No matter how overbearing Hidden Tiger Lagoon was, facing a Grand Master Realm Master they would inevitably choose to retreat. Even if Dozhan was the City Lord's most beloved son, he didn't have just one son. If he were to become enemies with a Grand Master because of this, then that would truly be stupid. Everyone knew that Hidden Tiger Lagoon was a crazy and ruthless person who would often start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. But, if they were truly a bunch of lunatics, how could they have survived until today? Beneath the madness of a demon, there was also a calm heart that considered gains and losses. The Hidden Fog sect master believed that the City Lord would make the right decision. Grand Master, it was actually a Grand Master. Sixth uncle's complexion paled. This didn't match the information he had obtained. If he had known this earlier, the Parliament would have never arranged such an event. But he had already fallen into the trap. Unless he completed the mission, all that awaited him was death. Return to Hidden Tiger Lagoon? With the City Lord's strength and wisdom, he could easily find out the truth of the matter. At that time, his fate would be even more miserable. He was stuck in a dilemma. Either way was death. Sixth uncle's thoughts raced. He clenched his teeth. Since he was going to die either way, he naturally had to go all out. He couldn't just helplessly wait for death to arrive. Ha 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 ha. What a great Grand Master powerhouse, the peak of the world. Mr. Ning Qin, you indeed have the qualifications to make a decision with a single word, leaving us helpless and protecting your disciples. But what about our fates? There are over 170 people that followed young Master Dozin to the Hidden Fog sect. Once we return to Hidden Tiger Lagoon, we will surely welcome the wrath of the City Lord and be reduced to ashes in pain. Sixth uncle roared. Because of a single word from you, we will all die without a grave. Mr. Ning Qin might not care about a mere 170-some lives, but we also have families and loved ones. Newlywed wives, elderly mothers, babies in swaddling clothes, they are all waiting for their loved ones to return. The air fell deathly silent. Only his roars echoed in everyone's ears. Many people revealed expressions of pity. This was because everyone knew that with the cruel and ruthless nature of the Hidden Tiger Lagoon City Lord, this was indeed the final result. Lifting his robes, Sixth Uncle fell to his knees. If Mr. Ning Qin still has a trace of compassion in your heart, then please allow me to try again. I have grasped a secret technique from Hidden Tiger Lagoon that can determine whether or not Miss Yundai is the murderer. Mr. Ning Qin, please rest assured that this technique will only take a short time and it will not cause any harm to Miss Yundai. If she really isn't the murderer, then our deaths will have nothing to do with Mr. Ning Qin. Of course, if Mr. Ning Qin thinks that we are worthless and not worth wasting your precious time, then you can directly refuse and we will commit suicide in front of everyone in the Hidden Fog sect. First, we will avoid being punished even more horrifying when we return to Hidden Tiger Lagoon. Second, I hope that the City Lord can consider the fact that we buried ourselves with the young master and reduce the punishment for our loved ones. The house was broken and the surroundings were empty. As the people anxiously waited in Hidden Tiger Lagoon heard his words, their complexions paled. Mr. Ning Qin, please have mercy on us. Walala, in the blink of an eye, everyone fell to their knees. Even ants struggled to live, much less cultivators. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, they still had to fight for it with everything they had. Qin Yu had a light expression. He looked at the scene in front of him, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. These people from Hidden Tiger Lagoon saw that they didn't have the qualifications to act tough, so they decided to play the pity card. Indeed, this was the best method available. But Qin Yu still felt that something was strange. Sixth Uncle seemed to be staring at Yundai. Was he really so sure that Yundai was the murderer? Moreover, even if he was sure, they couldn't take her away. Would they be able to avoid punishment after returning to Hidden Tiger Lagoon? Dream on. Thus, Sixth Uncle's current actions seemed a bit unnecessary to Qin Yu. But how could such a quick-witted person who had decisively changed his strategy when he saw that things weren't working out? Yundai respectfully said, "Teacher, I didn't kill them. This disciple is willing to accept the examination." A straight body didn't fear a crooked shadow. Her heart was calm. Moreover, with her teacher here, no one would dare to frame her. With her teacher's status, he might not care about the lives and deaths of these people in Hidden Tiger Lagoon. But if these people really committed suicide here, then the karma of over 100 lives would wrap around him. It would also negatively affect his teacher's reputation. This was something that Yundai didn't want to see. Qin Yu frowned. He slowly said, "Since this is your own choice, I won't stop you." Sixth uncle bowed again and again. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Miss Yundai. Then, he revealed an awkward expression. It's just that what I will be using is a secret technique from Hidden Tiger Lagoon. It is not good to show it in public. I will have to trouble the Hidden Fog sect to prepare a quiet room for me. The Hidden Fog sect master said, Of course. Sixth uncle gestured with a hand. Miss Yundai, please. Yundai nodded and followed behind. Qin Yu, who had been observing sixth uncle this entire time, suddenly burst out with a bright light. Wait a moment. Yundai, come over here. I will give you a few instructions. Don't fall into the trap of others. Just as he spoke, sixth uncle's body tensed. He turned around and forced a smile. Mister, I wouldn't dare. Yundai walked over. Teacher, what instructions do you have? Just as she finished speaking, she was grabbed by Qin Yu and pulled behind him. Sixth uncle's face stiffened. Mister, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 7:17. Sixth uncle's field of vision darkened and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What was the meaning of this? The people from the Hidden Fog sect were also left speechless. They thought, with your status, was it really alright for you to turn around and go back on your words like this? Furthermore, your tone of voice is way too self-righteous. Sixth uncle roared out, Mr. Ningqin, are you playing with us people that are about to die? He was nearly driven mad with anger. He was just about to achieve his goal, but he had failed at the last moment. If he knew this would happen, he would have attacked just now. Perhaps he would have had a chance to capture Yundai. Damn it, what he said just now was just to make him lower his guard. How laughable! He had always believed himself to be intelligent, but it was only at the last moment that he realized this. Qin Yu was expressionless. If you want to understand it that way, then I won't object. He tightened his grip, not allowing Yundai to speak. A short sword appeared in sixth uncle's hand. The sword point was pointed at his chest and his face was filled with sorrow and sorrow. If that's the case, then we 170+ people will commit suicide in front of Mr. Ningqin. I hope that our blood can dye your shoes red so that you will remember today's event. Si Jia didn't have any favorable impression of the people from Hidden Tiger Lake. At this time, she subconsciously frowned. It could be seen that most of them couldn't bear to do this. As they looked at Qin Yu, there was more or less a bit of anticipation in their eyes. This sort of silent gaze was sometimes a powerful oppression. Unfortunately, it had no effect on Qin Yu at all. His expression didn't change. His lips moved as he spat out 2 words, please. His eyes were focused on sixth uncle, as if he were waiting for the blade to pierce through his chest and blood to rain down. Bastard! Sixth uncle clenched his teeth. He was sure that the Qin Yu in front of him was different from the people he had met before. He really did have the mood to watch a play. Even if he were to die here, he wouldn't stop Qin Yu. Qin Yu's attitude had forced sixth uncle into a hopeless situation, blocking off all chances of survival. This was the so-called 10 deaths without a chance of survival. But even if he were to die, sixth uncle wouldn't commit suicide. At this time, he hated Qin Yu to the bone. The raging anger in his chest caused him to instantly make a decision. The hand holding the sword suddenly clenched, and the sword blade reflected the light in the distance, forming a pale white waterfall. The surrounding people gasped, and some timid female cultivators closed their eyes, not daring to see what would happen next. But right at this moment, cries of alarm suddenly rang out. Countless people overlapped with each other, and with a rumbling sound, it actually formed a tide of sound. The short sword in sixth uncle's hand suddenly flew out from his fingers. It cut through the air with a shrill whistling sound, its speed unimaginable as it shot straight towards Qin Yu's chest. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. If he could accompany a Grandmaster Beast Trainer to the Netherworld, even if he failed the mission, the Parliament would still consider letting his true family go. Die. Die. How dare you! The Hidden Fog sect master roared out. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Boundless energy gushed out from the void, pressing down like a mountain, causing the flying speed of the dagger to plummet. But right at this moment it released a buzzing sound, and the blade actually began to vibrate on its own, directly tearing apart the shackles. The one in front of him was Qin Yu. Sixth Uncle's face flushed red. This was the reason he had the confidence to kill Qin Yu. This dagger was bestowed upon him by the Parliament and it possessed an inconceivable strength. He had already smeared poison on it. As long as it pierced through the skin, he would die without a doubt. Teacher! The moment the dagger shot out, Yundai cried out in alarm. She moved to block in front of Qin Yu. But as she moved, she was stopped. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Ding! His finger collided with the tip of the dagger. There was the sound of metal striking metal, followed by a wave of pain. Then, a cold aura rushed in. With a light sound, the dagger fell in front of Qin Yu. A shallow wound appeared on his fingertip, and dark red beads of blood seeped out. But in the blink of an eye, this bead of blood turned pitch black. Black energy recklessly gathered beneath his skin. Ha 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 ha! Sixth Uncle happily laughed. Mr. Ningqin, I ask that you accompany us on the road to the netherworld. Yundai cried out in sorrow. She tightly hugged her teacher. How are you? How are you? The entire Hidden Fog sect was shocked. Could it be that a Grand Master would perish today? Qin Yu flicked his hand, allowing a drop of blood to fall to the ground. There was a sizzling sound of corrosion. Then, he looked up at the laughing Sixth Uncle, whose eyes were wide open. Do you find it strange that I haven't died yet? The poison you smeared on the dagger is indeed fierce, but in my opinion it is nothing more than a dessert. With a thought, the black energy that was rampaging around his body vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, all of it converged into his fingers hidden beneath his sleeves. No. This is impossible. Sixth Uncle's mind was in chaos. In the next moment, he emitted a pitiful scream. Billowing infernal energy broke out from his body, condensing into the phantom of a fierce tiger that crazily tore at his soul. That strike just now had consumed too much strength. At this moment, he lost control of his mind and lost control of his body. Tiger slaughter! Several hidden Tiger Lagoon cultivators screamed out. He killed the young master. The white tiger that had been subdued by Qin Yu suddenly regained clarity in its eyes. It roared and rushed forwards, biting off Sixth Uncle's throat. Blood fell onto its pure white fur, particularly striking. It also confirmed the words of the hidden Tiger Lagoon cultivators. Dozhan had really died under his hands. Yundai stiffened. She seemed to think of something horrifying and her complexion paled. Qin Yu looked deeply at her. This disciple that he had casually accepted seemed to be hiding some great secret on her body. The entire Hidden Fog sect fell into a state of shock. Many reversals had occurred tonight, but none of them were as shocking as the one in front of them. The one who killed Dozhan was actually his old servant, a master from Hidden Tiger Lagoon. Fuck, this was too chaotic. What was the reason? Looking at his actions after killing Dozhan, it was clear he wanted to bite Yundai to death. Many people's eyes flashed. No one was stupid. The goal of today's strange play was clearly Yundai. Of course, no one would mention this. Sometimes, pretending to be ignorant was the best choice. The Hidden Fog sect master glanced at Sixth Uncle's corpse on the ground. He cupped his hands together and said, "Mister, what should we do next?" Qin Yu lightly said, "Since it has been proven that this matter has nothing to do with Yundai from start to finish, then have those people from Hidden Tiger Lagoon leave. Continuing to investigate is their business." He turned and left. Yundai followed behind. At this time, she had already calmed down from her initial panic. Her thoughts raced and she knew that she had to confess everything to her teacher. Otherwise, no matter how generous her teacher was, he wouldn't be able to tolerate a disciple like her. Yundai's face flushed red. But soon, her eyes flashed with determination. If she handed this matter over to her teacher, she wouldn't hate it. Perhaps this was the best result. Farewell, Mr. The people from the Hidden Fog sect bowed. Concerning Mr. Ning Qin's matter, I will issue a gag order today. No one is allowed to reveal even half a word, otherwise they will be severely punished. Yes, sect master. After tonight's events, the master and disciple clearly needed to communicate. This was the first time Qin Yu entered the residence that the Hidden Fog sect had prepared for him. She sank into a soft sofa. Before Qin Yu could ask anything, Yun Dai fell to her knees. This disciple has concealed something from teacher. Please punish me. Qin Yu looked at her for a moment. He slowly said, Everyone in this world has secrets that they don't want others to know about. I don't blame you for hiding it, but if what you are hiding will cause additional danger, then that is a completely different situation. I think you should at least give me some reminders. Yun Dai trembled. This disciple knows her wrongs. Teacher, please don't drive me away. I am willing to give it to teacher. Looking at her flushed face, Qin Yu was a bit puzzled. At this time, she wasn't afraid at all and was actually acting shy. Indeed, a woman's thoughts couldn't be guessed with common sense. He lightly coughed and simply ignored her. He said, Tell me. I'm listening. He had his own methods of judgment. If Yun Dai still didn't want to speak the truth, then Qin Yu would really be disappointed. Perhaps he really would expel her. Luckily, Yun Dai had already made up her mind to confess everything. After several breaths of silence, she said, Teacher, the truth is that Yun Dai is only my alias. This disciple's real name is Ing Qingju. 10 years ago, the Ing family was an overlord to the north of the Upper Prime mountain range. Unfortunately, because of a rare treasure, it led to the extermination of their entire family. Following that, Yun Dai told a cliché story. It was nothing more than a random treasure that attracted the greed of powerful enemies. Finally, her family was destroyed, and she was the only one left to escape with the treasure. But it was precisely because such events occurred far too often in the world of cultivators that it gave off a cliché feeling. Thinking about a family of several thousand people, only an orphan girl was left behind. From a flower in a greenhouse, she was suddenly exposed to the world of ice and snow. She had to rely on herself for everything and had to hide everywhere. This was a sad and torturous experience that no outsider could understand. Yun Dai paled. Now they have found me again. They want to take away the treasure that my Ing family paid with thousands of lives. Qin Yu frowned. Although he had the title of Grand Master, in truth he was only a calamity immortal who had yet to fully recover from his wound. In truth, he didn't like too many troubles. But, looking at Yun Dai's expression that was like a little abandoned beast, he couldn't make a ruthless decision. Qin Yu secretly mocked himself for being soft-hearted. He said, Yun Dai, what do you plan on doing next? If everything was as she said, then things wouldn't end here. Yun Dai looked up. Teacher, I have decided to offer this treasure to you. Qin Yu's first reaction was, Are you trying to throw the blame on me? But as he thought about the several thousand lives of the Ing family, he quickly suppressed this thought. Since this is something that your Ing family risked their lives to protect, how could you give it away to others? You should keep it for yourself. Yun Dai had a bitter expression. In the end, this is all a disaster caused by greed. If the Ing family elders had been able to recognize the situation in the past and promptly gifted the treasure, then we wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Besides me, the entire Ing family bloodline has been severed. In the world, treasures belong to those who are capable. This is an unchanging truth of the world of cultivators. Only someone as powerful as teacher can wield it without fear of it being stolen by others. This disciple has no other request. I only hope that teacher can do this and that the several thousand lives of the Ing family are not lost in vain. As she spoke to hear, she suddenly approached Qin Yu. Her face flushed red and her body shivered. For the last 10 years, the treasure has fused together with this disciple. Since teacher obtained me, you can also obtain it. As she spoke to hear, Yun Dai couldn't hold on any longer. Her legs buckled and she fell towards Chinyu. Her eyes were half closed, and her breath was like orchids, as if she were waiting for him to pluck her wherever he wanted. Moreover, there was also a treasure that had caused a bloody massacre. This temptation was enough to move one's heart. But Chinyu's reaction gave him a fright. He hurriedly stood up and supported her. Yundai, stand still first. If you have anything to say, then let's talk it out. Yundai mumbled, Teacher, I won't pester you and I definitely won't make you take responsibility for me. Just consider this as helping this disciple free herself. Chapter 7:18. The low shouts were like the claws of a cat, constantly scratching at Chinyu's heart. If he said that he wasn't moved at all at this moment, then he would definitely be bragging. But if he wanted to take advantage of the situation and bully his disciple, that was impossible. The reason people were human was that there were things they could do and things they couldn't. Yundai. With a loud shout, Chinyu galvanized a bit of his blood vitality. Like a morning bell, it penetrated into his mind. Yundai, who was leaning against Chinyu, instantly widened her eyes. She cried out and covered her face as she retreated to the side. This was just too shameful. As her mind cleared, Yundai almost couldn't believe that the one who threw herself into her teacher's arms just now was her. Shame, restlessness, fear, all sorts of emotions wove together in her heart. Tears gushed out and Yundai hugged her knees as she cried. Chinyu let out a breath of relief and took a step back. Seeing that Yundai was only crying, he relaxed. He had actually been able to resist that kind of temptation just now. He really couldn't help but praise his own luck. His face stiffened a little as he thought, if even these kinds of random thoughts were forming in his mind, it was clear that his heart was in chaos. Chinyu bitterly smiled. He sat down to the side, not disturbing Yundai. There were far too many emotions that had accumulated in her heart and it was good to vent them all. After a long time, the crying gradually stopped. But Yundai still didn't look up. Chinyu wasn't an insensible little boy. He coughed and said, All right, it's already late. I'm going to rest first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow. The current situation clearly wasn't suitable for further conversation. Chinyu stood up and left. After returning to his room, he heard the sound of footsteps fading away. Luckily, Yundai hadn't come back from the dead and wanted to push him away again, otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to resist this temptation. The night passed without words. Chinyu cultivated. When he pushed open the door, Yundai was already waiting for him in the living room. Her face blushed red. She calmly bowed. Greetings, teacher. Chinyu smiled. It's been a long time since I've eaten breakfast. If you can, go and prepare some so that we can eat together. Yundai let out a breath of relief. She quickly said, Yes, teacher. I will immediately go and prepare. After a round of tossing and turning, when the two of them sat down at the table, Yundai was no longer embarrassed. After taking a bite, Chinyu exclaimed in admiration. Only then did he get to the point. All right, let's continue our conversation from last night. If he didn't say it, Yundai probably wouldn't have the courage to bring it up again. Yundai stood up and bowed. Teacher, please forgive me for my offense last night. It was really me who was confused. Chinyu smiled. There's no need to mention the past. I still don't know what that treasure is, but I'm a bit curious. Yundai's face was filled with praise and disbelief. Although this disciple has already obtained it for 10 years, I cannot say exactly what sort of treasure it is. But without a doubt, it is an existence that can seize the good fortune of the heavens and earth. Chinyu's eyes brightened. Sit down and talk. He also understood Yundai's temperament. She didn't have the habit of exaggerating things. Since she said this, it must be very precious. Thank you, teacher. Yundai sat down. After making some preparations, she continued to say, This treasure is called the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. It is rumored to have endless miraculous uses, but I have only obtained the abilities of a beast trainer. As long as you have a thought, the Chaotic Sky Chronicle will give you an answer. Qin Yu was startled. His eyebrows gradually furrowed together, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Yun Dai nodded. That's right. It is just as teacher thought. When I treated the Dark Star Ice Serpent and the Wonder Beast, the treatment plan I proposed came from the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. As she spoke to hear, her face blushed red. This disciple must apologize to teacher. At the time, I was afraid that I would arouse too much attention, so I deliberately altered the treatment plan. This is why it gave off the feeling that there was a great flaw in it. But as long as it is treated according to the law, there will still be satisfactory result. This disciple would never dare to harm teacher. Wait a moment. Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. Did you just say that even if the treatment plan wasn't completed, there would still be satisfactory results in the end? Yun Dai sighed inwardly. Teacher truly had a keen sense. He had immediately grasped the crux of the matter. She respectfully said, Yes, teacher. This is what I wanted to say next. It is another amazing ability of the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. Any beast trainer treatment plan it gives, whether it is training, treatment, or enhancement, will have an amazing effect of turning something rotten into something magical. It is because of this that I deliberately altered the treatment plan. I didn't want the results to be too amazing and draw too much attention. But now, it seems that I was still too careless. In the end, I was found by them. Qin Yu remained silent. Reason told him that this was impossible. How could a treasure possess such an inconceivable ability? But Yun Dai wouldn't lie to him. Looking at Qin Yu's silent face, Yun Dai was at a loss as to what to do. She fiddled with the hem of her clothes, her face flushing red. If teacher changes your mind, disciple is still willing to give the Chaotic Sky Chronicle to you, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. If he could obtain the Chaotic Sky Chronicle, and then combine it with the Little Blue Lamp's abilities, he would instantly transform into a genuine Grand Master level character, perhaps even more fierce than a Grand Master. But last night he had sternly refused, and just now he said that there was no need to mention matters of the past. How could he have the face to have any thoughts of hitting on a female disciple? Cough. Yun Dai, you've misunderstood. I was just thinking that such a mystical treasure actually existed in this world. Qin Yu waved his hand. He thought for a moment and then said with a solemn expression, As you said, the Chaotic Sky Chronicle is so precious. Since it has already been discovered, they won't give up so easily. Yun Dai shivered. She bitterly nodded. Teacher is right. Qin Yu said in a low voice. Do you know who it was that killed Yuring family's several thousand people? Knowing who they were was always better than not knowing anything. But Yun Dai's reply caused his chest to tighten. Teacher, this disciple was very young in the past. The elders in my family only said that it was a terrifying influence. In other words, she didn't know anything. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Whatever. From how they used Hidden Tiger Lagoon to kill people and frame others, it can be seen that while the influence coveting in the dark is powerful, they still have great scruples and don't dare to recklessly attack. This is good news for you and me. Yun Dai's eyes widened, a moved expression on her face. Teacher, you won't drive me away. In her opinion, even if her teacher didn't expel her, he would still drive her back to Mid-Morning City to avoid being implicated in the future. I ruined their plans last night and have already formed a grudge with them. Even if I let you leave, you might not be able to avoid trouble. Qin Yu's expression was light. Moreover, since you are my disciple, I will do my best to protect you. With Yun Dai by his side, it was no different from him wielding the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. With his attributes superimposed together, he was a true Grand Master. Even if he faced the influence coveting in the dark, he would still have the strength to fight back with this status. Moreover, the Beast King War of the Seven Sects was about to begin. With Yun Dai's help, the Hidden Fog sect had a greater chance of winning. Qin Yu had his own considerations. But in Yundai's opinion, her teacher didn't covet her treasures nor did he covet her beauty. Rather, he was willing to shelter her from the wind and rain, to protect her. Hohohu, her teacher was too good. In this world, there was no teacher better than him. Yundai's eyes were red and watery. She respectfully bowed to the ground. If this disciple can be safe, it will all be because of teacher's protection. In the future, even if my bones are torn to pieces, I will repay teacher's graciousness. Looking at Yundai kneeling on the ground and the enchanting curves of her body, Qin Yu's eyes slid to the side. He felt a bit awkward, and he couldn't help but think that this time, he had likely caused this female disciple's favorable impression of him to explode. Although he didn't have any other thoughts towards Yundai, this didn't stop Qin Yu from feeling a bit refreshed. Perhaps this was the unavoidable and deep-rooted bad instinct of a male when facing a beautiful female. Zhou hesitated outside the reception hall for a moment before walking in. This young girl who came from a small village in the mountains had changed in status and identity. In addition to her increasing cultivation, she had become increasingly beautiful. At this time, she wore a light blue dress that fell on her slim body. When combined with some exquisite and gorgeous accessories, she gave off a noble temperament. Strictly speaking, Zhou Li's current appearance had already surpassed the scope of a maid's. This sort of behavior was originally taboo, but there were rules in this world. As a maid, how could she dress up like this? But Feng Qing was very good to her. Not only did she trust her, but there were times when they were as close as sisters. For instance, the dress Zhou Li was wearing right now and some of the expensive accessories she wore were all gifts from Feng Qing. No one would point fingers at her. Now, within Sky Declaring Pavilion, everyone knew that Miss Feng Qing valued one of her maids. No one dared to look down on her in the least. "Miss, I've returned." Feng Qing nodded. Looking at her beautiful appearance, her eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly together. She wanted to say something, but in the end she sighed inwardly. Someone was pursuing Zhou Li. She had already secretly investigated this person and found that he was indeed an outstanding young man with a good family background. If it weren't for this, Feng Qing would have already secretly taken action and driven away those people that tried to approach Zhou Li. Zhou Li also had pursuers in the past, but this time was clearly different. Feng Qing could sense that she didn't dislike this young man, and today's exquisite dress was the best proof of this. A woman would dress up for the man she liked. In all fairness, if she were purely considering her own interests, Feng Qing should have stopped her. But during this period of time, she really did like Zhou Li. After hesitating again and again, Feng Qing chose to remain silent. She didn't stop her nor did she encourage her. After all, you've never revealed your feelings for Zhou Li. She could not ruin Zhou Li's beautiful marriage because of her own misgivings. Zhou Li lowered her head, glancing at her from time to time. Her hands also moved a little more. Feng Qing smiled. "If you have something to say, just say it." Zhou Li blushed red. "I knew I couldn't hide it from Miss. If possible, I would like to ask Miss for several days of leave." Feng Qing said, "What? You want to go home and take a look?" Indeed, for two old people to live alone makes one feel worried. If they want to, they can move to Mid-Morning City. "Thank you, Miss." Zhou Li's blush deepened. "I do want to go see my grandfather and grandmother, but before that, I should go with Ji Yun to the Eastern Plains. He has invited me many times to watch the Beast King battle of the 7 sections. Miss, you know that one of my dreams is to become a true beast trainer, so I agreed." Feng Qing's expression sank. "Your relationship with Ji Yun is already—" "Ah!" Zhou Li cried out in embarrassment. "Miss, what nonsense are you speaking? I am only friends with him, there is nothing between us." Feng Qing relaxed. Although she didn't stop the two of them, she didn't hope for their relationship to have a breakthrough too quickly. "You secretly went to the hidden fog sect. Although you didn't state the reason, with Feng Qing's intelligence it shouldn't be hard for her to guess the twists and turns. You should also be participating in the Beast King battle of the 7 sections. If you see Zhou Li and Ji Yun go together, you will naturally understand everything. At that time, whether you want to help them or not, that will be up to you to decide. With a decision in her heart, Feng Qing nodded. All right, I approve your vacation. Go out and have fun, but you need to be extra careful in matters between men and women. I think you should understand this. Zhou Li was both happy and embarrassed. She stamped her feet. Miss is speaking nonsense again. I won't bother with you anymore, I'm leaving. She turned and flew away like a butterfly. Looking at her departing back, Feng Qing sighed. She didn't know whether to feel happy for Zhou Li or regretful. Chapter 719. In the dark Parliament's mysterious and gloomy hall, the 6 senators gathered together once more. Oriol's clear and tender voice was filled with deep anger. Before your stupid plan was carried out, I already expected that it would fail. But I never imagined that you would make such a big mistake and nearly expose the existence of the Dark Parliament. Because of your mistake, the Dark Parliament's arrangements in Hidden Tiger Lagoon have been completely destroyed. Someone must take responsibility for this. Limitless gloomily said, This time, our losses are indeed great. Moreover, Hidden Tiger Lagoon seems to have obtained some evidence. The Dark Parliament must resolve this hidden danger as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Hidden Tiger Lagoon's style, the Dark Parliament will face the risk of being exposed. It was clear that this was another troublesome matter. Moon Shadow's light and faintly discernible voice seemed to come from far away. The failure of this mission was due to my lack of consideration. I will properly handle Hidden Tiger Lagoon. Sage nodded. I will leave this matter to Senator Moon Shadow. He swept his eyes around the hall. Everyone, the second attempt has failed. There are many reasons for this, but the most important one is that we failed to discover that Ning Qin has the strength of a Grandmaster. But fortunately, the direction we are working towards isn't wrong. The plan that Yun Dai took out at the Hidden Fog sect to treat the Dark Star Ice Serpent has been confirmed to have an extremely formidable effect. Without a doubt, it comes from the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. Oriol coldly sneered. I propose once more that we immediately pressure Ning Qin and force him to hand over Yun Dai. This time, I don't think there will be any senators who will object. Limitless lightly said, If the matter of Hidden Tiger Lagoon is exposed, Ning Qin will surely be suspicious. We cannot wait any longer. He raised his hand. I agree with Senator Oriol's proposal. This time, no one objected. It was passed with 6 votes. Oriol's voice was filled with excitement. I am the leading proponent. Then, leave this matter to me. I will definitely achieve the Dark Parliament's goal in the shortest time possible and obtain the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. She looked at Sage. Sage was silent for several breaths of time, and then slowly nodded. All right, but I hope that Senator Oriol will act appropriately. This was a vague reminder. Senator Jasmine's premonition seemed to have been verified, but she feared that a Grand Master-level beast trainer still wasn't Ning Qin's bottom line. Huang Ying's figure dissipated with a bang. When the flames flowed back to the torch, her loud laughter echoed in the hall. This is my business. I don't need to trouble Counselor Sage for advice. Limitless chuckled. Then I'll wait for the good news. At the end of the 3rd meeting, the Hidden Torrent had already begun to quietly attack the Hidden Fog sect. In order to prevent anything from happening to Yun Dai, after a short discussion, the master and disciple decided to stay in the laboratory for the time being. At the same time, he used the excuse of an experiment to request the Hidden Fog sect to clear out the surroundings and send a massive number of cultivators to guard the area. All sorts of defensive array formations were activated one by one. The losses would be borne by the Hidden Fog sect, so this naturally wasn't within the scope of the master and disciple duo. Of course, after learning that Mr. Ning Qin was a Grand Master, the Hidden Fog sect's attitude became even more respectful. They agreed to this small request without batting an eyelid. At the same time, A generous gift passed through Rong Wei's hands and was delivered to Qin Yu. According to the Hidden Fog sect's explanation, this was only the basic reward for troubling the Grand Master. After the Beast King War of the Seven Sects, the Hidden Fog sect would deliver a truly great gift. There was clearly a hidden meaning in these words. Qin Yu smiled and naturally responded. He had Rong Wei pass on the message that the previous promise was still valid, but he also asked the Hidden Fog sect to remember their promise. After winning the Beast King War, one of the rewards would be given to him. That jade pendant was the key to restoring Qin Yu's soul injuries. He absolutely could not lose it. Regarding this, the high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect had the same attitude. Mr. Ning Qin could rest assured. What nonsense! Mr. Ning Qin was a Grand Master. Even if they ate the guts of a leopard, they still wouldn't dare to go back on their word. Everyone was happy. Within the laboratory, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged, not moving at all. He didn't move a single step from the experimental table. Of course, most of the equipment had already been changed. He still needed to disguise himself. The little blue lamp purified the materials and then handed them over to Rong Wei to mix. This was clearly a lazy action, but it actually moved Mr. Rong to the point where he nearly burst into tears. Mr. Ning Qin treats me well. Thus, the current Qin Yu spent a great deal of time recovering from his injuries. In the treatment plan that Yun Dai had given to the Hidden Fog sect, the Dark Star Ice Serpent was only able to use around half of it. As for the remaining precious spiritual objects, he could freely control them. Many of them could be used to nourish and strengthen the mortal body. Because of the power of space annihilation, his bodily strength had reached a bottleneck. Even so, it was still useful. It was just that it wasn't too obvious. Before he could find a way to expel the power of space annihilation, every bit of strength he could improve was every bit of strength he could. Perhaps in a critical moment he could save his life. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open, a happy smile on his face. You've finally woken up. Within his soul space, the purple moon that had been silent for a long time suddenly began to shine with a dim brilliance. Then, a mote of light flew out, expanding into the cosmic sea-cross bell. But now, its surface was stained with a purple hue. Although it was still damaged, it seemed to have gained a bit more texture. Qin Yu, it's only been a short period of time since we last met, so how did you end up in such a distressed state? Mimi cried out in alarm. Then, there was a flash of light and a cute girl in a purple dress appeared. Qin Yu's withered soul opened its eyes, a helpless look on its face. After you fell asleep, many things happened. It's hard to explain them all at once. Mimi waved her hand. Then there's no need to explain. I'm so hungry, I'm so hungry. Helping you this time really was a great loss. She grumbled as she stared at Qin Yu. You can definitely help me find delicious food, right? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He certainly knew what food the little girl was talking about, but where would he find it in such a short period of time? Purple moonlight gathered, forming the outline of a purple moon. It was translucent, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. She softly said, Mimi? Although the little girl was unhappy, she obediently shut up. The purple moon continued to say, Qin Yu, we do need to replenish our strength. If possible, I hope you can hurry up and… Her voice suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened as she looked at Qin Yu's soul, a strange expression on her face. Mimi cheered out loud. Yay! I knew it! Qin Yu is a superhuman-shaped food bait. As long as he's around, there will definitely be food. 1, 2, 3 wow, there are actually 3 full meals. They smell so good and they must taste amazing. Mine, they're all mine. The purple moon was expressionless. I want one. Quietly, the phantom of a dim blue sun appeared beside her. Although it didn't speak, its attitude was clear. Mimi scowled. She stammered for a long time, and then reluctantly nodded. Qin Yu, you have to work hard. It's best if you can attract 10 more like this today. No, Even 100 wouldn't be too much. Within the laboratory, Qin Yu's eyes were closed, as if he were immersed in cultivation. At this time, the various tools on the experimental platform began to roll around in the shadows of the illumination array formations, like boiling water. They flowed out and fell onto the ground. As if they were poured into a mold, they rapidly formed 3 figures. A woman and 2 boys. They looked at Qin Yu, their blood-red eyes filled with an irrepressible thirst for blood and greed. "Mother, he looks so delicious. Your son is hungry." A boy sucked his finger, constantly shaking the woman's arm. The other boy nodded again and again. "Yes, yes, your son is also hungry." The woman had a gentle appearance and a doting expression on her face. "You 2 little foodies, endure it for a while. You must first complete Master's orders before you can enjoy the blood food." The 2 boys revealed looks of fear. It was clear they were afraid of their so-called master. They said in unison, "Mother, let's start." As they spoke, they didn't try to hide anything. They simply stood there, as if they weren't afraid of being seen or heard. The woman smiled. "Okay." She licked her lips. Mother was also a bit hungry right now. Luckily, this person's blood vitality was abundant. It should be enough for the 3 of them to eat their fill. She led the 2 boys over to Qin Yu's side. The 3 girls held hands and surrounded Qin Yu. "Shake and shake, shake to Grandma's bridge. Grandma isn't home, so there's nowhere to eat. Shake and shake, shake to Grandma's bridge. Grandma isn't home, so there's nowhere to eat. Shake and shake, shake to Grandma's bridge. I ask you to be kind and be my meal. Shake and shake, shake to Grandma's bridge. If you don't speak, I'll take it as you agreeing." The boys cheerfully sang. They jumped up and down, pulling their mother as they spun around Qin Yu. Gradually, strands of bloody light emerged, like a spreading spider web, trying to drill into his body bit by bit. At this time, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. Everything around him was quiet, but he could clearly feel the cold energy rolling around him. All of the hairs on his back stood up. A blue light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Then, he saw the blood-red net as well as the woman and boy in front of him. "Mimi." Purple Moon's dissatisfied voice sounded out. "Hee, I'll give it a try and see if Qin Yu's courage is big or not." All right, I don't want to play anymore. I'm so hungry, so hungry." As Mimi spoke, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. A boy suddenly stopped. "Mother, I think this person can see us." The song came to an abrupt end. 6 blood-red eyes stared at Qin Yu. Indeed, they could see their reflections in his eyes. Roar! The woman and boy exploded at the same time. 3 terrifying figures ran out. They were all over 10 feet tall, as if countless pieces of meat had been stitched together. At this time, they opened their bloody mouths, revealing rows of disorderly fangs as they ruthlessly bit down. But in the next moment, these 3 figures all emitted panic-stricken cries. Each one of them seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, instantly losing all strength to resist. Whoosh, a whoosh, a whoosh. The 3 terrifying figures rapidly shrank, turning into 3 blood-red dots that submerged into Qin Yu's forehead. Chapter 720. In a tranquil mountain village, low wooden huts were haphazardly stacked together. The crooked village path had become muddy because of a recent rain. But this didn't affect the children in the village from playing. They held wooden spears, wooden swords, or dirty dolls or cloth horses in their hands as they ran around in group. Their tiny feet left deep footprints on the muddy ground, and not long after, they were completely covered up. The muddy road was still muddy, as if nothing had changed from before. It was still dark and dirty. Big sister, slow down. I'm tired and can't keep up." A cute little girl covered in mud but with a fair and tender face shouted up. She held a steamed bun in her hand. She gripped it so tightly that it was still steaming. "Haha, little Junjun, are you trying to catch me? Only a girl who can run fast can grow tall in the future. Only then can she win Big Brother's favor and become his most beloved bride." The 11 or 12-year-old girl in front of him turned around. She had a soft and beautiful oval face, a small and delicate nose, and long eyelashes. Unlike the other children who were covered in mud, she had been running for a long time without a single speck of mud on her body. The little girl looked to be around 7 to 8 years old. She bit her lips and said, "Big sister, I will definitely run very, very fast. I will grow tall and beautiful and then marry Big Brother." Just as she finished speaking, she stumbled and covered her mouth with a steamed bun. When she took it away, an eye-catching red flower bloomed on the white steamed bun, like a rose in full bloom in the wind. The little girl paled. She looked not too far away at the edge of the village. The sky was a bit dark there, so even if there were flames burning, it would be difficult to notice. She looked at the small courtyard that was rapidly swallowed up by the flames, as well as the 3 figures that were struggling in pain and then escaping. The little girl lowered her head and took a bite of the red steamed bun. There was a look of surprise on her face. She whispered, "I actually failed." The flames were extinguished. Everything, including the small courtyard, vanished from sight, leaving behind a silent emptiness. It was like there was one piece missing from a complete jigsaw puzzle. Then, the sky that covered that area was slowly extinguished. The emptiness was swallowed up and the village became complete once more. Her sister walked over and patted her little head. She looked at the bloody steamed bun and said, "What is this?" The little girl smiled innocently. "Mother secretly made me a rose steamed bun. It's filled with flower petals. Sister, try it. It's really sweet." The elder sister took a bite and smiled happily. "It's really sweet." The little girl hugged her. "Big sister, I'm a little tired. Let's go back and sleep for a while before playing." The elder sister looked at her little friend who was running away. She hesitated for a moment before nodding and taking her away. They returned to the room and closed the door. The 2 girls took off their dirty clothes and went to bed. The older sister lay down and soon became drowsy. The little girl held her chin and looked at her beautiful face. She said softly, "Big sister, you ate my steamed bun. In return, let me eat you. How about it?" Okay. The elder sister seemed to be murmuring in her sleep. The little girl smiled sweetly. "Thank you, big sister." She pulled open the blanket and sat on her big sister's body. She hesitated for a moment before quickly bending down. Sizzle! She sat up and chewed with relish. Dark red blood dripped down from the corners of her mouth. She vaguely said, "As I thought, after so many times, what I like to eat the most is still big sister's nose." Beneath her, the girl's entire nose had been bitten off, revealing a horrifying nostril. Blood flowed out and dyed her clothes red. But she was still sleeping, as if she didn't know what had happened to her. Pata, pata, the sound of lips touching continued for a long time before it stopped. The little girl swallowed the last bite and patted her bulging belly. She smiled in satisfaction. "After I sleep for a while, I'll be all right. At that time, we can continue playing games." As she spoke, she lay down on the blood-soaked blanket and closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. The skies darkened and the skies brightened. Smoke rose from the chimneys of the village. The little girl opened her eyes. Her face was flushed red and there wasn't the slightest bit of weakness from yesterday. She jumped out of bed and put on her clothes. She pushed open the door and saw that familiar figure again. She was facing the rising sun, drying the washed clothes. As the sunlight passed through, it outlined the young girl's youthful and slender figure. The little girl enviously looked at her for a moment. Then, she smiled and shouted, "Big sister, you're out again." The young girl turned around. It was the one who had played with her yesterday. She smiled and said, "Little Junjun, it rained last night and many people were jumping into the mud. Do you want to go with big sister?" The little girl clapped her hands. "Great, great! I love playing games with big sister the most." Pulled by the young girl, the two of them happily ran out the door. The little girl looked at the blazing sun and smiled. The game was about to begin. In the laboratory there were two more beauties, one big and one small. In particular, the little one chattered incessantly, tearing apart the silence. Qin Yu, you have no idea. That taste, that texture, it was the most delicious meal I've ever had in my life. I nearly chewed on my tongue. Mimi squinted her eyes, happiness written all over her small face. Qin Yu was a bit suspicious. Could such an ugly thing really taste good? Mimi's eyes widened. If you don't believe me, you can ask Big Sister Purple Moon. She is such a cold and aloof person. You didn't see how she ate yesterday, it was simply, cough. Purple Moon coughed. She looked over, a bit of anger in her eyes. Mimi's voice came to an abrupt stop. She smiled and shrank her head back, but there was a trace of smug satisfaction in her eyes. She had finally obtained a small handle on Big Sister Purple Moon. Purple Moon helplessly looked away. As if she wanted to change the topic, she explained to Qin Yu, Mimi is right. It was indeed delicious. Purple Moon's face flushed red. By saying this, she seemed to be admitting to Mimi's previous accusations. Mimi immediately stuck out her chest. See, I wasn't lying. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. It's good that it was helpful to you. This was the first time he saw Purple Moon's embarrassed appearance. It was quite interesting. Of course, he could only say this in his heart. He didn't dare to let Purple Moon know of it. Ever since he experienced Yun Dai's fierceness, Qin Yu knew that provoking a woman, especially a smart and beautiful woman, was far too risky. Mimi blinked her eyes. She looked at Qin Yu with a gentle and encouraging expression. You have to work hard and attract more delicacies here. It's best if they are like yesterday. I don't mind the trouble. Really, just do whatever you want. Qin Yu was left speechless. Did she really think of him as a human-shaped food bait? But how could he control this sort of thing? As for the three resentful spirits that appeared yesterday, he would call them that for the time being. These three resentful spirits should be related to the hidden influence that was plotting to steal the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. Unfortunately, before he could ask anything, the three resentful spirits were cleanly eaten up by the hungry people. Purple Moon revealed a dignified expression. She thought for a moment and said, Qin Yu, these resentful spirits give me a very different feeling, but I can't say exactly what is different. But, you must remember that the master that sent these resentful spirits is definitely not someone you can provoke. I don't know why you formed a grudge with them, but if possible, you should think of a way to resolve this grudge. To explain Purple Moon's words more bluntly, the enemy you provoked was too strong. Hurry up and admit defeat and apologize to them, otherwise you might be done for. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He didn't want to make another powerful enemy for no reason, but even if he wanted to resolve this, he didn't even know who the enemy was. Moreover, how could he resolve this matter? Did he have to hand over Yun Dai with both hands and allow this female disciple, who worshipped her teacher and was willing to sacrifice herself to be hurt by others? He really couldn't do such a thing. Looking at Qin Yu's expression, Purple Moon could guess what he was thinking. Her expression became even more dignified. Then you had best be careful from now on. Mimi happily clapped her hands. If I can't resolve it, then that's great. It's best if that person sends more resentful spirits over. I'm still very hungry. Purple Moon glared at her. This brainless little foodie didn't believe that she didn't notice that the resentful spirits from yesterday were different. If someone could control such resentful spirits, how could they be ordinary? It was enough that they suffered a loss once. How could they make the same mistake again? She feared that after this, the enemy would change their strategy. Qin Yu's injuries hadn't healed yet and they were also in a weakened state. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Qin Yu let out a long breath. I've overcome so many great storms and waves, so I'm sure I can do it again this time. I will be careful. You haven't recovered yet and maintaining your form will consume extra strength. Go back to your soul space and rest. Purple Moon nodded. She grabbed Mimi, who clearly hadn't played enough, and vanished from sight. The laboratory finally quieted down. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. After several breaths of silence, he bitterly smiled. Even he didn't know Purple Moon's origins. But he didn't doubt her mysteriousness and strength at all. The person controlling the resentful spirits was someone that even Purple Moon found difficult to deal with? That would definitely be difficult to deal with. Qin Yu and Purple Moon's thoughts were the same. Since the other party had failed to control the resentful spirits, they would definitely switch to a different method. With how precious the Chaotic Sky Chronicle was, it was more than enough for the other party to fight to the death. In his current state, Qin Yu didn't have too much confidence in himself. He still had to borrow the strength of the Hidden Fog sect. As for the future, he would take things one step at a time. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He stood up and walked out. He believed that he needed to have a face-to-face discussion with the Hidden Fog sect. Jijage, you killed my wife and child and you think you can leave so easily? You are far too naive. A deep and strange laugh echoed out. The temperature in the air began to rapidly fall. As Qin Yu reached the door, he discovered that the array formation on the door was entangled in black energy. He could no longer open it. Qin Yu turned around in amazement. He was stunned for a moment, and then a purple light flashed in his eyes. He saw that the shadows of the 4 supporting pillars around the laboratory flowed out at the same time, gathering in the center and forming a blue-clothed man. He was handsome and elegant. As he stood there, he looked like a gentle and refined scholar. His blood-red eyes seemed to tumble with waves. Chapter 721. Within her soul space, the Purple Moon was in chaos. She felt as if her own intelligence had been insulted. To be able to control such an extraordinary resentful spirit, one had to be an extremely powerful character. And in common sense, powerhouses were usually smart people, because idiots had long since been eliminated. But now? She had clearly warned Qin Yu that it was best for this terrifying enemy to admit defeat and beg for mercy. Yet, she had fallen into the same pit twice, and besides the resentful spirit being stronger, there hadn't been any changes at all. But was there any meaning to this? Yeah. Mimi excitedly jumped up and down. In the eyes of someone as hungry as her, intelligence and idiocy weren't important at all. In this world, there was only delicious food that couldn't be let down. Moreover, this was a bigger, more fragrant and more tasty superfood. She was already drooling, she couldn't wait any longer. Mine, it's mine, the delicious food is mine. Outside, within the laboratory, Qin Yu was awakened by the movements in his soul space. He subconsciously shouted out, "Wait a minute." He wanted to ask about some information regarding this unknown enemy. Across from him, the scholarly blue-clothed resentful spirit smiled. "Do you want to beg for mercy? Or perhaps stall for time? Sorry, I won't give you any chances." He snapped his fingers and was just about to make a move when he suddenly felt himself being hugged. He looked down in astonishment and saw a little girl in a purple dress hugging his thigh with all her might, rubbing her head back and forth. "Mine, mine, it's all mine." Ever since he had become like this, how many years had it been since anyone dared to approach him? He didn't expect that there would be such a cute girl hugging him so intimately. Inexplicably, the resentful spirit in green clothes was deeply moved from the bottom of his heart. But this feeling only lasted for an extremely short period of time before it was instantly erased from his heart. Cute little girl, he suddenly thought of something and a chill erupted from the depths of his heart. It was like a bone-chilling wind in the dead of winter, directly blowing into his heart. The blue-clothed resentful spirit's body that had already lost all warmth felt as if it had been frozen by eternal ice. Roar with a loud roar, the elegant scholar's image shattered and a 70 to 80 foot high resentful spirit's true form appeared. Just like the 3 wraiths from yesterday, its body seemed to have been repeatedly torn into countless pieces, and then stitched back together piece by piece. That was why it looked so horrifying right now. What caused the vengeful spirit's heart to collapse was that it had already revealed its true form. The cold and murderous aura around it was strong enough to devour the life force of tens of thousands of living beings. However, the little girl lying on its legs was still hugging it tightly with no intention of letting go. Faintly, one could see that her face was filled with even more excitement and saliva was flowing out of the corners of her mouth. Wait. Saliva. The vengeful spirit widened its blood-red eyes and saw the little girl open her mouth. In the next moment, it was as if a rusty iron nail had pierced through its brain. It let out an extremely miserable howl. And the most frightening thing was that it couldn't move. Why was this happening? The little girl's aura was clearly very weak in its senses. Woo-woo, I feel like I've lived all these years in vain. There's actually such a delicacy in this world. Mine, please don't fight with me. Tears streamed down Mei Mei's face as she chewed and swallowed hard. Shwar Purple Moon's figure appeared. She first glanced at Qin Yu and then faintly sighed. I take back the warning I gave you before. However, to have such a powerful and idiotic enemy seemed to be a very happy matter. As Purple Moon looked at Mei Mei, who was gorging herself on the food, she subconsciously licked her lips. When combined with the desire that flashed on her face, there was a particularly soul-stirring temptation. But in the eyes of the vengeful spirit, this expression was so horrifying that it left it in despair. But soon, the vengeful spirit discovered that its despair was far from reaching its limit. A blue sun phantom appeared. This time, it was different from before. A vague figure appeared within it. It was tall, its curves slim. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He always thought that the silent and cold blue sun would be a male. If others were to learn of this in the future, how would they evaluate him? Qin Yu obtained the support of the three beauties and his divine might was unparalleled. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Ah! The vengeful spirit cried out miserably. Its massive body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its voice became weak. Mei Mei swore that this was already the limit of her eating speed. But compared to Purple Moon and Blue Sun, she was still at an absolute disadvantage. Woo-woo-woo, my food. Woo-woo-woo, you guys eat slowly. Woo-woo-woo. I can't compete with you, I feel so bad. More tears flowed down Mei Mei's face. As the vengeful spirit saw this, its heart twitched. Are you crying for the food buried in your bellies? As this absurd thought flashed through its mind, it emitted a final pitiful cry before vanishing into thin air. Cough! Purple Moon covered her mouth, trying to maintain her calm. I'm going to rest for a bit. She had eaten far too much. Today, she was finally able to understand just how excited and happy a glutton felt after enjoying good food. Mei Mei slumped to the ground, her hands wrapped around Primeval's belly, not wanting to move. Big Sister Purple Moon, help me up. I can't get up. Shwar, the two vanished from sight. Within the blue sun, the slim figure seemed to glance at them for a moment before turning around and vanishing. As expected, they were still so arrogant. Qin Yu shook his head. He felt helpless as he watched the three of them leave without even saying a word of thanks. But soon, he was stunned. He lifted a hand and slapped between his eyebrows. Damn, in his momentary distraction just now, he had actually forgotten to interrogate them about their origins. It was all because of the three women. They were like the reincarnation of starving ghosts. The speed at which they ate was frighteningly fast. Before he could regain his composure, they had already dismembered the vengeful spirit on the spot. A mistake, this was an absolute mistake. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. As he looked at the place where the vengeful spirit had vanished, he couldn't help but think that if the heavens gave him a third chance, he would definitely grasp it. But was that really possible? To fall into the same pit 3 times, just how stupid would that be? Ha! Qin Yu sighed. He stepped out. He felt that he should first go and negotiate with the hidden fog sect. It was the same mountain village, it was the same muddy village road. Children ran around, splashing mud everywhere. A 7 or 8-year-old cute and fair little girl stood where she was with a gloomy expression. The steamed bun in her hands was soaked in blood once more. She raised her head and looked outside the village. It was dark and everything was blurry, but she could clearly see a figure covered in flames. He was screaming miserably, and in the end, he was reduced to ashes and completely disappeared. She had failed again. The first time she had been careless, and the second time she had been careful, but the result hadn't changed. This was the first time in countless years that the little girl had encountered such a thorny matter. "Little Junjun, what's wrong? You don't look too good." The big sister walked in front of her, worry etched on her gentle face. The little girl nodded. "Big sister, I don't feel too well. Let's go home." "Okay, what are you holding in your hands?" "Mother secretly made Rose steamed buns for me again, but I don't like them." "Big sister, you eat them." "Again? Did Mother make them for you before when I didn't know about it?" She really is biased. "Big sister, is it delicious?" "Delicious, it's too sweet." "Then wait a moment. You have to promise me something in return." "Don't worry, for big sister, it's very simple." "Okay." The two sisters left hand in hand. Another day passed. It rained in the night, soaking the clothes that their mother had confiscated yesterday. The big sister woke up early and washed them again. Then, facing the rising sun, she began to dry the clothes piece by piece. Creak, there was the familiar sound of a door being pushed open. A trace of guilt and bitterness appeared in the girl's calm eyes. She thought for a moment and then turned around. "Good morning." This sudden greeting startled Junjun, who had been staring at her big sister in a daze. Her eyes widened for a long time before she said, "Good morning, big sister." "Junjun, it rained last night and many people are jumping into the mud. Do you want to go with big sister?" Okay. I love playing games with big sister the most." The little girl seemed to relax. "Wait for me to dry the clothes." The big sister turned around. Her eyes drooped, concealing all her emotions. For 3 days, the anticipated attack of resentful spirits didn't arrive. Chinyu was disappointed and had to endure Mimi's sarcastic remarks. Was it because the humanoid food trap had failed or something like that? Seeing the little guy sucking his fingers and rubbing his stomach pitifully, Chinyu could only pretend not to hear. Sure enough, hoping that others would fall into the same pit 3 times was a very stupid thing to do. Alas, one wrong step after another. If he could determine the enemy's identity, it would be much easier to deal with them in the future. He had to learn his lesson. Chinyu bitterly smiled and shook his head. In his soul space, the chattering Mimi revealed an awkward expression and shut her mouth. In fact, she couldn't be blamed. The taste was too tempting. After one bite, she couldn't stop. Humph! It was all Chinyu's fault. His ability to attract food had greatly decreased. Otherwise, he could have just caught another one. She had already guaranteed that before he obtained useful information, he wouldn't eat first. It was Chinyu who didn't attract the resentful spirits. It had nothing to do with her. Yes, that was it. Mimi became confident again. But thinking that from now on, it would be difficult for her to eat that delicious food again, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. At this moment, Mimi suddenly discovered that the purple moon above her head seemed to have brightened. Then, the phantom of a blue sun appeared. The sun and moon contrasted with each other, their auras twisting and weaving together. Mimi's eyes widened. This is, the purple moon's voice sounded out. "Little guy, hurry up and come over. There is going to be a tough battle." Her tone was dignified, but there was even more excitement and anticipation in her voice. Mimi screamed out in excitement. Wait for me, wait for me." Her figure flashed, and she turned into a purple bell that submerged into the intersecting sun and moon. Chinyu looked around the laboratory in a daze. Shadows constantly flowed out from the shadows, and he could feel the increasingly cold air in the air. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind: in this world, there was actually such a stupid and touching existence. The same pit 3 times. Chapter 722. In the mountain village, the little girl wept 3 liters of blood. Her whole body went limp in the mud. When she lay on her sister's back and walked home, she looked at the 11 courtyards in the village that were engulfed in flames. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She had really suffered a great loss this time. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to admit that she had completely failed in this game. If this were to continue, the entire village would probably be destroyed, and they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Lying on her sister's back, the little girl closed her eyes. She needed to rest for a long time before she could barely recover. But this matter was definitely not over. All these years, when had she ever suffered such a great loss? Ning Qin, just you wait, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Just you wait. 4 days later, the Dark Parliament convened a 4th meeting on the matter of obtaining the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. Just like before, there were only 6 senators present. The atmosphere was heavy and depressing, like a sponge that had absorbed too much water. Councillor Oriol's operation had failed. Even though the Parliament had never been able to determine Huang Ying's true strength over the years, she had always been successful in taking action. That was why when Huang Ying volunteered and received permission, Sage seriously reminded her to be careful when doing things. But now, it was clear that Councillor Jasmine's words had been confirmed. Ning Qin was not someone to be trifled with. Sage glanced at the silent Jasmine and sighed softly in his heart. Because now, the Parliament had severely provoked him. Sun Luo's gloomy voice rang out, "Representative Oriol, do you have any experience in failing a mission?" Oriol sneered, her crisp and tender voice filled with hostility. "Senator Sun Luo, are you trying to find out information about me?" Her eyes swept across the people at the round table. "If all of you think the same way, then I'm sorry, but I have nothing to say. Ning Qin is an extremely dangerous person. The Parliament has already become enemies with him, so we must eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will become a great disaster." This was the Dark Parliament's style of doing things. They would not leave behind any extra trouble. The more troublesome the problem was, the more they had to solve it as soon as possible. Moreover, with the Book of the Chaos as a lure, the Parliament was not willing to give up, so they would certainly accept her proposal. At that time, Ning Qin would have to face the suppression of the entire Covenant of Darkness. No matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. Senro raised his hand. Agreed. He was determined to obtain the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. Dushan was the second to raise his hand. Half of the 6 councillors were in favor. Sage looked at Jasmine, who was still silent. He sighed inwardly and said in a low voice, "I have a different opinion." Huang Ying, Sun Luo, and Lone Mountain immediately focused their oppressive gazes on him. But since he spoke, the sage's choice already expected this. He continued, "Ning Qin is a Grand Master Realm Beast Trainer, and it is likely he has a background that you and I haven't discovered yet. It isn't impossible that the Parliament misjudged his strength. If we kill him, it's very likely that it'll lead to unpredictable consequences. It'll bring great trouble to the Parliament, and it might even expose our existence. Therefore, I propose to send 2 representatives to contact Ning Qin and make a final effort to resolve this peacefully. Fellow councillors, this won't take up much time, and it won't expose the existence of the Parliament either. It's just an appropriate display of strength to let Ning Qin know that opposing the Parliament is an extremely foolish choice." Jasmine raised her hand. "I agree with Senator Sage's determination. In addition, if the proposal passes, I am willing to come forward and contact Ning Qin." The temporary speaker had 2 votes, 3 against 3. Around the round table, everyone's eyes gathered. Senator Moon Shadow's flaming figure seemed near yet also far away. After several breaths of time, he looked up and said in a calm voice, "I am also a bit curious about this Mr. Ning Qin." Sage revealed a smile. Just that, when it appeared on his flaming face, it seemed particularly fierce. He looked around at everyone. If that's the case, then I ask Senator Jasmine and Senator Moon Shadow to come forward and deliver an ultimatum to Ning Qin. This was indeed an ultimatum. If they couldn't obtain a response, then for the safety of the Parliament, Sage would stop at nothing to destroy him. The Parliament would not allow an uncontrollable threat to exist. Huang Ying screamed, "You are wasting our time!" Bang! Her figure exploded. Sun Luo and Lone Mountain sneered and left. In the Parliament, the three of them basically had the same opinion. As for Sage, Jasmine, Morningstar, and Moon Shadow, they were on the other side. Now that Morningstar wasn't here, with the help of the temporary speaker's 2 votes, they temporarily held the upper hand. But things couldn't be done more than 3 times. This was the second time that Sage had used his authority as the temporary speaker. If he returned without any results, then he would lose the right to speak on this matter. Sage's voice was hoarse. Then, I will leave the following matters to you 2 senators. I hope that you can smoothly achieve your goal. He stood up and bowed. His flaming body returned to the torch. Purple Moon, Blue Sun, and Pretty Beauty all quieted down after a sumptuous feast. Although they didn't say anything, according to Qin Yu's speculations, they must have obtained tremendous harvests. Those were over 20 vengeful spirits that they yearned for even in their dreams. Qin Yu couldn't help but sympathize with the Dark Parliament senator who had attacked him, the one called Huang Ying. Her losses were indeed great this time. Of course, Qin Yu originally had no way of obtaining this secret information. This was because once a vengeful spirit was asked a similar question, it would directly blow itself up. But the effects of the 3 beauties' blessing were truly amazing. It forcefully helped Qin Yu extract enough information from the fragments of those vengeful spirits. However, Qin Yu didn't publicize matters concerning the Dark Parliament. Through his subtle probing of the Hidden Fog sect and Fengqing, he discovered that this seemed to be a secret organization that hadn't been exposed yet. Perhaps this was the reason why after they discovered Yun Dai's existence, they tried to use a tactful method to achieve their goal. This was clearly a weakness that could threaten them. Qin Yu had a faint intuition that they would come again. But this time, it definitely wouldn't be Huang Ying again. This was indeed a regrettable matter. Where there were people, there would be rivers and lakes. In fact, another way of putting it was, where there were people, there would be transactions. And transactions would promote the movement of the market, helping money and materials to circulate according to different needs. Not too far away from the Hidden Fog Mountain, where the Hidden Fog sect was located, there was a massive city. Every day, countless cultivators entered and exited this city, and a massive amount of goods were taken in and out. On this day, 2 common-looking teams entered the city at nearly the same time. Then, one person from each team found different excuses to leave. But, the same thing was that when they left, some people in their respective teams were reluctant to part with them. "Miss Jasmine, we will be leaving in 3 days. If you can make it in time, you can come with us." The veiled girl's face was hazy, but just her perfect figure was enough to stir one's soul. She nodded to the several youths and floated away. "Mr. Yuing, I will stay in the city for 7 days. My address is... No matter what you need, you can come find me." "Thank you, miss, for your good intentions. If there is anything you need, I will." A warm and soft voice came out from his thin lips. He couldn't be considered too handsome, but he had an extraordinary affinity to him. Anyone who saw him would feel close to him from the bottom of their hearts. Stepping off the carriage, the man waved his hand and walked away. An hour later, the veiled girl and the surprisingly amiable man met in a common-looking shop. The 2 of them didn't look at each other, but they had already determined that the other was the person they were waiting for. Thus, when they walked out of the shop, they stood side by side. "Senator Yuing, I've already completed my task. I wonder if you're ready?" "Senator Jasmine, don't worry. We will soon be able to see Mr. Ning Qin." The 2 of them stopped. In front of them was an intersection filled with surging streams of people. They stood on the side of the road, illuminated by the beautiful patterns of the street lamps. They were like two silent stones in a flowing river. Anyone that walked past them would subconsciously retreat a certain distance away. So, although the two of them were outstanding, there wasn't a foppish playboy like in the stories where a love-struck girl came forward to strike up a conversation. Time slowly passed. Qin Yu ordered Yun Dai to stay in the laboratory. Then, he brought several hidden fog sect masters with him. He looked like a rich young master that was about to go out and stir up trouble. 2 hours ago, he had received an invitation letter. The other party had asked him to meet them. Although the letter wasn't signed, it wasn't hard to guess their identity. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu decided to meet them. If possible, he didn't want to have another enemy with unfathomably deep strength. Of course, he had to make the necessary preparations. Qin Yu didn't want his head to be separated from his body because of a moment of carelessness. An hour before he left, someone from the Hidden Fog sect had already arrived at the appointed location and met with the two messengers. The other party must have guessed this and was willing to openly appear. Although that didn't mean they didn't have any ill intentions, it was at least a kind of attitude. This attitude meant that they were willing to communicate with him. This was the key to Qin Yu's success. Using the Hidden Fog sect's transmission array, Qin Yu soon arrived at the appointed location. At the intersection of the busy streets, he saw a man and woman silently waiting under a street lamp. It was unknown what method the other party used, but they also discovered Qin Yu's arrival at the same time. They looked up and nodded in greeting. The Hidden Fog sect master touched his chest and solemnly guaranteed that once he received any external attack, it would automatically activate. It could resist several all-out attacks from those below the divine Tao. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He stepped onto the appointed time and walked towards the intersection. At this time, there were over a dozen Hidden Fog sect cultivators scattered around the intersection. They were all waiting with rapt attention, ready to attack at any moment. When he was several steps away from the street lamp, Qin Yu stopped. He cupped his hands together and said, "My name is Ning Qin. I have come by invitation." The man and woman across from him looked at each other. They bowed in return. Jasmine, Moon Shadow greets Mr. Ning Qin. Powerhouses deserved to be respected. Qin Yu smiled. What virtue or ability do I have? This is the first time I have come into direct contact with the Parliament, and yet 2 senators have come in person. I am truly honored. Chapter 723. Before arriving at Hidden Fog Mountain, Yuan and Jasmine had made many preparations. Since the two of them had a mission to accomplish, they had to do their best to suppress Qin Yu and make him fear him so that he wouldn't become enemies with the Dark Parliament. But today, under the streetlights, before they could do anything, Qin Yu's words overturned all of their preparations. He knew of the Dark Parliament's existence. Moreover, it was clear that he had a certain understanding of the Dark Parliament, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to know their identities as senators. In the deathly silence, Yu Yin's voice sounded out. "Just who is Mr.?" He began to believe sages guess that Ning Qin had an unknown background. People would leave behind traces wherever they went, much less a large-scale organization. It was only because the Dark Parliament had always been low-key and had cleaned up most of their loose ends that they were able to remain hidden in front of the world. But over the endless years, there were still some influences that had sensed the existence of the Dark Parliament. It was just that for some reason they had remained silent. Of course, any influence that knew of the Dark Parliament's existence and could remain unscathed was inevitably a peak existence with a terrifying strength. At this time, in Yuan and Jasmine's eyes, it was highly likely that Qin Yu was one of them. If this was true, then he would have to change some of his plans, otherwise it would cause a great storm. Qin Yu relaxed. Although he had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario, avoiding a direct conflict was still the best result. Looking at it now, his plan was correct. He had pointed out the existence of the Dark Parliament at the first moment and disrupted their rhythm, thus temporarily gaining the upper hand. Qin Yu's thoughts raced as he savored her words. He said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What is important is that I do not wish to become enemies with the Dark Parliament." Jasmine said, "But Mr. has already stood on the opposite side of the Dark Parliament. The one who attacked first wasn't me. In fact, I never took the initiative to harm the Dark Parliament's interests." Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu's voice was calm. "Rather, it was the Dark Parliament that wanted to take away something from my disciple, thus leading to today's situation." The space fell silent once more. This was the second important piece of news that Qin Yu had tossed out. She wasn't sure how much he knew. After a moment of silence, Jasmine said, "The things of this world belong to the virtuous, otherwise it will only bring harm." She acknowledged his words, but didn't reveal the slightest bit of actual information. Qin Yu lightly said, "The thousands of lives of the Ying family have been sacrificed. Their blood can gather into a lake. Is that not enough?" Yu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Does Mr. know what it is?" "Book of the Chaos." His tone was flat, as if he was talking about a stone or a piece of rubble. There was a long silence under the streetlight. Yu Yin and Jasmine exchanged glances with each other, and confirmed each other's thoughts. The person in front of them must have come from some top-notch power, or he must have an extremely high position. Otherwise, he would not have the qualifications to know such secret information. Just what was his goal in taking Yundai as his apprentice? If he simply wanted to take away the Chaotic Sky Chronicle, why hadn't he done so yet? These puzzles wove together, covering Qin Yu's black robes in a layer of fog. Observing their expressions, Qin Yu knew that the deceit he laid down had already formed. Now that the hearts of these two people were shaken, this was the best time to take another step forward. "Counselor Yu Ying, Counselor Jasmine, this Ning is an old friend of the Ying family. That's why I'm protecting his bloodline, the only remaining descendant of his bloodline in this world. If the Parliament is willing to stop, this Ning will be very grateful." After giving them an explanation, he seemed even more profound and unfathomable. "I apologize, but the Chaotic Sky Chronicle is extremely important to the Parliament. We will not give up on it." Jasmine had a dignified expression. She refused without hesitation. "Since Mr. isn't willing to reveal his identity, then we can only rely on our own method." Yu Yin nodded. "Next time we meet, I hope Mr. will take care of yourself." Their hearts were heavy. If the Parliament wanted to achieve their goal by protecting Yundai, there would inevitably be conflict with the influence behind him. Great waves were about to rise. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Indeed, this matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. As Yu Yin and Jasmine were about to leave, a voice sounded out from beneath the black robe. "Counselors, please wait a moment." Yu Yin and Jasmine looked over. "Is there something else Mr. Ning Qin wants?" Qin Yu said, "I have a proposal. I hope that we can resolve this matter in a gentle manner so that there won't be too much of a disturbance." Jasmine's eyes flashed. "Mister, please speak." Qin Yu said, "I will help the Hidden Fog sect participate in the Beast King War of the Seven Sects. If the Hidden Fog sect wins, then the Parliament will no longer disturb my disciple. How about it?" This was the proposal he had truly prepared after careful consideration. He was gambling that the Dark Parliament would agree. Yu Yin seemed near yet far. His voice seemed to come from the horizon. "Mister, are you serious?" Qin Yu nodded. "If I fail, then I will offer up the Chaotic Sky Mirror with both hands without any complaint." Jasmine deeply looked at Qin Yu. "This matter is not something that the two of us can decide. I ask Mr. to wait for a moment. I will give you a reply within 3 days." Qin Yu smiled. "Take care." Under the street lamps, Yu Yin and Jasmine turned and left. Their figures merged into the flow of people and soon vanished from sight. Qin Yu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. That seemingly peaceful exchange, just now, had actually been filled with danger. He even suspected that if it weren't for him continuously revealing shocking news that surpassed the Dark Parliament's expectations and brought them into his own rhythm, he feared they would have violently attacked him just now. Up until now, the Dark Parliament had always hidden themselves from the eyes of the world. They were absolutely familiar with killing people to silence them. Luckily, there hadn't been any accidents in the end. Moreover, there had been some extra harvests. It seemed that in the eyes of the Dark Parliament, he had a great background behind him. This wasn't difficult to detect from Yuan and Jasmine's actions. If so, then even if he did something despicable in the future, the Dark Parliament would have some misgivings when they attacked him. This could be considered an additional guarantee for their own safety. Letting out a deep breath, Qin Yu turned and left. Not too far away, he saw several infatuated gazes of Yuan and Jasmine. He wryly smiled and shook his head. These people had been attracted by the appearance of the two senators, but they likely didn't know that they had just been standing at the mouth of a volcano that was about to erupt. They had taken several trips to the gates of hell. If a conflict had erupted just now, all of them would have been instantly sucked in. At that time, there was no need to think about what would have happened. The hidden fog sect cultivators gathered around. The one in the lead said, "Mister, should we send someone to follow them?" Qin Yu shook his head. "No need. Don't meddle in our affairs, otherwise you will cause great trouble for the hidden fog sect." This wasn't some alarmist talk. With the Dark Parliament's strength, subverting a sect was far too easy. The hidden fog sect cultivator across from him was covered in a cold sweat. He knew of Qin Yu's status as a grandmaster, so he firmly believed his words. For Mr. Ning Qin to give such a serious warning, their background and strength could be imagined. Luckily, he hadn't acted on his own, otherwise it would have been too late for regret. "Let's go." After warning the hidden fog sect cultivator, Qin Yu turned and left. He was only worried that these people would act recklessly and cause a misunderstanding in the Dark Parliament, ruining all of his hard work today. Otherwise, what did the life and death of these hidden fog sect people have to do with him? The Dark Parliament was extremely efficient. The next day after their meeting, Qin Yu received a reply. The Dark Parliament agrees with Mr. Ning Qin's proposal. We will welcome Mr. Ning Qin's arrival on the battlefield of the Beast King War of the Seven Sects. As Qin Yu listened to Yundai read out the information from the jade slip, he let out a long breath and smiled. As he expected, the Dark Parliament had agreed. Yundai was moved, but there was also a bit of worry and restlessness. She asked in a soft voice, "Teacher, are you really confident?" Qin Yu only told her that he had found the influence that was secretly plotting to steal the Chaotic Sky Chronicle, and that he had made contact with them. He mentioned some matters regarding the bet, but didn't go into too much detail. But with Yundai's intelligence, it wasn't difficult for her to guess just how strong this other party was. After all, the incident at Hidden Tiger Lagoon was the best evidence. Even someone as powerful as her teacher had been faintly placed in a passive position when facing this other party. They clearly knew that her teacher was a Grand Scholar realm existence. With how strong this other party was, they must have obtained information, and yet they still dared to agree to the bet. From this, it could be seen that they weren't afraid. Qin Yu smiled. "Don't worry. Since I proposed the bet on my own initiative, I naturally have confidence in myself." With the Dark Parliament's strength, since they had agreed to decide victory or defeat in the Beast King War, they wouldn't do anything else. In other words, the danger alarm had been temporarily lifted. Qin Yu looked at the female disciple who was still frowning. "There's no need to think too much. You've been thinking too much these past 2 days. Go back and rest well." Qin Yu's confidence allowed Yundai to relax a little. "Yes, teacher." She respectfully bowed and turned to leave, a resolute look on her face. Towards her teacher, she was filled with gratitude. If she could win the bet, that would be the best result. Even if she lost, she wouldn't hold any resentment towards her teacher. But those people could forget about obtaining the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. At worst, she would die and this supreme treasure that could seize the good fortune of the world would be destroyed along with it. The Ing family had lost thousands of lives, so why would she fear death? As Qin Yu watched Yun Dai's back fade away, he could feel the firm and resolute will within her thin body. Praise lit up in his eyes. When a person walked through the world, how could they not hold on to their bottom line? This was also the case for him. Thus, he was even more satisfied with this female disciple he had casually accepted. Of course, Qin Yu wouldn't stare blankly on as Yun Dai stepped onto the road of mutual destruction. This was because his previous stance wasn't just to comfort Yun Dai. The Dark Parliament was indeed powerful, but with the little blue lamp in his hand and the super-strong attributes of the Chaotic Sky Chronicle, it wouldn't be difficult for him to roll over a grand scholar on the path of beast trainers. Perhaps the Dark Parliament was confident in this bet, but in Qin Yu's opinion, the moment they agreed, the result was already decided. What he needed to consider now was what would happen after the bet. If the Dark Parliament decided to go back on their word, how would he deal with them? After all, the so-called influence behind him simply didn't exist at all. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu let out a deep breath and suppressed all his thoughts. Since there was no solution to this matter right now, he might as well wait and see. Perhaps there would be a favorable turn in the future. Chapter 724. Zhou and Ji Yun left Mid-Morning City. Following Ji Yun's suggestion, they didn't choose to use the transmission array. Instead, they rode a large passenger airship across the Upper Yuan mountain range and then entered the eastern plains. The entire journey would take around 10 days. Luckily, they had left early so they wouldn't miss the wonderful opening of the Beast King War. Zhou agreeing to ride the airship was in itself a signal of sorts. Ji Yun became increasingly spirited. Along the way, he introduced the scenery, geography, and the stories of powerhouses that had appeared, displaying his profound knowledge. Zhou didn't dislike Ji Yun's closeness, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to travel with him. But as for whether or not she should confirm her relationship with Ji Yun, Zhou still hadn't decided. It wasn't that she was dissatisfied with Ji Yun, she just instinctively believed that she had to be extra cautious in this sort of matter. Zhou, the airship stopped not long ago to replenish supplies. That place just happens to produce a strange spirit fruit. After eating it, it can nourish one's body and preserve one's youthful appearance. You can enjoy the scenery first. I will ask if you can buy it on the airship, Ji Yun said with a smile. After traveling for several days, Ji Yun had recommended some food, and each of them had their own unique characteristic. Zhou smiled and nodded, but there was one bottom line that hadn't changed. Go. We'll split how much we spend later. This was a rule the two had agreed upon before they set out. They would each bear their own expenses. Ji Yun bitterly smiled and nodded. Zhou, when will you give me a chance to flatter you? Without further ado, he stood up and left. This was an important reason why Ji Yun was able to obtain Zhou's favorable impression. He acted with propriety, expressing his feelings without making her feel pressured in the slightest. Hearing such a confession, even though this wasn't the first time, Zhou still blushed. She turned her head through the thick window to admire the white clouds beneath the blazing sun as they rapidly passed by. The mountains were like dragons, with rivers rushing through them. Occasionally, powerful monster beasts would stand atop the peaks and roar at the airship, warning this massive being that had intruded into their territory. To ride the airship through the world and look down at the world below, Zhou would never have dared to imagine such a thing a year ago. But now, as she sat on the airship, she suddenly felt as if everything around her was a beautiful and illusory dream. As Zhou's thoughts drifted away, a figure appeared in his mind without any warning. It was a young man dressed in a black robe. The corners of his mouth curled up in a leisurely and warm smile. He looked very ordinary, but his pitch-black eyes were very eye-catching. Jolie instinctively wondered when he had seen this scene. It was like the time when she returned home from herding and saw him sitting on a chair, talking to her grandfather. It had clearly only been a matter of a few months ago, but now that he thought about it, it actually seemed especially long ago. She had now changed her fate and become a true cultivator. As for him, perhaps he was still ordinary and would continue to be ordinary in the future. Decades later, she would be the same as she was today, but he would be old and frail, or struggling on his sickbed, or dying amidst the cries of his children and grandchildren, and then turning into soil. Jolie pursed his lips and suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his mind. Because right now they were no longer in the same world. She raised her head, looking at Ji-Yun, who was walking over. His handsome face shone with self-confidence and a high-spirited aura, full of vitality. What Ji-Yun didn't know was that a large part of the reason Jolie was so close to him was because of his soaring and enterprising aura. The man she fancied had to have great ambitions in his heart and work hard to win his future. He absolutely wouldn't be a mediocre person. Jolie, our luck is really good. There are only 2 fruits on the flying boat, just enough for us to enjoy. They aren't expensive, only 50 spirit stones each. Eat them while they're fresh. Once we get off the flying boat, you can pay me back. Okay. The high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect left the laboratory one after another. Although they tried their best to suppress it, they still revealed happy expressions. He was truly worthy of being at the Grand Expert realm. His actions were truly extraordinary. Not only was he able to reverse the backlash in a short period of time, but the Dark Star Ice Serpent had also taken another step forward. In this Beast King War, the Hidden Fog sect was sure to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. If they could obtain the final victory, their harvests wouldn't just be fame. The conflicts between the 7 sects were mostly resolved in the Beast King War. This meant a massive amount of wealth and harvest. Because of this, when Mr. Ning Qin mentioned that he wanted to keep the sect treasure for self-defense, the Hidden Fog sect master hadn't even furrowed his eyebrows before agreeing. This caused the elders who thought the sect master was a coward to have a whole new level of respect for him. As long as they could be on good terms with Mr. Ning Qin, what was a mere treasure? They had sent over 7 blue wonder flowers that the sect owed him. They had heard that Mr. Ning Qin had asked for a one exchange, so now they had to follow his wishes. Everyone, the Beast King War is about to begin. We need to leave. The Hidden Fog sect master's sharp eyes swept around the hall. This time, my Hidden Fog sect will surely stand out amongst the 7 sects. Yes, sect master. Elders left one after another. They would carry out a series of preparations according to the plan. Soon, only the Hidden Fog sect master was left in the hall. His expression became tranquil and his eyes became gentle. After a long period of silence, he stood up and left the hall. After several steps, he stood high in the skies. He looked down at the entirety of Hidden Fog Mountain, as if he wanted to imprint everything here into his mind. Traces of reluctance, pain, and helplessness appeared in the depths of his eyes. But soon, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was only determination left in the Hidden Fog sect master's eyes. After this matter, the Hidden Fog sect would no longer be shackled. They would be reborn. Half a day later, a giant flying boat shot into the skies. Beneath the gazes of countless Hidden Fog sect cultivators, it howled into the distance. Yundai sat by the window. It was rare that she wasn't reading or studying. Instead, she propped up her chin and casually looked out at the passing scenery. Every once in a while, she would turn her head and look at her teacher's closed door, admiration in her eyes. Even on the road, her teacher didn't relax in the slightest. He was the most diligent person she had ever seen in her life. No wonder her teacher could have his current achievement. And the steady composure he displayed in his efforts gave Yundai a great deal of confidence. Her teacher would win, he would definitely win. In a dim hall, the 6 senators gathered around a round table. They had already obtained news that the hidden fog sect was leaving. Lone Mountain's icy voice sounded out. The Parliament made a bet with Ning Qin to prevent the hidden fog sect from becoming the final victor. If all of their participating spirit beasts die, then we will have already won. Yellow Oriole's eyes brightened. This proposal isn't bad. Limitless smiled, his laughter dark and gloomy. Perhaps we can give it a try. Sage lightly said, the reason the Parliament has been able to hide until today is because we keep to all of our promises. This is the only reason those who know won't mention it and prevent the Parliament from being exposed. If our team's Qin Yu breaks his promise today, then no one will ever trust us again. Do the 3 senators want to see this happen? Lone Mountain coldly sneered. He rarely spoke, but he was actually the most radical member of the Parliament. But what Sage said was right. After he fell silent, this proposal was directly pressed down. Sage continued to say, fellow senators, the Parliament has already made preparations. Even if Qin Yu is a true grand expert, it is impossible for him to win. We will win the bet fair and square and then obtain the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. I hope that before then, everyone will remain quiet. This is the respect that should be given to a formidable opponent. The place where the Beast King War was held was a grand city located in the heart of the Eastern Plains. The 7 great sects had fought dozens of times because of this place, but none of them had been able to claim this city as their territory. It was rumored that this city had existed for far longer than the 7 great sections. There was a massive secret hidden beneath the earth. Whoever could obtain this secret could become the true master of this vast plains. And the name of this city was Dragon City. Above the city gates, there were 2 large characters that had been eroded by the passage of countless years. The edges had become blurry and indistinct, but if anyone stood beneath the city gates and looked up, they would feel endless awe in their hearts. It was as if the person who left behind these words in the past had poured a bit of their own spiritual will into them, allowing them to endure the passage of countless years. Legend has it that in ancient times, a large number of dragons were suppressed in Dragon City, and they were ordered around by the original rulers of this world. But later, for some unknown reason, the rulers vanished without a trace, and the dragons in Dragon City also disappeared overnight. Ji Yun said, his face filled with emotion. Jolie was shocked. Her eyes became incomparably bright. This world was far vaster than she had imagined. The more she came into contact with it, the more awe she felt. As she listened to Ji Yun's narration, she looked at the words Dragon City once more. Her vision blurred for a moment before a magnificent picture slowly unfurled in front of her. She saw a great golden dragon. It was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and there were giant shackles on its head and horns. It was being controlled by a person as it soared through the highest heavens. Then, the person atop the dragon clenched his fists towards the earth. The entire city rose up from the ground and appeared above the plains. Then, he leapt down from the dragon and stood outside the city gate. He lifted his hand and wrote down 2 words. Ah! Jolie cried out in alarm. The picture in front of her rapidly vanished. Ji Yun stood in front of her, a worried look on his face. What is it? Jolie stared at the words Dragon City in a daze. She constantly recalled the picture she had seen before, because what that person had written down was exactly what she had seen. Could it be that what she saw just now wasn't an illusion, but something that truly happened in the distant past? The guards at the city gates hurried over. The one leading them was a cultivator wearing dragon-patterned armor. He bowed. Miss, may I ask what you saw? Jolie nodded in a daze. I saw an enslaved golden dragon. As for what happened afterwards, she didn't know why, but she didn't speak of it. Perhaps even now, she subconsciously didn't dare to believe it. The dragon-patterned guard flipped his hand and took out a stone. Miss, please place your hand on it. Please rest assured that we have no ill intentions. Beside her, Ji Yun's eyes widened, a look of surprise on his face as if he had seen something unbelievable. He met Jolie's gaze and slowly nodded. Jolie hesitated for a moment. She placed her hand on the stone. In the next moment, there was a dragon's roar and the phantom of a transparent dragon flew out. The dragon-patterned guard immediately became respectful. He fell to one knee. After 1700 years, Dragon City has finally welcomed a new guest. Chapter 725. A day later, the Hidden Fog Sect's flying boat arrived at Dragon City. Yundai knocked on the closed door and respectfully said, "Teacher, we're about to arrive." Soon, the faint array formation fluctuations converged and the door opened from within. Qin Yu stepped out, a smile on his face. The Hidden Fog Sect's blue wonder flowers were indeed extraordinary. After using 3 of them, he could clearly feel the remnant annihilating power of space in his body disperse a little. Seeing Qin Yu's smile, Yundai's mind calmed. She walked to the window and pointed down. "Teacher, this is Dragon City." Qin Yu looked over and his heart skipped a beat. This was because the silent and massive city below gave him a familiar feeling. At this time, a loud and resonant rumbling sounded out from the side, interrupting Qin Yu's thoughts. He frowned and just happened to hear a burst of laughter. On the surface of the Hidden Fog Sect's flying boat, many cultivators were frightened and many of them fell to the ground. As they crawled back up, their faces flushed red as they cursed and glared at the flying boat behind them. On this flying boat, a large flag fluttered in the wind. The flag seemed to be soaked in blood, and there was a picture of a centipede and toad fighting on it. The centipede and the toad were pitch black in color. The few strokes seemed simple, but they vividly displayed the charm of the 2 poisonous creatures. It was as if they would jump out of the flag at any time, open their bloody mouths, and devour all living beings. As the Hidden Fog Sect cultivators saw this flag, they stiffened. Although they were still angry, there was a bit more dread in their eyes. Their curses fell to a whisper. Yundai revealed a look of disgust. "Teacher, that is the Witchcraft Sect. According to what I know of the 7 sects, the Hidden Fog Sect doesn't get along with them." Qin Yu nodded. He wasn't a Hidden Fog Sect cultivator, and he didn't have any plans of getting close to them. Both sides only had a cooperative relationship. Since this matter didn't concern him, he didn't care about the current provocation. On the Witchcraft Sect's flying boat, as they saw the Hidden Fog Sect cultivators' performance, their mocking laughter became even louder. On a tower, a young man in bright red robes leaned against the railing. He arrogantly sneered, "With just this bit of courage, it's no wonder the Hidden Fog Sect is declining with each generation. With this sort of trash, do you think you can become enemies with my Witchcraft Sect?" He turned around and looked at the white-haired old man beside him. "Elder Lien, since we've met, we might as well teach them a lesson." Elder Lien hesitated. "Little Ancestor, the Beast King War is about to begin. If we waste our strength, it will only benefit others." Little Ancestor was not an honorific title, but his own name. When he first entered the Witchcraft Sect, he had suffered much ridicule because of this name. But soon, he silenced everyone. Step by step, he walked to his current dazzling position. Little Ancestor lightly said, "I know what to do." Elder Lien's eyelids jumped up. He cursed inwardly but didn't dare to reveal anything. He smiled and nodded. "If that's the case, then I ask Little Ancestor to teach the Hidden Fog Sect a lesson." Little Ancestor clapped his hands. In the next moment, a ruthless aura erupted from the Witchcraft Sect's flying ship like a volcano, soaring into the skies. Black mist drilled out of the void, rolling and gathering violently. It actually condensed into the phantom of a giant scorpion. Its entire body was pitch black, and it seemed to be able to swallow all the light that approached it. The surrounding space suddenly became dark. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from the giant scorpion phantom. It carried with it an absolute natural suppression that covered the Hidden Fog Sect's flying ship. Spirit beasts whimpered in fear from within the flying ship. 5 auras appeared, each of them condensing into phantoms of their true forms that shivered in midair. Ha 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 ha! Wild laughter spread out from the witchcraft sect's flying ship. The hidden fog sect's spirit beasts are only at this level, and yet they still have the face to participate in the Beast King War. Their skin is really thick. Once my sect's spirit beasts are angered, all the hidden fog sect's spirit beasts will bow their heads. Hurry up and return home, otherwise you'll lose even more face in the arena. Fellow Taoists of the hidden fog sect, you should understand that my sect is doing this out of good intentions. This is all so that you won't lose face in front of everyone. Taunting voices sounded out. Spurred on by strength, they rumbled out in all directions. Within Dragon City, a massive number of cultivators had already discovered the confrontation occurring outside the city. All of them revealed excited expressions. Every time the Beast King War opened, the various sects would pressure each other in an attempt to suppress each other's confidence before entering the arena. But today, before they even entered the city, the Hidden Fog sect and the Witchcraft sect had already begun fighting. The only pity was that the scene of them being completely crushed wasn't interesting at all. It's said that the 7 great sects of the Eastern Plains are about the same in strength, but seeing it with my own eyes today, I know that the rumors are far too exaggerated. That's right. The Hidden Fog sect's spirit beasts were completely crushed. From this, it can be seen that there is a great disparity between their overall strength and the Witchcraft sect. I once heard that the Hidden Fog sect is declining day by day and is no longer at the peak of their strength. Now, it seems that those rumors are true. Buzzing sounds of discussion spread out. The people on the Hidden Fog sect's flying ship all paled and their eyes blazed with anger. Eyes gathered on the tower. Before they even entered Dragon City, the Hidden Fog sect had been ruthlessly humiliated. The high-level figures of the sect wouldn't sit idly by. Yundai's face tightened. Although she wasn't a Hidden Fog sect cultivator, her teacher was also on this flying ship. As some ugly words fell into her ears, anger began to rise in her heart. Teacher, Qin Yu smiled. He waved his hand. Wait a little longer. Without any benefits, why would he help the Hidden Fog sect? As for the Dark Star Ice Serpent, it was their spirit beast to begin with. If you can control it, then feel free to do so. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Yundai quickly opened it and Elder C and Rong Wei entered. Mister, I ask that you help restore the Hidden Fog sect's face. Elder C took out a storage treasure. This is my sect's extra reward for Mister. It was their own spirit beast, yet they had to ask others to control it. This was simply the greatest mockery. But no one in the Hidden Fog sect dared to express any dissatisfaction. Qin Yu nodded, all right. This simple and direct response caused Yundai's face to heat up. Teacher, if you did this, wouldn't it damage your own dignity? You should know that you are a Zhongsher through and through. If Qin Yu knew what this female disciple was thinking, he would have snorted disdainfully. What was dignity? Could it be eaten or drunk? Anyone who cared about face was an idiot. There was nothing more practical than obtaining something in their hands. Elder C was overjoyed. Thank you, mister. Even after being extorted, he still had to act gratefully. Yundai lowered her head. Teacher was truly fierce. In truth, this was normal. Compared to paying Qin Yu, the Hidden Fog sect's face was clearly more important. Otherwise, before they even entered Dragon City, their own spirit beast would be pressed to the ground and begging for mercy. At that time, they might really have to turn around and return home. Qin Yu gently stepped forwards. Somewhere within the flying boat, a pair of giant eyes opened in the darkness. Elder Lien glanced at little ancestor's expressionless face and sighed inwardly. Not only had he crushed the Hidden Fog sect, but he had also torn off their faces and trampled on them without revealing the true strength of the giant scorpion. The sect master naturally wouldn't blame him for this. Rather, he would be even more satisfied with little ancestor. No wonder this young man had always been arrogant in his actions, but he had gained the sect master's trust more and more. In the future, he might even have a chance to become the next leader of the witchcraft sect. Little Ancestor's methods are exquisite. After today, the Hidden Fog sect will never be able to raise their heads in front of my sect again. Little Ancestor sneered inwardly. Since he had taken action, he naturally had full confidence in himself. Now that he had knocked the Hidden Fog sect to the ground, he could take advantage of this opportunity to stop. This way, others wouldn't be able to see through the depths of the giant scorpion. But at this time, Little Ancestor's heart trembled. He fiercely looked up, his pupils shrinking as he stubbornly stared at the Hidden Fog sect's flying boat. Roar! A deep roar sounded out. The temperature between the heavens and earth crazily fell. Icicles appeared in the air, pulled by an invisible strength. They formed the phantom of an incomparably massive spirit beast in the skies. Dark Star Ice Serpent. It opened its eyes. The witchcraft sect's giant scorpion spirit beast phantom wailed, as if it had suffered a fierce attack. Black energy scattered in all directions, and the giant scorpion phantom rapidly shrank. Its body lay flat on the ground, no longer possessing any of its previous ferocious momentum. Good! The suppressed cheers of the Hidden Fog sect's flying boat soared into the skies. But the Dark Star Ice Serpent's attack didn't stop here. On the surface of the witchcraft sect's flying boat, a thin layer of icicles began to form. The flying boat's array formation began to revolve, and it was greatly affected. Its speed rapidly dropped, as if it had been frozen in midair and thrown off. The Hidden Fog sect master calmly said, "I thank fellow Taoists of the witchcraft sect for making way." A powerful cultivation poured into his words. Every word rumbled like thunder, stirring up winds and clouds that swept out in all directions. In that moment, everyone subconsciously looked at the flying boat with awe in their eyes. On the witchcraft sect's surface tower, Little Ancestor's complexion darkened. He angrily coughed and was about to attack when he heard a light voice in his ears. "Whatever, let them go first." Little Ancestor bowed. He was normally overbearing and ruthless, but he wasn't without a brain. He could naturally guess the reason. The sect master didn't want to expose too much of his strength here. Humph! The Hidden Fog sect, once they entered the arena, they would settle the score. The situation instantly reversed. The jeering and questioning voices came to an abrupt end. As the flying boat approached Dragon City, cultivators began to draw back on their own initiative. "I knew that if the Hidden Fog sect can stand proudly above the Eastern Plains, then they definitely aren't weak. That's right, that spirit beast that appeared last was able to freeze the witchcraft sect's flying boat with just its aura. Its strength is simply terrifying. Humph! I think that the Hidden Fog sect has been forced to take out their trump card ahead of time. I fear that once they enter the arena, they will be targeted by the other 6 sects ahead of time. After all, that last spirit beast clearly controls ice-attribute supernatural powers. Even so, the Hidden Fog sect hasn't lost any face. As for what the final result will be, it will be decided in a single battle." On the flying boat, the Hidden Fog sect cultivators held their heads high and chests out. At this time, no one dared to underestimate them. At the window of the tower, Qin Yu had a calm expression. He didn't care about the situation that had been reversed. As he looked at the giant city, a familiar feeling appeared once more. As he approached, it became increasingly strong. But it was clear that this was Qin Yu's first time here, so why did he feel a sense of familiarity towards this strange city? As he got closer, he could clearly see the towering city gates. Qin Yu looked down. Then, the 2 large characters on the city gates were like meteors falling from the heavens, carrying with them an indescribable impact that directly impacted his mind. Chapter 726. At this moment, Qin Yu felt his line of sight rapidly rise. After passing through layers of fog, he saw a fierce battle taking place. A towering giant stood in the endless sea. He held a black iron staff in his hands as he fought a golden dragon. The giant golden dragon's body was hundreds of thousands of feet long. Every scale on its body seemed to be burning with golden flames. As it moved through the sea, its giant body stirred up billions of tons of seawater, forming a terrifying wave that connected the heavens and the earth as it rumbled towards the giant. Ha ha ha! Come! The giant wildly laughed. He raised the black iron staff in his hands and his body began to grow. In the blink of an eye, he was 100,000 feet tall. From top to bottom, it was like a mountain range crashing down from the highest heavens, crashing into the waves and splitting them in half. Woo! The golden dragon mournfully cried out. Its massive body sank to the seabed. The giant took back the black iron staff and leapt into the sea. In midair, he emitted a thunderous roar. From today onwards, the dragon bloodline of this world will be my slaves. Images flashed. The golden dragon's horn and dragon head were wrapped in giant shackles. The other end was held in the giant's hand as he rode it through the highest heavens. Heavenly winds were like sabers, cutting down on man and dragon. There was the sound of metal colliding and sparks splashed out, but they weren't harmed in the least. Stop resisting. Otherwise, I will not spare you. I will make sure that your dragon tribe vanishes from this world. The golden dragon beneath the giant roared. It flew out of the range of the heavenly winds, sorrow in its eyes. Ha ha ha! The giant laughed. Today, I will build a great city to be the dwelling of the dragon race. In the future, without my orders, no one is allowed to take a single step out. Pulling on the shackles, the golden dragon dived down. Soon, a vast plain appeared in the giant's line of sight. The giant grasped a hand and then pulled backwards. With a loud rumble, the earth trembled and a city rose up from the ground. This city will be built for your dragon bloodline. Let's just call it Dragon City. The giant leapt down from the dragon's back and stood in front of the city gate. He drew a finger in front of him and in the blink of an eye, the words Dragon City appeared above the city gate. At this time, the giant suddenly turned around. His eyes seemed to pierce through the barriers of space and time, making Qin Yu feel as if they were looking at each other. After pausing for several breaths of time, the giant grinned and said in a gratified tone, I don't know how many years have passed, but you've finally arrived. I hope. The following words seemed to be erased by some strength. Qin Yu watched as Dragon City rapidly rose up in his line of sight, turning into a beam of golden light that hurtled towards him. His feet swayed and he grabbed onto the windowsill. Yundai was admiring the majesty of Dragon City, but as she saw this she was startled and hurriedly supported him. Teacher, what's wrong? Qin Yu shook his head. It's just that I've consumed too much of my energy during this period of time. It's fine. A calm voice sounded out, causing Yundai to feel a little more at ease. But she couldn't see the shocked face beneath the black robes. The giant who had fought against the golden dragon and subdued it was none other than an ancient race being. To think that this dragon city before them was constructed by an ancient race being. This was truly a place that was used to suppress and imprison the dragon race. Could it be that he found it familiar? However, what did the last sentence, "I've finally waited for you," mean? In his soul space, a golden key floated in the air. It wasn't complete, it was only the tip of the key. This was the dragon city that had crashed into him just now. It was also because of this that Qin Yu was sure that what he saw wasn't an illusion. This was because the aura of the ancient lingered around this damaged golden key. It was so strong that it caused his mind to tremble. As for how strong it was, Qin Yu didn't know. But it shouldn't be difficult for it to shatter the heavens and earth with a single punch. But even though Dragon City still existed, the ancient race that built it had vanished without a trace. Had they left? Or had something happened that he didn't know about? The flying boat began to descend. Even though it was one of the 7 great sects, it still had to maintain a certain level of respect towards Dragon City. Qin Yu lightly ordered, "Yundai, after we enter Dragon City, Help me gather some information regarding the origins of this city. Yes, teacher. A long time ago, Dragon City had its own protectors. They called themselves the Shadow Clan. From the day that their clansmen were born, they would never take half a step out of the boundaries of Dragon City. Jolie was currently at the Shadow Clan station. She received the highest level of hospitality. After a luxurious banquet, the Shadow Clan patriarch invited her to enter the holy temple. The doors that had been covered in dust for many years slowly opened with the prayers of the Shadow Clan members. Jolie stood in front of the long stone step. She looked up at the magnificent holy temple, a look of hesitation on her face. Lord Patriarch, I still don't understand why I was chosen by Dragon City. Perhaps you should examine me once more to avoid any mistake. The Shadow Clan patriarch was tall and had a dignified appearance. He faintly smiled and said, Miss Jolie, there is no need to worry. If Dragon City chose you, there must be a reason for it. There is no mistake about this. A fluctuation flashed deep in his eyes. In truth, the Shadow Clan patriarch also couldn't figure out why Dragon City, which had been silent for almost 2,000 years, would choose such an ordinary woman. There was nothing on her that met the conditions recorded in the clan's record. The Shadow Clan patriarch suspected that perhaps it was because someone at her side had given her the ability to sense Dragon City. But through his previous inquiries, he learned that Jolie's background was ordinary. This severed any possibility of a bloodline, and the man beside her also didn't meet the conditions. Of course, the Shadow Clan patriarch wouldn't question Dragon City's ability. Since it chose this woman, there must be a reason. Miss Jolie, please follow me. After a moment of silence, Jolie followed behind, her fists clenched beneath her sleeves. In truth, she was extremely excited at this moment. Before entering the Shadow Clan station, Ji-Yun had explained to her a few things about being a true guest of Dragon City. That was an extremely glorious status. Just this point alone was enough for her status to rise dramatically. She would have the chance to enjoy an even higher level of scenery. After walking down the long stone steps, the Shadow Clan patriarch stood at the entrance of the holy temple and respectfully bowed. He stood up and solemnly said, Miss Jolie, please enter the holy temple. No matter what happens, there is no need to panic. Afterwards, bring out the things you took. Jolie took a deep breath. She nodded and stepped inside. With a single step, she vanished from sight. An hour later, Jolie was wrapped in an invisible bubble. She had already fallen unconscious, and the slender phantom of a dragon was faintly discernible between her eyebrows. The Shadow Clan patriarch revealed an envious look. He carefully and respectfully placed her to the side, and then looked at the things Jolie had brought out. There were a total of 3 items: a drop of dragon blood, a dragon soul, and a dragon tooth. The Shadow Clan patriarch's face flashed with surprise. He knelt towards the holy temple and said, Thank you for bestowing upon my clan's highest saintess. May your light shine forever. Quietly, the great doors of the holy temple closed. Yun Dai had used the hidden fog sect to complete the task her teacher had given her in the shortest time possible. She had organized the information and read it out to her teacher. He never took the initiative to look up the contents of the jade slip. This was her teacher's habit. She was well aware of this. Qin Yu leaned back on a soft sofa, nearly sinking into it. His eyes were slightly closed and his expression was light and unfathomable. Around an hour later, Yun Dai placed down the last jade slip. Teacher, it's all here. I have already told the hidden fog sect to continue searching. If there are any more harvests, I will immediately inform you. Qin Yu nodded. I understand. He rubbed the point between his eyebrows, relieving the sore discomfort that came from overexerting himself. Yun Dai had announced a great deal of information regarding Dragon City, but there wasn't anything he wanted to find. All of the records only stated that Dragon City had existed for an extremely long period of time, but there was no mention of the people who built it. There were only 2 possibilities for this. Either too much time had passed and the matters of ancient times had disappeared in the long river of history, or someone had deliberately erased the information from that period of time so that current cultivators couldn't investigate it. Qin Yu wasn't sure which possibility it was. He needed more information before he could make a judgment. There was a knock on the door. Yun Dai glanced at her teacher. Qin Yu put down his hand and nodded. Yun Dai quickly walked to the door. She opened it and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Sect Master, Elder C, Mr. Rong Wei." The Hidden Fog Sect Master had a gentle expression. "May I ask if Mr. has the time? We have an important matter to attend to." Yun Dai drew to the side. "Teacher is resting. Please enter." "Greetings, Mr." The three people from the Hidden Fog Sect bowed. Qin Yu restrained his emotions. His voice was calm. "Sect Master, may I ask why you have come to visit?" The Hidden Fog Sect Master said, "I have just confirmed some news. Yesterday, Dragon City, which has been silent for almost 2,000 years, actually sensed something again and selected a new guest." His face flushed red and there was a trace of excitement in his voice. It just so happened that the information Yun Dai read just now had a description of this matter. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He knew why the Hidden Fog Sect Master was so excited. The Shadow Clan is going to hold an auction? Yes. The Hidden Fog Sect Master took out a dragon-patterned jade archive. "We have already received an invitation from the Shadow Clan. One day before the Beast King War begins, they will officially hold an auction. Every time a new guest appeared in Dragon City, they would have the qualifications to be entertained by the Shadow Clan and take out true treasures from the Shadow Clan's holy temple. And according to the rules of the Shadow Clan, they couldn't keep these treasures for themselves. They had to sell them all in an auction. That was why this auction was held." Yun Dai received the Jade Archive for her teacher. She probed it with her divine sense and soon finished reading it. There was very little information inside. Besides the plainly worded invitation, there were only descriptions of the three treasures. That's right, the only things that had the qualifications to be recorded in a Jade Archive were items taken out from the Holy Temple. Dragon blood. It contained a boundless vitality. It could increase a cultivator's lifespan and improve their physique. In theory, it had the ability to repair all mortal wound. Dragon soul. After a great dragon died, it would leave behind a soul fragment. Because it contained the essence of the entire dragon soul, a cultivator could fuse with it and cause a qualitative change in their soul and greatly increase their cultivation. Dragon teeth. A great dragon's hardest tooth. It was a transcendent treasure for refining. If a grandmaster was asked to forge it into a dragon-tooth sword, its might would be unparalleled. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Besides the dragon teeth, the dragon blood and dragon soul seemed to be tailor-made for him. Chapter 727. Shadow Clan. The news of the auction had already been sent out, and it would be held in 2 days before the opening of the Beast Fighting Coliseum. Everyone in the clan was already bustling about. "Patriarch, now that the 7 sects have gathered in Dragon City, why should we be in such a hurry to hold the auction? I'm afraid we'll just increase their strength." The one-eyed Shadow Clan elder with a black leather eye patch sighed in worry. Even if it was the rules set by their ancestors, they could still act according to their right. They could wait until the end of the Beast King War and wash their hands clean of the 7 sections. It had to be known that the Shadow Clan and the 7 great sects stood on opposite sides, even if their relationship seemed harmonious these past few years. The Shadow Clan leader had a calm expression. "My clan respects the rules of our ancestors. We cannot leave Dragon City without permission. Even now, our bloodline is showing signs of withering away." Elder One Eye was stunned. He somewhat understood the Patriarch's decision. The Shadow Clan needed the profits from this auction to strengthen their clan. The day before the opening of the Beast Fighting Arena was chosen to attract the 7 sects to compete and increase the final harvest. Single Eye, I know what you are worried about, but as long as our clan maintains a certain amount of strength, the 7 great sects will not act rashly. On the contrary, in order to protect their own vested interests, they will even become a barrier for the Shadow Clan. As for the 7 sects increasing their strength because of the gains from the auction, strictly speaking, it doesn't have much of an impact on my Shadow Clan. Over the years, they've tried dozens of times to annex Dragon City, but none of them succeeded. Is the reason really because the 7 sects are at a stalemate with each other? The Shadow Clan leader coldly sneered. The 7 great sects had surrounded Dragon City for many years, trying to obtain its hidden secrets. But even now, they still hadn't found a way to truly control Dragon City. In the end, it was just a pipe dream. Thinking about it, it was laughable. But there was one thing that the Shadow Clan's leader didn't understand. Why were all the items taken out of the Holy Temple unrelated to Spirit Beast? This was the first time in the clan's records. Because of the Beast King War of the 7 sects, cultivators from all over had gathered in Dragon City. Unexpectedly, before the Colosseum had even opened, a woman had already been recognized by Dragon City. The Shadow Clan took this opportunity to announce that they would be holding an auction. It had been nearly 2,000 years since the last auction by the Shadow Clan. Even though time had corroded everything, it was impossible to forget the many mystical items that appeared in the last auction. Most of them couldn't be found in the outside world and were extremely beneficial to cultivation. Hence, Dragon City, which was already rather restless, became even livelier as the news spread. Countless gazes converged together, and they were filled with anticipation, excitement, and wild joy. They were waiting for the auction to begin, and they hoped that they would be able to obtain something by spending a fortune. Time passed quietly in this warm atmosphere. Tomorrow, the Colosseum would open, and the 7 sects would officially enter to compete. But today, the atmosphere had been ignited, because the Shadow Clan's auction was about to begin. A moment after the Hidden Fog sect master led the high-level figures of the sect away, another figure quietly left. After entering the streets, the black robes covering his figure disappeared, revealing a handsome and firm face. It was Qin Yu's appearance. He still had a bet with the Dark Parliament that hadn't been concluded. He absolutely could not allow them to discover the true identity of Ning Qin and his desire for the auction item, otherwise it would be ruined. Thus, today, Ning Qin announced that he was going into seclusion to conduct experiments. He wanted to ensure that the Hidden Fog sect would be able to stand proudly in the Beast King War. Qin Yu was like a cicada shedding its carapace. He was like a carp that had entered the river. At this time, he followed the tide of people and soared straight towards the Shadow Clan's camp. A moment later, Qin Yu stopped outside the Shadow Clan's camp. He swept his eyes around and found several sneaky figures mixed in the crowd, constantly looking for someone to talk to. Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile as he walked towards one of them. After a while, he returned with a white jade archive in his hand. He handed it over to a Shadow Clan guard. After the guard inspected it, the guard moved to the side. From start to finish, he glanced sideways, as if he hadn't seen Qin Yu's purchase process. The Shadow Clan were also people and they needed to eat. And where people needed to eat, how could they not have a yellow ox? Obtaining an invitation jade slip was a very simple matter. Jolie had already accepted the fact that she had become the Shadow Clan's saintess. This was because she had carefully confirmed that she hadn't suffered any losses. In fact, because of the Holy Temple, she wasn't restricted by the Shadow Clan's ancestral rules and had the qualifications to freely enter and exit Dragon City. As for the saintess, because of the existence of Dragon City, she had an extremely high status. To this day, she had received congratulatory gifts from the 7 great sects, many of which were precious. This was the embodiment of status. Thinking back, Jolie still felt that this was all an illusion. If it weren't for Ji Yun being by her side, she would have suspected that this was a dream. How had she suddenly become the Shadow Clan's saintess? She lifted a hand and traced the point between her eyebrows. There, the phantom of a dragon was faintly discernible. Ji Yun swept his eyes over her and guessed her thoughts. He smiled and said, "Zhou Li, this is a fortuitous encounter in your life. Feel at ease and accept it." At the start, he had been a bit worried about how he would be accepted by his family. He had chosen an ordinary woman, but now this problem had been easily solved. If he could marry a Shadow Clan saintess, a woman with a draconic aura, his father definitely wouldn't oppose it. Zhou Li nodded. Ji Yun had helped her a great deal that she was able to understand the changes in her status so quickly. But her complexion remained light and she didn't say anything. Ji Yun forced a smile. "Zhou Li, I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that when I leave home to cultivate, my family forbids me from revealing my identity." At the Shadow Clan's grand banquet, Zhou Li had eaten the same spirit fruit that Ji Yun had bought on the flying boat. With her intelligence, how could she not know that this fruit was incomparably precious? Thus, she discovered the truth that Ji Yun had been concealing all this time. Although she wasn't angry, she was actually a bit gratified and happy. But because of a woman's face and modesty, she had to maintain a cold demeanor. Ji Yun was well aware of this, so he didn't panic. He only lowered his head, believing that he would soon be able to dispel her anger. Someone knocked on the door. Ji Yun drew to the side. Zhou Li said, "Please enter." The Shadow Clan maid stepped in. Her voice was extremely respectful. "Your Highness Saintess, the Patriarch has asked me to invite you. The auction is about to begin." Zhou Li nodded. "All right, I understand." She stood up and subconsciously took a deep breath. Waves tumbled in her heart. Not too long ago, the shepherdess of a mountain village in a side courtyard was now standing on a stage she had never dared to imagine. And today would be the highest level scene she had ever encountered in her life. But Zhou Li believed that this wasn't the peak, but the beginning of her dazzling future. Since she was lucky enough to become the Shadow Clan saintess, she had to live a wonderful life so that she wouldn't disappoint the favor of the heavens. The white jade archive represented the status of an ordinary guest. When Qin Yu purchased it, he had clearly been deceived by the yellow ox. The seat wasn't in the front, but in the back, near the corner. However, Qin Yu didn't care about this. After finding his seat, he sat down and closed his eyes to meditate. Because he had set out relatively late, and also because he had spent some time buying the invitation, not long after he sat down, the surrounding noise quickly subsided. The Shadow Clan's auction had begun. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing deep within them. For today's auction, he had already made all the necessary preparations. He was determined to obtain the dragon blood and dragon soul. Honored guests, welcome to participate in the Shadow Clan's auction. Nearly 2,000 years have passed since the last auction. My clan still has some meager savings, so I hope that you won't be disappointed. The round stage was brightly lit and soft. The one managing the auction was a Shadow Clan elder. Before this, he had introduced himself, but Qin Yu hadn't cared. The first auction item is a pill produced by the Shadow Clan. It can increase one's cultivation speed. I apologize, I cannot reveal the materials, but I am sure the results will be satisfactory. The Shadow Clan has 200 cultivation pills, each set of 10 pills. The starting price for each set is 100,000 spirit stones. If any honored guests are interested, please bid. There were only 3 products produced by the Holy Temple. The Shadow Clan had organized such a massive auction, so they naturally wouldn't just be selling them. The Dragon Blood, Dragon Soul, and Dragon Fang would appear at the end of the auction as the finale items. Before that, there would be internal matters of the Shadow Clan being auctioned off. However, this was also the reason why a massive number of cultivators rushed to participate in the Shadow Clan's auction with excitement. Their goal was to obtain all sorts of treasures unique to the Shadow Clan. As for products of the Holy Temple, that was something that only true great figures had the qualifications to compete for. Looking at the entire auction house, just how many people had the qualifications to bid? A slightly arrogant voice sounded out from the side. Little Sister Sun, the pills produced by the Shadow Clan have very ordinary names, but you absolutely cannot underestimate them. I have used several Shadow Clan pills in the past, and their effects are indeed amazing. The starting price was 100,000 spirit stones per set. Looking at the fierce competition in the arena, the final transaction price would likely be several times that. In other words, a single Shadow Clan pill was worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. If this young Masterly could eat several of them for cultivation, it could be seen how rich he was. Several surrounding cultivators couldn't help but look over, their eyes filled with shock and flattery. Those that came to participate in the auction didn't necessarily want to buy something, but rather spend some spirit stones to broaden their horizons. For instance, in this corner, 7 or 8 out of 10 people were simply spectators. Ah, Big Brotherly, you can even use such expensive pills. This little sister doesn't even dare to think about it. The female cultivator surnamed Sun's mouth fell open, her face filled with shock. Young Masterly saw everyone's reactions. He pretended to be calm and smiled. It's just a minor matter, not worth mentioning. He sighed. If it weren't for the fact that I angered the old man some time ago and cut off the family's food supply, I would have definitely bought a set and given it to little sister Sun as a gift. The female cultivator surnamed Sun was moved. Everyone's eyes changed once more, revealing awe and reverence in their eyes. To casually give away a gift worth several 100,000 spirit stones, this was beyond their imaginations. Young Master Li's eyes swept over the silent Qin Yu from the corner of his eyes. His complexion became a bit ugly. He had moved away from his little sister Sun, and when he mentioned swapping places with this person, this should have been a minor matter, but he had been directly refused. Thinking of this, young Master Li's eyes became increasingly unfriendly. He put on a fake smile and said, "Fellow Taoist, would you like to participate in the auction? In any case, I am preparing to bid for an item as a gift for Little Sister Sunday." Everyone had seen the small disturbance of swapping places just now. They knew that young Master Li had done this on purpose to make this person lose face. Qin Yu was expressionless. "If there is something suitable, I might bid for it." Oh, this fellow was stubbornly holding on and not willing to lower his head. Chapter 728. Qin Yu felt a bit helpless. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have cared about this person's attitude. He would have swapped his seat with him so he wouldn't have to listen to his nonsense. With his current status, vision, and level of contact, he really wasn't in the mood to waste his breath on this young Masterly, so he simply ignored him. But Qin Yu's silence, in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, became a sign of guilt and a lack of confidence. Several cultivators' lips curled into a mocking smile. The young man was stubborn and cared about his face, but he didn't know that bowing his head and taking a step back was a better choice. With young Master Li's flamboyant personality, if this person didn't bid, he wouldn't let go of the chance to kick him when he was down. They were afraid that it would be even more humiliating later. Of course, if it didn't concern them, they wouldn't care. They would just treat it as a good show. Young Master Li, I am Wen Juguan, originally from Fengxian City. I've been doing some small business these years. I wonder if you are related to the Li family of Dongyuan. A middle-aged cultivator on the left side said with a smile. His body was full of glistening white fat, filling up his seat. Young Master Li subconsciously straightened his back and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist, one has good eyesight. I am indeed from the Li family." "Ah, I didn't expect you to be the young master of the Li family. My apologies for not recognizing you." Fatty Wen's face immediately bloomed into a smile. He sent out a series of flattery and probed with a few indirect questions. "Oh, fellow Taoist, one knows Brother Lian. Then we are not strangers. I grew up with him, and we have a good relationship." Young Master Li's tone was calm, as if he suddenly realized something. In reality, he was bragging, but his skill in acting was so good that no one could tell. Young Master Li was indeed from the Li family of Dongyuan, but he was only from an unremarkable branch. Li Donglian was the second son of the direct bloodline. He had only seen him from afar a few times during ancestral worship. In other words, young Master Li would not know who he was standing in front of Li Donglian. Fatty One looked excited, as if he had found a leg to lean on, and tried to curry favor with him. The others around also swarmed over like flies. For a moment, young Master Li became the center of the corner. Even though everyone lowered their voices, flattery still filled the sky. The female cultivator surnamed Sun's eyes shined. Looking at her expression, her maiden heart had long since become dizzy, floating away to who knew where. Qin Yu's lips twitched and he simply closed his eyes. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He had come here for the final treasure to begin with. He had no interest in the other Shadow Clan treasures. But soon, a strange feeling arose in his heart. That was because he had learned the foundation of the East Root Li family from everyone's conversation. The Li family's patriarch was a powerful cultivator. In his early years, he had befriended a certain beast trainer. Afterwards, that beast trainer soared into the heavens and now had an extremely high status within the Hidden Fog sect. In consideration of their old friendship, he looked after the Li family and supplied the Hidden Fog sect with some supplies, allowing the Li family to have their current status. As for the beast trainer that everyone was so secretive about and filled with awe when he was mentioned, his surname was Rong in the Hidden Fog sect. If they weren't wrong, then there was only Rong Wei who had a high status and was also surnamed Rong. What a coincidence! But now, Rong Wei already had thoughts of leaving. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Li family would no longer receive the care of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, this young Master Li feared it would be difficult for him to be in such high spirits like he was today. The auction was filled with climaxes. The Shadow Clan had indeed put out many good things, causing everyone to compete for them. But this didn't have much to do with this small corner. Under the increasingly admiring gazes of the crowd, young Master Li won a Shadow Clan accessory worth 30,000 spirit stones. Although his heart was dripping with pain, he still maintained a calm expression. "Little sister Sun, this little toy is for you. In a few days, once my family's anger has cooled down, I'll buy you something better." At this moment, as young Master Li looked at the blushing and bashful female cultivator surnamed Sun and the amazed gazes of the crowd, he was filled with satisfaction. The only thing that left him unhappy was that Qin Yu's eyes were closed the entire time, as if he didn't want to see him in the limelight. How hateful! Humph! Fellow Taoist, the auction is already more than half over. If you don't make a move now, I fear you won't have another chance. The later the auction items were, the more expensive they were. Once the finale items were brought on stage, it would be time for the great figures to fiercely compete for them. Seeing Qin Yu continue to rest with his eyes closed, young Master Li sneered again and again. "Are you pretending you can't hear me?" Qin Yu opened his eyes. "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Li. But now, can you be quiet for a moment?" Young Master Li's complexion sank. Calm down, calm down. I can't let this brat anger me and ruin my own image." He suppressed his anger and sat down. He didn't have any interest in speaking and patiently waited for the auction to end. At that time, he would ruthlessly humiliate this brat. Everyone looked at Qin Yu with sympathetic eyes. This young man didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. He would definitely lose all face later. No one cared about what was happening in this remote corner. The auction continued and soon reached its climax. Precious items appeared on stage one after another, causing all sides to compete for them. The atmosphere reached a white-hot climax ahead of time. The number of transactions was so shocking that it left the ordinary auction area silent. This was the stage of the great figures. For a single treasure, they could spend trillions and trillions. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but open his eyes. As he looked at the auction stage, his eyes brightened. But in the end, he restrained his desire to make a move. Although he had made ample preparations, the final competition was bound to be fierce. It was best to be cautious. Another Shadow Clan treasure was auctioned off. This was an ancient blue sword. Light surged on its surface and cracks occasionally appeared within the crystal box it was placed in. This was the damage caused by the invisible sword intent that radiated outwards. Luckily, the crystal box itself was a treasure that had been specially refined and possessed the ability to repair itself. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. In the end, this ancient blue sword was taken away by the Limitless Sword sect. At the same time, it was sold for the highest price of the day, causing countless cultivators in the auction hall to sigh in admiration. On the round stage, the Shadow Clan elder managing the auction had a ruddy complexion. Because of the violent fluctuations in his mood, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He picked up a white towel and wiped his face. Then, he drank a mouthful of spirit tea, immediately feeling refreshed. Everyone, the auction of the items prepared by the Shadow Clan has come to an end. Thank you all for your support. What follows next is the finale of this auction. As mentioned in the invitation letter, the 3 supreme treasures that my clan's saintess took out from the Holy Temple. The Shadow Clan elder clapped his hands. 12 Shadow Clan cultivators formed groups of 4 and each carried a square crystal onto the stage. The 4 corners of the crystal were pierced by chains, the ends of which were locked onto the wrists of the Shadow Clan cultivators that carried it. But at this time, no one laughed at the Shadow Clan's solemn attitude. Everyone's attention was drawn to the 3 crystals. It was a drop of dark red blood about the size of a knuckle. Just by looking at it, one could clearly feel the boundless vitality contained within. The dragon's soul fragment was a faint golden color. Light flowed on its surface, and from time to time, the phantom of a dragon would appear, emitting dragon roars. The dragon tooth was pure white and around a foot long. This wasn't its true length, but rather its ability to change size. The Shadow Clan elder waited for a moment. Then, he lightly coughed, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, in the last 2,000 years, Dragon City has only chosen a single guest. I have no idea how many years it will be before the next auction. Items produced by my clan's holy temple have undergone the test of time. Each one is a peerless treasure that possesses inconceivable abilities. Honored guests that wish to compete, do not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, you will have to wait several thousand years before you have another chance. He paused for a moment and looked around the audience. The first auction item is the blood of a true dragon. It possesses an unimaginably boundless vitality and can temper the body, allowing a cultivator to be reborn. In theory, it can repair all injuries sustained by the mortal body. The starting bid is 1 billion, and each increase must be no less than 1 million. It can be settled with spirit stones, or you can take out treasures of equivalent value that my clan recognizes. Now, let the auction begin. The massive auction house fell silent. Of course, it wasn't that no one made a bid, but that everyone was considering the bottom line of what they could afford. 2 billion. The brief silence was broken by a voice from a box in the VIP area. It was like a meteor crashing into the sea, stirring up millions upon millions of waves. The cultivators in the common area sucked in a breath of cold air, their minds shaking and their minds blanking out. A starting bid of 1 billion was already astonishing enough, but someone had actually doubled the price with their first bid. This sort of extravagance was simply unimaginable. Qin Yu frowned. Although he had already expected this, the intensity of the competition for the final item still surpassed his imagination. Moreover, if he wasn't wrong, the box that was bidding now wasn't from any of the 7 great sections. It had to be known that the 7 great sects were the true overlords of the Eastern Plains. They were also the top alligators of this auction. 1 billion. Limitless Sword Sect. They had just spent a great deal of effort to obtain the ancient blue sword, and now they made their move once more. The limitless sword sex way of the sword focused on fusing the body with the sword. After reaching a profound realm, the sword was one and the person was the sword. But the sharpness of the sword intent could harm the enemy as well as oneself. Thus, the sword cultivators of this sect had to have a sufficiently powerful mortal body so that they could display their world-destroying sword intent. The struggle for the dragon blood had smoothly succeeded. In the box that had first bid, a middle-aged cultivator bitterly smiled. He hesitated again and again, but in the end he didn't make another bid. It wasn't that he couldn't take out more spirit stones, but this was the territory of the 7 great sections. He had to act with some scruples. If he angered them, then even if he obtained the spirit stones, it would be difficult for him to escape. 2 billion. 3 billion. Moonkeep Tower and Mount Fuyao made their bids one after another. This meant that the competition between the 7 great sects had officially begun. Li Shao let out a long breath, a dazed expression on his face. No matter how much they boasted, it still wasn't true. This was the first time he had experienced such a shocking scene. To them, billions of spirit stones seemed like nothing at all. These were true great figures that soared above the highest heavens. With just a thought, they could cause the heavens to shake and the earth to shake. In this life, he wondered if he would ever have the chance to touch upon such a level again. Li Shao shook his head, suppressing these unrealistic thoughts. His eyes fell onto Qin Yu. Although he was nothing more than an ant compared to these great figures, there were still people worse off than him. Fellow Taoist, the finale items have already appeared. The 7 great sects are fiercely competing with the other great sects, so why aren't you preparing to make a move? If you wait any longer, the auction will really end. The surrounding people regained their composure and looked over. But after suffering such a violent mental blow just now, they couldn't help but feel dispirited as they watched this low-level face-slapping performance. It was just that Li Shao's status wasn't ordinary, so they still had to support him. Looking at the silent Qin Yu, they thought that he should quickly lower his head and admit defeat so that they could focus their attention on the game of money between the adults. This was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. They didn't want to miss a single second. Li Shao could already determine that this boy was just stubbornly holding on. Without waiting for a response, he continued to say, "What? Fellow Taoist has been silent for so long. Isn't it because you want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and confront the 7 great sects? I'm looking forward to it. Brat, just watch as I stomp you into the mud." In his heart, he had already prepared countless words, each one as sharp as a knife. Unfortunately, before Li Shao could use them, his Grandmaster-level verbal cannon was forcefully blocked by Qin Yu's next move. "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Li. I've been a spectator for so long, so I should exercise a bit," Qin Yu lightly said. Then, beneath everyone's shocked gazes, he lifted his hand. 3 billion. His voice was calm and not loud, but it was enough to be captured by the Shadow Clan's array formation. Then, in front of all the guests, the number on the light screen jumped to 30. Chapter 729. 3 billion definitely wouldn't be the final bid for the blood of a true dragon. But, because of this bid, the entire auction house fell silent. On the round stage, the eloquent Shadow Clan elder was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked in this direction. In truth, a bid of 3 billion wasn't too high of a number for the honored guests in the VIP box. But for a guest in the ordinary area to suddenly participate in the game of the highest level of alligators, it had such a shocking effect. Qin Yu could feel countless eyes gathering on him. Beside him, Fatty One, young Master Li, and the others nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. But his expression was calm, as if all of this were like a cool breeze or floating clouds. He naturally revealed a calm and steady demeanor. This caused the Shadow Clan elder on the round stage to feel a bit of anger in his heart, as well as a bit of hesitation. Thinking for a moment, The Shadow Clan elder cupped his hands together and said, "May I ask this guest, was that bid just now a mistake?" Disrupting the auction and recklessly driving up the price was a forbidden behavior in any auction house. Otherwise, once it was verified, one would be severely punished. Qin Yu's performance caused him to decide to give this other party a chance. If he admitted that it was a mistake, he would simply be asked to leave the auction house. But it was clear that Qin Yu was serious. So, beneath the countless eyes that looked at him, he shook his head and said, "It wasn't a mistake." Whoosh! A loud clamor rose up from the mouths of the crowd. When the voices superimposed on each other, it was like a giant bird flying over, stirring up a sound wave in the air. The Shadow Clan elder didn't hesitate. He directly said, "Honored guests, because there has been an accident, the auction for the blood of a true dragon will be temporarily suspended." He looked at Qin Yu and said, "Guest, the Shadow Clan auction house has always advocated fairness and fairness. We need to verify whether or not you have the qualifications to bid. I ask that guest cooperate." A group of Shadow Clan cultivators quickly entered the ordinary area. They followed a separate passage and arrived at a remote corner. Young Master Li, Fatty One, and the others had already stood up and retreated far away. They looked at the scene in a trance. This was something they never imagined would happen, unless this boy was tired of living and dared to make fun of the entire Shadow Clan. Otherwise, a one-eyed Shadow Clan old man said, "Guest, please show me your invitation letter as well as proof of the amount of money you need to bid." Qin Yu took out the white jade archive, then took out a delicate bracelet from his bosom. The surface of the bracelet was engraved with exquisite and complicated patterns. It was obvious that it was a woman's item at first glance. The one-eyed old man frowned. He could still smell the fragrance of a woman that had yet to dissipate from the bracelet. He furrowed his brows and a sharp look appeared in his eyes. If this kid was really disrupting the auction on purpose, he would not let him off easily. Suppressing the ripples in his heart, the one-eyed old man expressionlessly received the jade archive and bracelet from his subordinate. As he sensed them, his face turned even colder. It was a very ordinary item without any spells on its surface. As he glanced at Qin Yu, the icy coldness in his eyes was enough to pierce through his soul. He lowered his head and probed with his spiritual will. Then, everyone discovered that this extremely imposing and cold Shadow Clan elder seemed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning. He froze in place. His breathing gradually deepened, and his face became flushed. Even his hand that was holding the bracelet began to tremble slightly. Even the slowest person could guess the result. As they looked at Qin Yu, the mocking and sneering expressions in their eyes instantly vanished. All that was left was confusion and awe. Such a great figure had actually chosen to sit here. Was this a mistake on the Shadow Clan's part, or was this person too low-key? But in today's situation, it was impossible to keep a low profile. Li Xiao paled and his heart nearly stopped beating. As he thought of his actions just now, there was only one thought in his mind. He was courting death. This was no different from courting death. Fatty One and the others that had surrounded him just now, wanting to kneel down and lick his boots, were now hiding as far away as they could. After offending such a ruthless person, this surname Li was finished. Perhaps the entire East Root Li family would be in great trouble because of this. The one-eyed old man let out a long breath and retracted his spiritual will. He looked up at Qin Yu, his gaze dignified. "Honored guest, I hope that I can take out some of these items to examine. Is that possible?" Qin Yu nodded. "Just take them. I trust in the Shadow Clan's reputation." The one-eyed old man was overjoyed. He cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you for your understanding. Please wait a moment." He turned and left. On the round stage, the Shadow Clan elder presiding over the auction said, "Honored guests, please wait a moment. The auction will soon continue." Indeed, it was quick. In just a few minutes, the bracelet was returned to Qin Yu. The one-eyed old man revealed a friendly expression. Honored guest, I didn't mean to offend you. I hope that you don't mind. Seeing Qin Yu nod and put the bracelet away without examining it, the one-eyed old man's smile brightened. He turned and said, Honored guest does indeed have the qualifications to participate in the auction of the true dragon blood. Even though they had already expected this, the slightly noisy auction house still fell silent after receiving the confirmation. Hidden Fog Sect Station. Yundai sat in her room, her expression dazed and her mind in a trance. 4 hours ago, she had been summoned to the laboratory by her teacher. He had asked her to hand over the storage bracelet and remove all the spells on it. Then Yundai was stunned. She was brought into the interior of the laboratory where she saw hundreds of shadow trees densely packed together. No, it was more accurate to say that there were several hundred completely mature shadow trees. Their quality had reached the peak, and their surface was covered with shadow patterns. And the number wasn't too little or too little. It was exactly the same as the number of shadow tree seeds she had found for her teacher 2 days ago after inquiring about the Shadow Clan. Yundai was well aware of what this meant. She was stunned for a long time before she was awakened by her teacher. He helped her harvest all the shadow trees and place them into the empty storage bracelet. Then, she was ordered by her teacher to return to her room to rest. Today, without permission, she wasn't allowed to take a single step outside. Suddenly, the clock in her room began to chime, awakening Yundai. She subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the Shadow Clan. This was the time. Her teacher should have already made his move. Shadow trees were extremely difficult to cultivate. The slightest mistake in the process would cause the seedling to die. And they just happened to be an indispensable item for the Shadow Clan to activate their bloodline. Knowing this, it wasn't hard for Yundai to guess what her teacher's goal in cultivating such a massive number of shadow trees was. Perhaps, including the 7 great sects, none of the influences that participated in the auction thought that before the auction began, someone had already locked onto certain items in advance. This was because the shadow trees were a price that no one in the Shadow Clan could refuse. She could only hope that everything went smoothly for her teacher and that nothing happened to him. Those that disturbed things weren't welcome. On the round stage, the Shadow Clan elder managing the auction was instantly all smiles. Honored guest, please forgive my clan's mistake as well as our previous negligence towards you. If you are willing, please move to the VIP area and continue to participate in the auction. Qin Yu shook his head. There's no need. Let's continue. Although he was Mr. Ning Qin's secret disciple, and not many people knew of him, there was still a certain risk in exposing himself to the eyes of so many people. If it weren't for the fact that he could borrow this identity and use the strength of the Hidden Fog sect to escape if an accident occurred, Qin Yu would have changed into another stranger and appeared here. The Shadow Clan elder smiled. Good. Since honored guest doesn't wish to delay, then let the bidding for the true dragon blood begin again. 1 billion. The one who bid was actually from the Hidden Fog sect's box. Qin Yu's lips twitched. But no matter who bid today, they were doomed to return in defeat. The reaction of the Shadow Clan people just now had already confirmed his speculations. Within the storage bracelet, there were 452 mature high-quality shadow trees. These were the most scarce resources of the Shadow Clan, and scarcity represented a premium price. Unless someone could take out something that could move the Shadow Clan even more than these shadow trees, then sorry, he would have to take the dragon blood and dragon soul. 4 billion, Qin Yu lightly said. He decided that he wouldn't delay any longer and would finish this battle as soon as possible. The Witchcraft sect's box bid for 1 billion. Qin Yu lifted his hand. 5 billion. There was a deathly silence. At this time, everyone participating in the auction was shocked by Qin Yu's actions. To increase the price by 1 billion, besides showing that he had to obtain it, it also showed his deep wealth and confidence. And the Shadow Clan remained silent, indicating that they recognized that Qin Yu's bid was within his acceptable range. A cold snort came from the witchcraft sex box. Then, there was silence. It was clear that Qin Yu's bid had touched their bottom line. On the round stage, the Shadow Clan elder pointed a finger. This honored guest has bid 5 billion spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? After several breaths of time, he slammed down his gavel. Good, I announce that the auction for the true dragon blood has ended. Congratulations to this honored guest. Sparse applause sounded out. Most people could feel the gloomy and icy cold atmosphere coming from the noble box area. Within the sphere of influence of the 7 great sects, they had been suppressed by an unknown outsider. This naturally caused them to lose all faith. The crystal sealing the dragon blood was taken away and the auction continued. The Shadow Clan elder said, "The second final auction item is a fragment of the true dragon's soul. This fragment may only be the size of a palm, but it is actually condensed from the entire dragon's soul essence. Once a cultivator absorbs and refines it, it can help their soul undergo a qualitative change. There is also a small chance that they will be able to obtain dragon prestige and other secret dragon race arts. The starting price, markup, and transaction methods are the same as the dragon blood. If any honored guest is interested, please make your bid." 5 billion. A calm voice sounded out. The atmosphere of the auction that had relaxed a little suddenly fell silent. Qin Yu was expressionless, as if the one bidding wasn't him. His eyes drooped, isolating himself from all the shocked gazes. In the VIP box area, boundless auras rose up, locking onto Qin Yu from afar. The dragon blood had already been taken away, and yet he still wanted the dragon soul? Did he really think that the 7 great sects were made of mud? From the witchcraft sect box, the cold voice of the person who just snorted echoed out. "Fellow Taoist, don't you think your actions are a bit too excessive?" Array formation runes appeared around Qin Yu's body. This was the support of the Shadow Clan to ensure the safety of the auction, helping him offset the pressure from the outside world. He bitterly smiled. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have been so aggressive. But he had to take away the dragon's soul. In an auction transaction, the highest bidder wins. I do not believe that my actions are wrong. The Shadow Clan elder said in a deep voice, "Honored guests, please restrain yourselves. If you forcefully disrupt the auction process, you will be blacklisted by the Shadow Clan." After a brief silence, a sneer came from the witchcraft sect box. "Very good. If that's the case, then the highest bidder wins." The witchcraft sect bids 10 billion. The dragon soul was a necessary item to cultivate certain extinct goo insects, so it was impossible for them to give it away like the dragon blood. However, the witchcraft sect absolutely wouldn't pay this 10 billion for nothing. Whoosh, everyone lowered their voices, their expressions shaken. It was clear that the witchcraft sect was determined to win this bid. The other 6 sects remained silent. It was clear that they didn't want to compete with this price any longer. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. If he continued to bid, he would inevitably offend the witchcraft sect. But he had no other choice. He lifted his hand. 11 billion. The entire audience fell deathly silent. From the witchcraft sect box, a cold and gloomy voice sounded out, "You have won." These simple words were spoken without any further words. But they caused everyone to shiver from the depths of their bones and souls. Chapter 730. After obtaining the dragon blood and dragon soul, Qin Yu didn't participate in the competition for the dragon tooth. Although the 400 shadow trees were a bargaining chip that the Shadow Clan couldn't refuse, it was better to leave some leeway for himself and others. Afterwards, Radiant's temple appeared and used 3 billion spirit stones to suppress the limitless sword sect, obtaining the dragon tooth. The Shadow Clan's auction ended. On the round stage, the Shadow Clan elder presiding over the auction smiled and said, "Honored guests, this auction has come to an end. My clan has already prepared a banquet. Please come in and enjoy the food and rest." This sort of banquet was mostly superficial. Its true purpose was to remind guests that they should hurry up and leave. With everyone watching, even if someone had evil thoughts in their heart, because of face or other scruples, it wouldn't be good to directly leave and chase them down. But to the witchcraft sect that was determined to overturn the table, what was face? Their reputation wasn't good to begin with. I appreciate the Shadow Clan's good intentions. I have other matters to attend to, so I will bid my farewells here. The box door opened and the witchcraft sect group walked out. Their dark eyes swept over Qin Yu and then they left in front of everyone's fearful eyes. As they looked at Qin Yu, their eyes were filled with shock and awe, mixed with some other inexplicable emotions. To be targeted by the witchcraft sect and leave the auction unscathed wasn't an easy matter. It was just that they didn't know whether or not this mysterious troublemaker had enough strength to ensure his own safety. Otherwise, even if they were filled with glory and suppressed the 7 great sects, they would still suffer an incomparably miserable fate. Just thinking about the witchcraft sect's methods caused one to feel a chill run down their spine. The auction began to disperse. Under the guidance of the Shadow Clan cultivators, Qin Yu sat in a corner with his eyes closed, as if he didn't realize the dangerous situation he was in. But his silence seemed more like he had a card up his sleeve. After he had crushed everyone just now, no one dared to underestimate him in the slightest. The pale Li Xiao fell to his knees and kowtowed several times. Then, with the help of the female cultivator surnamed Sun, he left in a daze. He didn't beg for mercy, because to such a character, killing him was no different from crushing a bug. His life or death could be decided with a single thought. Fatty One and the others respectfully bowed and then ran away as fast as they could, fearing that if they were any slower, they would be infected with great trouble. When the surroundings quietened down, the one-eyed old man's voice rang out, "Esteemed guest, if you are not interested in the banquet, you can follow me to retrieve the dragon blood and dragon soul you won. With 400 shadow trees, even if Qin Yu wanted to take 3 of the holy temple's treasures, the patriarch would likely acquiesce. But he only wanted to take 2. This restraint caused him to value Qin Yu even more. Qin Yu opened his eyes and stood up. All right. Naturally, he would not attend the banquet. The one-eyed old man gestured with his hand, guiding Qin Yu forwards. There is something I must tell you in advance. The items of the holy temple were taken out by my clan's saintess. According to the rules, the saintess will personally come forward to hand over the dragon blood and dragon soul. She was the first person to be acknowledged by Dragon City in the past 2,000 years. She was the new holy maiden of the Shadow Clan, and with a single leap, she became a peak figure of the Eastern Plains. Even if Qin Yu didn't pay attention to her information, he had heard too much about her. He nodded and didn't say anything more. Just at this moment, a gorgeous group of people appeared around the corner in front of them. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all wore colorful and exquisite clothes. There were 16 tall and burly Shadow Clansmen carrying a giant carriage. The carriage was covered by a veil, so one could only see a blurry figure within. The one-eyed old man pulled Qin Yu to the side. He bowed and explained, "My apologies, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. This is my clan's saintess." Qin Yu nodded. His expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with tumultuous waves. Although it was only a blurry glance, he still recognized the person sitting in the carriage. After the group left, the one-eyed old man straightened himself. Qin Yu casually asked, "May I ask where your clan's saintess comes from?" The one-eyed old man smiled. "My clan's saintess used to be a member of the Upper Prime Mountain Ranges Sky-Declaring Pavilion. But from now on, she no longer has any relationship with them. The shameful fact that Her Highness used to be a maid had to be completely concealed. But to Qin Yu, this was more than enough. It really was Zhou. Even with Qin Yu's willpower, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling. He never imagined that Zhou would have such good fortune today. It wasn't that he looked down on her, but that although everything in the world seemed to have no trajectory, the truth was that there was always a cause and effect. With Zhou Li's background and cultivation, how could she cause a resonance with Dragon City? Qin Yu shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. Perhaps during this period of time, Zhou Li had obtained some harvests he didn't know about. After all, he had personally experienced the miraculous powers of the little blue lamp, so why couldn't others have their own fortuitous encounters? Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu stopped. He turned to the one-eyed old man and said, "I would like to ask a friend to help me retrieve the dragon blood and dragon soul." Although he didn't worry that Zhou Li would expose his identity, his relationship with her wasn't good. If the two of them met, he feared that something unexpected would happen. It was best to avoid it as much as possible. The one-eyed old man misunderstood his thoughts. His remaining eye turned and he smiled. "Honored guest, if there is anything you need, the Shadow Clan can help you with. Of course, this help wouldn't be free. For the Shadow Clan, the more shadow trees there were, the better." Qin Yu smiled. "Even if Elder didn't mention it, I would have mentioned it in a moment. I still have 30 shadow trees in my hands and I would like to borrow your clan's transmission array." He had heard the Shadow Clan members refer to this person as Elder. The one-eyed old man said, "Of course. Towards true guests, my clan has always been happy to provide assistance to the best of our abilities." With just a few words, the transaction was completed. Qin Yu said, "But, I still hope that I can ask a friend to help me. I should always be more careful in everything I do. I ask Elder to make arrangements for me." The one-eyed old man nodded. "Of course." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you, Elder. I ask that you send someone to the banquet and invite the cultivator surnamed Li who sat beside me at the auction. He comes from the East Root Li family. If he knew this boy's background, he wouldn't be afraid of this boy playing any tricks. Moreover, the Shadow Clan wouldn't allow any mistakes to occur. Their need for the Shadowwood ensured that they would take the initiative to consider some matters for Qin Yu's sake. A one-time transaction, even though the amount was considerable, couldn't compare to the future flow of a river. Those with true foresight would naturally know what to do. A moment later, Li Xiao, who was paralyzed in a corner of the banquet hall, nearly wet his pants in fright as he looked at the Shadow Clan member who had come to invite him. Luckily, the words that the Shadow Clan member spoke afterwards prevented him from embarrassing himself in front of everyone. Although he didn't understand the meaning behind that person's words, Li Xiao clearly didn't have the strength to refuse. He trembled as he left with the Shadow Clan cultivator. Many people who already knew of the small interlude at the auction looked at his back with pity. They feared that this boy would never return. In a luxurious and exquisitely decorated hall, young Master Li bowed respectfully and took the storage ring from the woman's slender and fair hand. Although he knew that the person in front of him was the Shadow Clan saintess, he didn't dare to look up. Thus, he naturally didn't discover the indifference on Zhou Li's face. Humph! It seemed that Qin Yu had recognized her just now, so he didn't personally come. Was it cowardice, embarrassment, or fear? Thinking of this, Zhou Li's anger burned even deeper. She originally wanted to warn him a few words and help him escape. Although she didn't know who was behind Qin Yu, how could he possibly interfere in a game on the level of a giant crocodile? That's right, to Zhou Li, who knew Qin Yu's background, all of his current composure and glory were nothing but a joke. It was true that a fox flaunting the tigers could allow him to be proud for a moment, but if he made a single mistake, he would die a horrible death. In the end, a person could only rely on their own strength. Why didn't he understand this truth? How naive was he? The Shadow Clan's auction had its finale item appear, causing the 7 great sects to compete and throw out trillions of spirit stones. For such a grand event, even though Zhou Li didn't appear, she was secretly watching. Qin Yu didn't want to meet with her, but he didn't know that Zhou Li had already seen him. Thus, there was this misunderstanding. After Li Xiao left, Zhou Li pursed her lip. "Where is Elder One Eye? Ask him to come see me." No matter how unbearable Qin Yu was, she still owed him a favor, which was why she was where she was today. Since he didn't want to see her, Jolie wouldn't run over to see him on her own initiative. If she helped him through today's crisis, then their debt would be settled. Afterwards, if he wanted to court death again, she would let him do as he pleased. Yes, Your Highness. The maid at the side respectfully bowed and hurried away. Although the Saintess had only been in the clan for several days, no one in the Shadow Clan dared to disrespect her. This was because she was someone chosen by Dragon City. As for the Shadow Clan, they were in truth nothing more than servants that crawled beneath Dragon City. Elder One-Eye received the 30 shadow trees and was in a good mood. When he heard the Saintess summon him, he revealed a look of surprise. He ordered his subordinates to continue constructing the transmission array and followed the maid. One-Eye greets Your Highness the Saintess. Jolie smiled. Elder One-Eye, there is no need to be so polite. I took the liberty to ask Elder One-Eye to come here today because there is a matter I would like to discuss with you. She could feel the respect the entire Shadow Clan had for her. But this was mostly because of the halo of the Saintess that wove around her and not because of her. Just as she firmly believed, people could only rely on themselves. Before they had enough strength, they had to be cautious and careful. One-Eye was in a good mood because of the Saintess' politeness. He smiled and said, Your Highness, if there is anything you need, please feel free to speak. If I can accomplish it, I will do my best. Jolie said, Today, my clan's auction is unprecedentedly grand and the harvests are rich. But there are also some hidden dangers. For instance, that witchcraft sect is cruel and unreasonable. I fear they will take advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble. She paused for a moment and then continued to say, Although my clan has no obligation to guarantee the safety of the guests participating in the auction, if an accident were to happen to someone after the auction, I fear it would affect my clan's reputation. So, I asked Elder One-Eye to come here and ask whether or not the clan should respond to this. After going in a large circle, she finally revealed the true reason. One-Eye was startled. His thoughts raced and he respectfully said, Your Highness the Saintess is right. If an accident were to happen to an honored guest, my clan would lose all face. I will go and make arrangements right now to ensure that the honored guest can safely leave. I ask that Your Highness rest assured. Jolie relaxed a little. She smiled and nodded. Elder One-Eye is a man of great righteousness. Then, I won't delay you any longer. Please go and handle this matter. Elder One-Eye turned and left, a smile in his eyes. He never thought that in this transaction with Qin Yu, he would be able to gain a favorable impression from the Saintess. This wasn't a loss at all. Jolie watched him leave. Then, she lowered her eyes. The phantom of a dragon flickered between her eyebrows, her face indifferent. Qin Yu, I have already returned the favor I owed you in the past. Chapter 731. Without any surprise, Qin Yu took the ring containing the dragon blood from Li Youjia's hand and waved his hand, sending him away. Li Youjia, who had been feeling uneasy in his heart, suddenly relaxed. He knew that the previous matter had been resolved, and he felt as if he had just escaped from death. Thank you for your magnanimity, sir. This lowly one will take his leave. He knelt down and kowtowed. Then, he stood up and respectfully took several steps backward. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Qin Yu's voice sounded out in his ears. Soon, Rong Wei will leave the Hidden Fog sect. Li Youjia let out a long breath. When Qin Yu spoke just now, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Li Youjia blankly thanked Qin Yu and left. After walking for some time, a gust of wind blew against him. It was only then that Li Youjia realized what Qin Yu had said. Rong Wei was about to leave. Even though he was only from a branch family, he knew the true reason why the East Source Li family was able to rise to such heights. Once Rong Wei was gone, would the Li family still be taken care of by the Hidden Fog sect? The answer was obvious. But if they knew about this in advance, they would be able to make arrangements to deal with it. Even though the Li family would still be in a passive position, they would not fall into a predicament. After all, during these past years, it was impossible for the Li family to place all their reliance on the hidden fog sect. They had already established some other channels. Li Yojia had a look of gratitude on his face as he bowed respectfully in the direction he came from. He knew that this was Master Qin's way of repaying him. Perhaps in his lord's eyes it was just a casual reminder, but to Li Yojia, it was a turning point that could change his fate. He had already decided to immediately leave Dragon City and report to the main family in East Source. An hour later, Qin Yu carefully inspected the array and didn't find anything wrong. He cupped his hands together towards Elder One Eye and stepped into the transmission array. The array formation suddenly lit up and the surrounding space twisted. When the light faded away, Qin Yu's figure had vanished from sight. The one-eyed elder squinted his remaining eyeball and said faintly, "Have you locked onto the location of our honored guest?" After several breaths of time, a Shadow Clan cultivator hurried over. Reporting to Elder, "We have already captured the array formation mark." The one-eyed elder nodded. There was no need for him to intervene in the following matters. More than 400 shadow trees, including the 30 in his hands, had all just been cut down. There was no need to say what this meant. The Shadow Clan hadn't broken their promise. They only hoped to obtain more shadow trees from their honored guest. Not too far away from the hidden fog sect station, in a remote garden, space suddenly twisted and Qin Yu's figure appeared. Without any hesitation, he raised his head to determine the direction and headed straight for an eye-catching tree. Several breaths of time later, with the sound of violent spatial fluctuations, Qin Yu's feet rose and fell several times before he vanished into the layers of buildings. A moment later, a few figures appeared beside the teleportation array in the shadow of the tree. After completing its mission, it had self-destructed. One of them frowned and squatted down to examine it carefully. The teleportation array was a standard product that could be purchased as long as one had spirit stones. It was impossible to determine its origin. Based on the remnant patterns of the array, he determined that the teleportation range was more than 3,000 miles. He sighed softly in his heart. This person had already left Dragon City. Let's go and report to the Patriarch. Shwa, shwa, the few of them whistled away. At the witchcraft sect's encampment, Little Ancestor was stamping with rage. His eyes flashed with an ominous light as if he wanted to swallow someone whole. Trash. A bunch of trash. The cultivator who took away the dragon blood and dragon soul had quietly vanished, causing all of the witchcraft sect's preparations to fail. Below, the witchcraft sect cultivators kneeling on the ground lowered their heads, not daring to defend themselves. They allowed Little Ancestor to vent the anger in his chest. With Little Ancestor's personality, he clearly couldn't blame them for this matter. As long as they honestly admitted their guilt and were scolded, everything would soon pass. If they dared to defend themselves and contradict him, then they were truly tired of living. Everyone was well aware that the cultivator's sudden disappearance was inevitably related to the Shadow Clan. But no matter how they considered this matter, the witchcraft sect had no right to question the Shadow Clan. They had to eat this loss. That's right, in the minds of the witchcraft sect cultivators, allowing Qin Yu to escape with the dragon blood and dragon soul was the same as them suffering a loss. This was because these things originally belonged to them. Little Ancestor cursed for a long time. Then, he gasped for breath as he sat back down. He drank a mouthful of cold tea and finally couldn't hold himself back anymore. He ruthlessly smashed the teacup to the ground, shattering it. "You bastard, don't ever let me see you again, otherwise I'll make you beg for death." The dragon blood was fine, but the dragon soul was something he yearned for even in his dreams. As long as the witchcraft sect could obtain it, they could cultivate several powerful goo insects that had long since gone extinct. With Little Ancestor's status, he had the qualifications to participate in the distribution, But now, everything had become a bubble. Yundai obeyed her teacher's orders. She stayed in her room until the next morning. She could no longer suppress the torment in her heart and ran straight to the laboratory. When she arrived, there were already several guests in the laboratory. They were the Hidden Fog sect master, Elder C, and other high-level figures of the sect. Mr. Qin didn't participate in yesterday's auction. You really missed out on a grand event. As Yundai heard these first words, she was stunned. Luckily, she reacted quickly and bowed before anyone noticed. Greetings, teacher, sect master, and fellow elders. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Rise. Yundai stood up and moved to the side. Her tense heart quietly relaxed. It seemed that her teacher hadn't been discovered yet. The heavens were truly protecting her. Elder C said, Miss Yundai didn't participate in yesterday's auction, so you might not know what happened. The Shadow Clan put out a total of 3 items, and 2 of them were taken away by a mysterious cultivator. He is truly rich enough to rival a nation. I wonder which influence he comes from. Another elder said, That's right. I pity those people from the witchcraft sect. They were ruthlessly humiliated and didn't even have a chance to recover. That mysterious person didn't even take a single step out of the Shadow Clan's camp before vanishing without a trace. Ah! I heard that the witchcraft sect's little ancestor flew into a rage and cursed for an entire hour. The witchcraft sect master even accidentally broke his most beloved witchcraft-raising goo cup. Serves them right. The witchcraft sect has been increasingly rampant lately. This matter will suppress their arrogance. Everyone spoke up, gloating over the Hidden Fog sect's misfortune. Although the dragon blood, dragon soul, and dragon tooth were precious, they weren't essential to the Hidden Fog sect. Even if they couldn't obtain them, they wouldn't be too disappointed. Yundai barely managed to maintain her calm, but her mood was a bit strange. She didn't need to guess to know that the mysterious cultivator that Elder C and the others were talking about was the teacher that she was listening to with great interest and even asking questions from time to time. Looking at the oblivious Hidden Fog sect members, Yundai sighed inwardly. Not only was her teacher at the Grand Beast Trainer realm, but his acting skills were also top-notch. After joking around for some time, the Hidden Fog sect master coughed and said, Mr. Dragon City's Beast Arena will open today. Please enter at noon. Afterwards, I'll have to trouble you with everything. With a solemn expression, he stood up and earnestly bowed. Elder C and the others all had dignified expressions. They looked at him with anticipation in their eyes. If the Hidden Fog sect could have the last laugh, then all of them would obtain rich rewards. Qin Yu nodded. Sect Master, rest assured that I will do my best. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Whether it was because of the jade pendant in the reward for being the champion or because of the bet with the Dark Parliament, this Beast King war could only be won. Sensing Qin Yu's earnest and solemn expression, the Hidden Fog sect master relaxed. He took out a storage ring and said, This is all the items that the Hidden Fog sect won at the Shadow Clan's auction yesterday. Mr. can use them as you wish. He laid down the ring and stood up. I won't disturb Mr.'s rest any longer. Before you leave, I will send someone to inform you. He led Elder C and the others away. As a disciple, Yundai saw them off in place of her teacher. After the Hidden Fog sect master and the others left, Yundai turned and looked at the entrance to the laboratory. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. Teacher! She respectfully bowed. There were many puzzles in her heart, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't know if she should speak or not. She couldn't help but hesitate. Qin Yu glanced at her and said, Things are as you think. There was nothing more to say, but this was enough. Yundai was startled. Then, she revealed a moved expression. Teacher, rest assured that this disciple will keep her mouth shut and not reveal a single word to anyone. Qin Yu believed her words. Otherwise he wouldn't have allowed her to directly participate yesterday. The only bad thing was that Yundai knew that he had cultivated a massive number of shadow trees in less than 3 days. But for a time, Qin Yu couldn't find a reasonable explanation. He could only temporarily set it aside. Thinking for a moment, he said, Yundai, there are some things that I cannot tell you right now. But I have my own reasons. Right now, the most important matter for us is to win the Beast King War and win the bet with the Dark Parliament. Yundai respectfully bowed. Yes, teacher. Dragon City, in a courtyard, 2 figures were sitting across from each other. On a square wooden table in the middle was a complete and precious tea set. As boiling hot spirit spring water flowed into it, white steam rose up and the fragrance of tea filled the air. Please. The person on the left looked to be in his 30s. He had a handsome and elegant appearance. He smiled and spoke with a calm and gentle demeanor. The cultivator on the other side wore black robes that covered his entire body. He clenched his teeth and said, Just who are you? He had thought about this question for a long time but hadn't come up with any answers. That secret should have been completely annihilated by that saber strike in the past. But this person clearly knew. If he wasn't sure that since this person dared to appear in front of him, he would have made all the necessary preparations. Otherwise, he would have attacked and killed this person on the spot. The middle-aged cultivator pointed at the teacup. Spirit tea is precious and is bred from the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Fellow Taoist cannot disappoint it. The black-robed man was silent for a long time. Then, he grabbed the teacup, ignoring how hot it was, and drank it clean. I've finished drinking the tea. What do you want? Speak frankly. A moment later, the black-robed man walked out of the courtyard. He glanced back, his eyes filled with hatred. Then, he turned and left. Beside the wooden table, the middle-aged cultivator began to taste the second brew. Only now did the lingering charm of the spirit tea completely spread out. What a cow chewing on peonies. With a soft sigh, he slowly drank the tea in his cup and placed the teacup on the wooden table. The changes started from the cup in his palm, then the wooden table, and the rest of the tea set shattered silently, turning into powder on the ground. How could something that had been contaminated by the aura of such a mediocre person be used again? The middle-aged cultivator stood up and held his hands behind his back. His eyes were high and his lips curved up in a smile. To win a bet was an extremely simple matter, so why go through so much trouble? The several senators were far too cautious. Chapter 732. As noon approached, Qin Yu brought Yundai out of the laboratory. A cultivator led them to the main hall of the station. The people of the Hidden Fog sect were already waiting here. As they saw him arrive, they all stood up and bowed. Greetings, Mr. Ning Qin. Qin Yu nodded. Is it about to begin? Just as his voice fell, he felt the earth beneath his feet tremble. Immediately, a deep rumbling sound, like the roar of thunder from the distant horizon, poured into his ears and wildly impacted his eardrums. The Hidden Fog sect master sucked in a deep breath. The arena has opened. At this moment, if someone stood high up in the highest heavens and looked down at the towering Dragon City, they would discover that at the edge of the city's massive square, there were countless cultivators standing around. All of them were staring at the square with shock on their faces. In the massive square, tiles rose up one after another, turning into massive arches that curved outwards as if they were supporting the invisible vault of heaven. The central terrain sank down, turning into a massive platform. The surrounding terrain formed a ring that rose higher and higher. In each ring, the tiles had now turned into giant stone chairs. The area was incomparably large. It was hard to imagine just what sort of body was needed to sit on these stone chairs. And in front of these stone chairs, there were 7 enormous round tables that were raised by stones. At the very front of each round table, there was a raised stone chair that overlooked the entire beast fighting arena. This was where the 7 great sects would descend. In just several breaths of time, an astonishingly large arena that exuded an ancient aura rose up from the ground, appearing in front of the world. Outside the arena, the countless cultivators that saw all of this flushed red, their hearts surging with emotions. This was simply a scene comparable to a miracle. And this was only the beginning of today's climax. Dragon City's arena had opened and the 7 great sects were about to enter. But they didn't know who would be the first to trade and obtain the qualifications for a buy on the first day. I am optimistic about the Witchcraft sect. Although they were suppressed by the Hidden Fog sect before entering the city, they are definitely hiding their strength. That's right, the Witchcraft sect's spirit beasts are powerful and cruel. They are bloodthirsty and don't fear death. Moreover, they have all sorts of strange methods and are extremely difficult to deal with. Compared to everyone else, I am more optimistic about Radiant's temple. I heard that a few years ago, they captured a greater demon with shocking strength in a certain ruin. Now they've already tamed it to become the sect's spiritual beast, and they're determined to win the Beast King battle this time. Everyone, you have to keep your eyes open and carefully choose the side you want to support. Once the Beast King battle ends, the camp of the champions will receive a collective gift from Dragon City. Ha ha ha. Of course. If it wasn't for this, how could I have brought my disciples over from afar to watch the battle? A towering, mountain-like cultivator crossed his arms and said, "The Colosseum has opened. The 7 great sects will enter the arena with their own means. It won't be too late to make a decision after seeing their performance." As soon as his voice fell, a ruthless aura suddenly rushed into the heavens from the southwest direction of Dragon City. Black mist madly gathered in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into black clouds that covered the sky, causing the world to darken. Within the black clouds, there was a giant shadow tumbling about. It blended into the clouds, making it impossible to see its appearance. But from the trajectory of the tumbling fog, it wasn't difficult to see that it was astonishingly large. A pair of crimson eyes appeared in the black fog, like a torrential sea of blood, as it looked out in all directions. Then, there was a loud roar that swept out in all directions, causing ripples to appear in space, as if it were a sea of tumbling waves. It's the Witchcraft sect. As I thought, they were hiding their strength. This spirit beast is so strong that it makes one's heart race. It's too terrifying. Soon after, from the west of Dragon City, a resonant sword cry shot into the heavens. Trillions of sword lights shot into the skies, forming a straight beam of light. Within this pillar of light, a single eye appeared. It was silvery white in color, without the slightest bit of impurities. As this eye fell, one could clearly feel the annihilating aura contained within it. It was as if all living things in the world would be torn to pieces if they fell into it. Limitless Sword Sect. I heard that this sect has a strange beast that followed the previous sword sect master to cultivate for over 5,000 years. Its spiritual wisdom has been unlocked, and it has condensed its own sword intent. It has the title of Sword Sect Vice Sect Master, and with a single eye it can cause the heavens and earth to collapse. This is clearly the strange beast that condensed its sword intent. My family's inherited sword arts have always boasted of their brilliance, but now I don't dare to look directly at this eye. I fear that the sword intent in my body will boil. It is simply terrifying to the extreme. A bird cry sounded out. It carried with it a cold arrogance, a tyrannical aura that suppressed all. To the northeast of Dragon City, motes of starlight appeared in the skies, gently falling down like goose feathers. The starlight gathered in the air, turning into a large snow-white bird with a laurel crown on its head. Its wings were spread open, exuding a noble aura. It's where Radiant's temple is. This must be the rumored great monster that was subdued several years ago. I didn't think it would be a Phoenix Luan. It isn't a purebred Phoenix Luan. Rather, it has undergone some sort of mutation that gives it the ability to communicate with the stars. To cause a change in the weather, this is something that only a top spirit beast can do. Before they even entered the arena, The competition between the 7 great sects had already begun. They had to display their strength to attract the attention of the cultivators in the city and have them join their side. This was because the number of cultivators they attracted was also the key to obtaining the first position. Within the hidden fog sect station, they could feel powerful auras erupting from all directions as well as the cries of surprise coming from the center of Dragon City. The faces of the hidden fog sect people flushed red and their hearts raced. Everyone's eyes gathered on them. The hidden fog sect master took a deep breath. He said, "Let's go." He looked at Qin Yu and saw the latter shake his head. Without hesitation, he stepped out. Behind him, everyone from the hidden fog sect, including Qin Yu and Yun Dai, followed. Pa, the sound of their footsteps gradually became unified. A bold and confident aura was released from everyone's bodies, gathering together as a signal to charge forward. Roar with a deep roar, the dark star ice serpent's aura erupted. In the skies above the hidden fog sect station, it condensed into a giant figure. It was shaped like a flood dragon and had a pair of sharp claws beneath its abdomen. Between its 2 eyes, a silver-white horn stretched out like a spear. Within its giant eyes, silver-white runes appeared. It was cold and indifferent, possessing the aura of a king. As it panted, a faint white fog appeared between its nose and mouth. The temperature in the air rapidly fell and countless icicles condensed, dancing around it. It's the hidden fog sect. This is the spirit beast that suppressed the witchcraft sect outside the city gates. This spirit beast is called the Dark Star Ice Serpent. Just as the rumors say, it is terrifyingly strong. Look at the icicles surrounding its body. Just one of them is enough to freeze a river. What a pity, the hidden fog sect was too impatient. After being provoked by the witchcraft sect, they revealed their trump card. Now that everyone knows that the Dark Star Ice Serpent is skilled in ice-attribute supernatural powers, I fear they've already made preparations. That's true, otherwise the Dark Star Ice Serpent might have had a chance to compete for the position of chief. Of the cultivators that gathered at Dragon City to watch the battle, there were many with keen eyes. They could naturally sense that the Dark Star Ice Serpent wasn't ordinary. Thus, they felt it was a pity. For a spirit beast whose attribute had been figured out, as long as there were methods to counter it, it would be enough to offset most of its threat. Many people sneered inwardly. The hidden fog sect, humph, how stupid! Moonkeep Tower, Mount Fuyao, and the Blue Origin sect attacked one after another. Now all 7 great sects had appeared. With Dragon City's arena as the center, 7 phantoms of powerful spirit beasts appeared in 7 directions. They stirred up the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth, their roars and roars like raging waves. As if by prior agreement, the phantoms of the 7 spirit beasts advanced towards the arena. Invisible energies collided, causing the skies to change colors. Black clouds, sword light, ice and snow, astral winds, all sorts of strange phenomena collided, causing one's heart to race and their minds to be filled with excitement. In the past Beast King Wars, the opening ceremonies had always been spectacular. The 7 great sects used the spirit beasts to display their strength, resisting and suppressing each other. Suddenly, a deep roar erupted. A black fog appeared out of thin air, carrying with it a formidable corrosive attribute as it wrapped around the Dark Star Ice Serpent. Cries of alarm sounded out. The witchcraft sect has taken action. Their goal is indeed the hidden fog sect. These 2 sects have a deep grudge between them. Every time they meet, there will be a battle. The witchcraft sect's spirit beast hasn't been exposed yet, but looking at its aura, it is absolutely powerful. The Dark Star Ice Serpent might not be able to resist it. Indeed, although the witchcraft sect is cruel and ruthless, they rarely do things they aren't sure of. Since they have taken action, they must have made preparations. The hidden fog sect master frowned. Everyone behind him had nervous expressions. After the Dark Star Ice Serpent had fully recovered, they hadn't seen it fight yet. Moreover, The one attacking them now was the strange and cruel witchcraft sect. Under her sleeves, Yun-Dai subconsciously clenched her fist. She stared at the dark star ice serpent that was wrapped in black fog. At that moment, the roiling black mist with terrifying corrosive properties froze on the spot, as though it had been frozen in time. Then, traces of white frost wrapped around the black fog. The dark star ice serpent swept out its body, breaking it apart and causing countless fragments to explode in all directions. It looked up, its eyes locking onto the witchcraft sect's spirit beast. Silver runes began to flow in its eyes. In the next moment, the black fog that wrapped around the witchcraft sect's spirit beast began to violently tumble about. One could clearly feel a bone-chilling aura emitting from within. There was an angry roar mixed with pain. Within the tumbling black fog, the dark star ice serpent's blood-red eyes locked onto its target. Although the icy cold aura soon dissipated, everyone knew that in a situation where it had taken the initiative to launch a surprise attack, the witchcraft sect's spirit beast had been suppressed instead. In that moment, many people looked at the dark star ice serpent with surprise in their eyes. It had instantly broken through the witchcraft sect's spirit beast's attack and then launched a counterattack without hesitation. During this process, the strength it displayed was far greater than expected. Could it be that it had something else hidden? Yun-Dai let out a deep breath. She discovered that at the same time, there were many others that had the same reaction as her. When their breaths overlapped, it was especially obvious. Her face flushed red and she secretly blamed herself. Others didn't know her teacher's strength, so it was understandable for them to be unsteady. But she was her teacher's only disciple, so how could she be the same as everyone else? She nervously looked at her teacher. He seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at her. His expression was as light as ever, without a single ripple in his eyes. Thinking about it, in her teacher's eyes, this was a minor matter not worth mentioning at all. The dark star ice serpent that he had personally raised could withstand any challenge. Yun-Dai's heart became increasingly ashamed. Because of today's atmosphere, her unstable heart actually began to calm down. Chapter 733. 7 great sects had gathered in Dragon City to compete in the arena. The Hidden Fog sect was only one of them. It wasn't the center of everyone's attention. Since the dark star ice serpent was tyrannically strong, he wouldn't provoke it for the time being. The grudges between the 7 great sects were deep and deep. They would eventually find a suitable target to attack. A clear and melodious sword cry resounded through the surroundings. It was like a piercingly cold river that recklessly surged forward beneath a thick layer of ice in midwinter. It slid past everyone's minds and brought along a shiver that reached the depths of their souls. The Limitless Sword sect's spirit beasts attacked, and their sword intent locked onto Radiant's temple. The Shadow Clan's dragon tooth had been stolen from them, so how could they not care? The Phoenix Luan's eyes were indifferent and dignified. It swung its sword at the sky and spread its wings to protect itself. A faint white light was emitted from its feathers. The invisible sword slashed down. White light floated around Feng Luan's body. Tiny ripples appeared, like the surface of a lake being blown by a breeze. Gentle, calm, and unhurried, she resisted all the destructive power. In the next moment, the Phoenix Luan spread its wings, and a gale suddenly rose above the 9 heavens, forming a huge whirlpool. Dark cyan wind blades slashed down, dense like a summer storm. Since the Limitless Sword sect wanted to use Radiant's temple to establish their might, they naturally had to withstand their counterattack. The sword chime became even louder, as if there was a giant sword standing in the world. The body of the sword trembled incessantly, and the torrential sword light whizzed out like a river bursting its banks. The azure wind saber and the silver-white sword ray collided violently in the air, tearing the space apart and forming countless tiny cracks, causing the cultivators outside the arena to exclaim. The spirit beast that Qingyuan Zone condensed into was a cyan ape. It clenched its fists and beat its chest. Dong! 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 The deep sound was like the roar of a big drum. When the sound wave spread out, it stirred up the spirit energy of the heavens and earth, the illusionary image of a mountain range condensed in the air, as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens, straight towards the direction of Mount Fu Yao. As the azure water rippled, a large fish wantonly flipped about. However, the difference was that this fish had horns on its head, and the long whiskers at the side of its lips were golden, undulating in the water. It was a dragonfish with the blood of the dragon clan flowing through its veins. As it stared at the azure ape, its long tail slammed viciously into the azure waves. Rumble, between the heavens and the earth, there was the sound of raging waves, as if one was in a sea. In the void, a giant wave appeared out of thin air, with the power to crush all things, and collided with the suppressive mountain shadow. The two sides were in the middle of a fierce battle. The faint and hazy moonlight suddenly shone down from the sky, enveloping the mountains and the waves. One of the 7 great sects, the most low-key and mysterious Moonkeep Tower, made its move. In the blink of an eye, it had become a 3-way melee. Before they even entered the Colosseum, the clash between the 7 great sects had already begun. They all wanted to suppress their opponents and gain more attention. At the same time, the incarnations formed by the 7 spirit beasts continued to advance toward the center of Dragon City, gradually approaching the edge of the Colosseum. The large number of cultivators outside witnessed the exciting battle between the spirit beasts. Their eyes lit up and they gradually made up their minds. The battle in the Colosseum was a battle between the 7 great sects, but it was also closely related to the cultivators who watched the battle. It was the collective gift from Dragon City. Every time the Colosseum was opened, the final winner would be called the champion, and the 7 sects would be the final winners. When the time came, the cultivators who supported the champion would obtain a baptism of dragon energy. After absorbing it, it would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation. Thus, choosing a side to support was a very important matter. A cultivator needed to make their own judgment. Once they made their choice, they couldn't change it midway. As the 7 great sects approached, the cultivators surrounding the Colosseum began to move. They moved towards the direction they had chosen, leaving 7 entrances to the Colosseum. I choose the Limitless Sword Sect. I also choose the Limitless Sword Sect. That spirit beast that has cultivated for over 5,000 years is terrifyingly strong. I can definitely win. Otherwise, I am more optimistic about that Phoenix Luan from Radiance Temple. After it mutated, it was able to stir up the stars. This is a phenomenon that only a king of beasts can have. The Blue Origin Sect's great ape can mobilize the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth to condense the 9 heavens mountain shadow. Its strength cannot be underestimated. Mount Fu Yao's dragonfish has the ability to control the water essence of the heavens and earth. Its tail can stir up great waves. It is also extremely fierce. The Witchcraft Sect seems to have suffered a setback, but with their secretive style, they are certainly hiding something. Moonkeep Tower can control moonlight spirit beasts. Their movements are unpredictable, so they must be formidable. Everyone began to speak, but very few people mentioned the Hidden Fog Sect. It wasn't that the Dark Star Ice Serpent wasn't strong enough, but that it had been exposed ahead of time. The other 6 sects would inevitably guard against it. Originally, with the strength that the Dark Star Ice Serpent had displayed, it had the qualifications to compete for the position of champion. But because of the Hidden Fog Sect's stupidity, it had become the side with the smallest chance. Unless they had a deep connection to the Hidden Fog Sect or there was some other reason, no one would choose them. After everyone chose their respective locations, the Limitless Sword Sect, Witchcraft Sect, and Radiance Temple had the most supporters. The Blue Origin Sect, Mount Fu Yao, and Moonkeep Tower were slightly behind. The Hidden Fog Sect's square formation had less than 30% of the total number of cultivators. As for the Limitless Sword Sect, they only had a bit more than 20%. As the division became clear, The cultivators that stood with the hidden fog sect began to reveal expressions of unease and hesitation. In the crowd, a white-haired and wrinkled old man stamped his feet. He lowered his voice and said, "Although my family has received graciousness from the hidden fog sect, we cannot risk the future of our juniors. Follow behind me, we are going to the Limitless Sword Sect's square formation." Behind him, the two young cultivators were pleasantly surprised as they hurriedly followed the old man out. "Aya, it's not that we don't want to support you, but that this is the trend of the times. If we continue to persist, it won't be of any use." The middle-aged cultivator sighed. He turned and walked towards the witchcraft sect. The number of cultivators that chose a side was the most important factor in determining who obtained the first position. And the true meaning of the first position was that one could obtain immunity from the first round of battles. In this competition between the 7 great sects, there would always be an empty team in pairs. This was the privilege that the first position holder could enjoy. It was also because of this that the opening ceremony of the arena was so exciting. The 7 great sects all wanted to take first place. Once one obtained immunity from the first round, not only would they be able to wait for the enemy to exhaust themselves, but they would also be able to watch the spirit beasts of the 6 sects fight from the sidelines and obtain information. There was no need to explain the significance of this. Although obtaining the first position didn't necessarily mean that one could become the champion, the chances were much higher. Regarding this point, the results of the previous Beast King Wars were the best proof. Today, the Hidden Fog sect had already revealed their decline, and they no longer had any chance of obtaining the first position. Those that wanted to obtain Dragon City's gift naturally weren't willing to stay behind. The number of people decreased again and again. Finally, there were less than 100 people left in the Hidden Fog sect's square formation. Facing the playful gazes from all around, these people were filled with bitterness and had no choice but to lower their heads. They all had their own reasons, and they had no choice but to express their support for the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, as long as there was even the slightest possibility, they wouldn't have stayed behind. Dragon City's gift. How many people had worked hard to travel hundreds of millions of miles to come here in order to fight for this lucky chance? But they were doomed to return empty-handed. With the sound of footsteps, the cultivators of the 7 great sects arrived at the arena at nearly the same time. At the front, the Hidden Fog sect master's complexion changed and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. Behind him, everyone's eyes widened. After a moment of shock, they were left speechless with embarrassment. In the massive Dragon City, it was unknown how many cultivators had gathered here, but there were less than 100 people standing in the Hidden Fog sect's camp. And of these people, almost all of them had connections. It was truly shameful. As for the reason, everyone already knew. After entering Dragon City for several days, it was hard not to hear about it. Some eyes fell on Chinyu. After all, on the day they entered the city, he was the one who had controlled the Dark Star Ice Serpent to attack. It was inevitable that there would be some resentment. However, because of Chinyu's status as a Grand Master, they only revealed a little bit of it and didn't dare to say a single word. Yundai sensed the changes in the expressions of the Hidden Fog sect people. Her breathing deepened and anger appeared on her face. These people had gone too far. On that day, it was clearly the Hidden Fog sect that had asked her teacher to help them restore faith. But now they were complaining instead. If her teacher knew this would happen, he would have just stood by and watched as they were defeated and embarrassed. Of course, Yundai had selectively forgotten that she had agreed with her teacher on that day to teach the witchcraft sect a lesson. The Hidden Fog sect master coughed. He turned and cupped his hands together. "Mister, I'll leave everything to you." With things having come to this point, there was no use in blaming him. He could only choose to believe in Chinyu and help the Hidden Fog sect reach the end. After all, this was a true Grand Master realm expert. Hearing the sect master's reminder, the Hidden Fog sect people regained their composure. They quickly restrained their emotions and relaxed their complexions. That's right, they had a Grand Master helping them. Even if the other sects knew of the Dark Star Ice Serpent's strength ahead of time, they still had a chance. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu had a calm expression. Sect Master, rest assured that I have my own plans. Who could have guessed that outside of Dragon City, he had deliberately used the conflict with the witchcraft sect to expose his strength. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's strength attribute. If it weren't for this, how could he have given them such a pleasant surprise at the critical moment? This opponent was certainly the Dark Parliament. To put it bluntly, he didn't place these people from the 7 great sects in his eyes at all. In the Beast King War, if the Hidden Fog sect wanted to win, Qin Yu had no other choice. How could he not be diligent? As for the Hidden Fog sect people, he could feel the faint emotions they revealed, but he didn't care at all. In the end, both sides were only partners. Moreover, he didn't have much of a favorable impression of the Hidden Fog sect to begin with. After this cooperation, they would never see each other again. Or, even if they did, they would only be passers-by. Was there a need for him to care about them? This Beast King War is truly interesting. It hasn't even officially begun, and one side has already been eliminated. The witchcraft sect master wore rainbow-colored robes. He didn't seem funny at all. Rather, he was dignified and dignified, leaving one in awe. At this time, he slowly spoke. Although he didn't point out a name, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see who he was targeting. The witchcraft sect and the Hidden Fog sect had accumulated grudges for many years. Although they seemed peaceful on the surface, they actually clashed in secret. Their hands were stained with the blood of the other. Now that there was a chance to strike the Hidden Fog sect while they were down, the witchcraft sect master naturally wouldn't miss this chance. Chapter 734. Outside Dragon City, the two sects had already clashed on the flying boat. The witchcraft sect had taken the initiative to attack, but in the end they had been suppressed by the Hidden Fog sect's Dark Star Ice Serpent. Not only had they not lost face, but they had been snubbed instead. Afterwards, at the Shadow Clan auction, the witchcraft sect had been played by that hateful and mysterious cultivator. They had lost all face and had become the laughingstock of all. Thus, the witchcraft sect was already filled with resentment, and now they were venting all of it on the Hidden Fog sect. All of them felt refreshed. They looked down from above, thinking that these people from the Hidden Fog sect had revealed their trump cards in a moment of anger. They were truly stupid, and now their intestines were green with regret. The Limitless Sword sect, Radiance Temple, Mount Fuyao, Blue Origin sect, Moonkeep Tower, and everyone else looked over, their expressions indifferent. No matter what angle they considered it from, it was a good thing for the witchcraft sect and the Hidden Fog sect to become enemies with each other. The Limitless Sword sect's master lightly said, "Everyone, since the arena has opened, there is no need to delay. After you and I enter, let's continue our battle." The Limitless Sword sect had never placed much importance on words. In this world, the only decisive factor was one's own strength. Of course, another reason was that the Limitless Sword sect had the most supporters. They already occupied the advantage, so they had to act as soon as possible. As long as they stepped into the arena, they would no longer be able to change their stance. The Limitless Sword sect's master's eyes shined. "Everyone, thank you for your trust in the Limitless Sword sect. My sect will not disappoint you. Please follow us into the beast fighting arena." He took the lead. Invisible stone steps seemed to rise beneath his feet. Step by step, he rose into the air until he finally landed on the Limitless Sword sect's round platform. The Limitless Sword sect's master didn't hesitate. He sat down on the stone chair at the very front. Every movement he made exuded a dignified and swift momentum, as if the position of champion was already in the bag. Behind him, the cultivators that supported the Limitless Sword sect all landed on the giant stone chairs. Each chair could hold nearly 1,000 people. From this, it could be seen just how massive it was. The witchcraft sect master sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He was dissatisfied with the limitless sword sect's actions, but he didn't say anything. He waved his hand and led the cultivators of his sect into the arena. The limitless sword sect had many supporters, but their witchcraft sect also had many supporters. Although there was a gap, it was not impossible to catch up. After all, although the number of supporters was an important factor in the ownership of the first position, it was not the only key point. No one knew who would emerge victorious. The Hidden Fog sect master only faintly furrowed his eyebrows before composing himself. He had been a bit quiet today, as if he had been disturbed by the atmosphere and wasn't in a good mood. He exhaled and said, "Let's go in too." The people from the Hidden Fog sect sighed inwardly. They didn't have any extravagant hopes of obtaining a buy on the first day. They only hoped that the Dark Star Ice Serpent would give them a pleasant surprise once the battle began. However, when the other 6 sects set out, they all had many supporters and their momentum was overwhelming. When it was the Hidden Fog sect's turn, there were less than 100 people. If there was no comparison, then there was no harm. Even though the Hidden Fog sect cultivators tried their best to maintain their calm, their faces still felt hot. This situation was indeed very awkward. When the 7 sects entered the arena, this contrast reached its peak. There were less than 100 supporters, each one standing on an empty chair. It was like a delicious meat pie with lots of fillings. But when it came to the Hidden Fog sect, it was missing a piece. The cultivators of the other sects glanced over with amusement. Although they didn't mock them like the witchcraft sect did, they were all thinking the same thing. In today's opening ceremony, there was no hope for the Hidden Fog sect to compete for the first position. Behind Radiance Temple's round platform, on the first giant stone chair, the area with the best view, the people of the Shadow Clan had separated out a space. But at this time, no one expressed any dissatisfaction. This was because everyone knew that the lucky and mysterious Shadow Clan Saintess was among them. If even the 7 great sects had to send gifts, then how could an existence that worked hard to build relationships be ordinary? At this time, a female cultivator flew up from the round platform. She wore a snow-white dress that didn't have a single blemish. Her skin was fair and her temperament was like that of an immortal. She landed outside the area that the Shadow Clan had separated out and warmly said, "On the orders of my sect master, I invite your Highness Saintess to enter the round platform to watch the battle." The Shadow Clan people scattered to reveal Jolie. She wore an exquisite dress and her hair was combed up. The phantom of a dragon swam between her eyebrows, adding a touch of nobility to her already beautiful appearance. She nodded slightly and said, "I'll have to trouble Fairy Maiden to tell the sect master that Jolie is not a cultivator of Radiance Temple and doesn't wish to break the rules of the arena. She can stay here." The female cultivator smiled. She didn't insist. "All right." She turned and flew away. The Shadow Clan Saintess was optimistic about Radiance Temple. It was clear that she would be able to set a good example and pull in many cultivators. This could be considered helpful to Radiance Temple, thus there was this scene of her returning the favor. Since Jolie wasn't willing, then he would respect her choice. Of course, this didn't mean that this matter was over. After the Beast King War, no matter what the result was, Radiance Temple would use this as an excuse to continue contacting Jolie. If they could be on good terms with the Shadow Clan Saintess, then it would be beneficial to Radiance Temple. Ji-Yun smiled as he looked at Jolie calmly dealing with the situation. His fondness for her nearly overflowed. She was indeed born to be a noble person. Her learning speed was extremely fast. However, he wouldn't say anything nor would he say anything. Jolie already knew of his identity. The two of them were now well matched and their relationship was becoming increasingly harmonious. As long as he let nature take its course, success would follow its natural course. Jolie, today's opening ceremony was quite wonderful. The only pity is that the Hidden Fog sect was too impatient and ruined their good situation. They have already been eliminated early in the struggle for first place. No wonder my father once said that the Hidden Fog sect is getting worse with each generation and that there are signs of their decline. In this Beast King War, the Hidden Fog sect will have many disputes to deal with. If their ranking is too poor, I fear they will lose several pieces of their flesh. In my opinion, if the Hidden Fog sect doesn't have a pillar to support them, then I fear it won't be too many years before they fall into decline. Jolie slowly nodded. She swept her eyes around and was startled. She frowned, a bit of hesitation in her eyes. Then, she shook her head. She must have been overthinking things. How could he possibly appear in the Hidden Fog sect? Moreover, looking at where this person was standing, it was clear he had an extremely high status. It should only be their appearance that was similar. After all, this world was vast and there were trillions upon trillions of humans. It was possible to find two people with the exact same appearance and figure. Qin Yu turned around and whispered several words into Yundai's ear. She nodded and turned to leave. Not long after, Yundai returned with a jade slip in her hand. Teacher, I've already inquired about the matter of the first place seat in the arena. But, with her teacher's status, how could she not know about such an important matter? Doubt flashed in her heart. Yundai didn't think too much about it. She lowered her voice and began to explain. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. After hearing first day, he knew the crux of the matter. This was simply cheating. Whoever obtained the first place seat would have a much higher chance of becoming the champion. But now, because the Dark Star Ice Serpent had exposed its strength ahead of time, no one favored the Hidden Fog sect. In the struggle for first place, they had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. But even though Qin Yu knew of today's situation, he didn't regret his actions that day. Compared to scheming against the Dark Parliament, it was worth it even if he lost the first day. Moreover, there was still a chance to reverse the current situation. Qin Yu looked up. Beneath the black robes, his deep eyes fell on the arena. The Sword Sect Master looked around, his awe-inspiring momentum overflowing. Everyone, if there are no objections, then today the Limitless Sword Sect will throw out a brick to attract jade. On the stone chairs in the back, the eyes of the supporters brightened. They all revealed looks of anticipation. Without waiting for a reply, the Sword Sect Master flicked his sleeve. With a flash of light, a strange beast appeared in front of him. It was shaped like a lizard and its entire body was covered in crystalline scales. Beneath the sunlight, it shined with a dazzling halo. At this time, its 2 feet were on the ground, walking straight like a person. And what was even more surprising was that its forelimbs were grasping a long sword. The surface of the sword was sparkling like a flowing lake. Wisps of dense coldness immediately flowed out from it. It turned its head and glanced at the Sword Sect Master. The latter slowly nodded. In the next moment, a sword light flashed. It was as dazzling as the arrival of a sun, so bright that no one could look straight at it. Then, the sword light was like a waterfall. It pierced through space and crashed into the arena. Ah! Countless people cried out in alarm. They could feel the aura of annihilation coming from this sword. It was truly worthy of being called the Sword Sect Master. It was rumored that it had cultivated for over 5,000 years and comprehended sword intent on its own. Just how terrifying was its strength? Ripples suddenly appeared in the space above the arena. 10 rings of light appeared, gradually deepening in color. The first layer was pale white and the 10th was pitch black like ink. At this time, sword light fell down from the heavens, cutting into the rings of light. It cut through the first 5 layers, but when it reached the 6th layer, the rings were as dark as fog. As the sword light fell in, it violently trembled. The Sword Sect Master clenched his fist. In the next moment, there was a loud explosion as the 6th layer of light shattered. Good! He shouted out loud, a smile on his face. The Sword Sect cultivators behind him all had looks of ecstasy. Breaking 6 layers with one sword and adding on the most supporters, It would at least be rated as a 7-ring beast. At this moment, as the sword light dissipated, the rings of light disappeared in the air. A round stone flew out and was caught by the sword sect master. He looked down and the smile on his face became even brighter. It was indeed a 7-ring beast. It had to be known that in the last 3 years of the Beast King battle, 7-ring was the highest result in the fight for first place. No wonder the sword sect cultivators were so excited. It meant that they had almost locked in victory in advance. The limitless sword sect really lives up to its name. They didn't betray our trust. Ha ha ha, I can't wait for the gift from Dragon City. Cheers erupted from the crowd at the back. On the other hand, the other 6 sects were silent. Looking at the cheering sword sect people, most of them had bitter expressions. The sword sect master clenched the stone bead, his eyes flashing. Everyone, if you don't have the confidence, don't waste your energy. He was full of confidence, and forfeiting was allowed in this round. The sword sect beast made its move. Its sword pierced through the air and was rated as a 7-ring beast. In the silence, no one thought that the second to make a move against the sword sect's pressure would be Moonkeep Tower. Chapter 735. The Moonkeep Tower master that everyone looked at was a tall and slender woman with an extremely ordinary appearance. This was a rare sight amongst high-level cultivators. In the long life of cultivation, as long as one wanted to change their appearance, it wasn't difficult at all. There were even times when one would uncontrollably try to beautify themselves. For instance, Qin Yu's current appearance had undergone a great change. This was a hidden benefit that naturally came with the rise in his level of life. The Moonkeep Tower master's current appearance was either an illusion or she was deliberately suppressing the changes in her appearance. No matter which possibility it was, in Qin Yu's opinion she was a formidable existence. For a woman to not even care about her own appearance, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her terrifying. Her will must be extremely firm. If such a person dared to follow behind the limitless sword sect despite the pressure, it could be seen that she had some degree of confidence in herself. At this time, she lifted a hand and slashed forwards. A crack appeared in space and a black shadow howled out. Moonkeep Tower's strongest spirit beast was exposed in front of everyone. Low cries sounded out from all directions. Moon-worshipping beast! No, this isn't an ordinary moon-worshipping beast. Look at the mark between its eyebrows, that is clearly a shrunken crescent moon. Everyone, have you discovered that after this beast appeared, the light between the heavens and earth dimmed a little? This is interfering with yin and yang. It hadn't truly emitted its aura, but just by standing here it had already interfered with the revolution of yin and yang. This was an ability that only top spirit beasts could possess. It was comparable to the Phoenix Luan from Radiance Temple that could stir up the stars. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Moonkeep Tower dared to be the second to attack. It was because they had enough confidence in themselves. No one dared to underestimate a spirit beast that could interfere with yin and yang. A cold light flashed deep in the sword sect master's eyes. Begin. The Moonkeep Tower master lightly said. The moon-worshipping beast faced the arena and prostrated itself on the ground. It emitted different syllables of varying lengths, each one filled with a mystical charm. In the skies above Dragon City, the light gradually dimmed. Darkness sprinkled down like thick ink, submerging everything. Soon after, a speck of light appeared in the darkness. It was cold, desolate, and carried an aura of eternity and eternity. Radiance spread outwards. An enormous full moon suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes just like that. It was located in the middle of the sky, temporarily replacing the great sun's function. Its slightly cold moonlight scattered over all of Dragon City. The moon-worshipping beast raised its head. The crescent moon between its brows lit up like a whirlpool, attracting the moonlight that filled the entire Dragon City. Thus, after a short period of light, the huge Dragon City once again fell into darkness. The endless moonlight gathered in the sky above the Colosseum, becoming brighter and brighter. In the end, it seemed to surpass the sun, turning into a huge blazing fireball. The light was so bright that people couldn't look at it directly. Countless cultivators were blinded by the piercing moonlight. Tears streamed down their red and swollen eyes, but none of them were willing to close their eyes. They were all waiting for the next heaven-shaking, earth-shattering blow. Moon bow! It was unknown which cultivator cried out in alarm. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as tears flowed down their cheeks. Ignoring the burning moonlight, they tried their best to open their eyes wide. And indeed, in that blazing moonlight, the phantom of a bough appeared. It was like an invisible hand was slowly pulling it back. Thus, the blinding light rapidly vanished from sight. It gathered on the bowstring, turning into a small and delicate arrow. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, but it was far too fast. It seemed as if it had just started before it came to an abrupt stop. In the Colosseum, the 10 halos that had vanished reappeared. The moonlight arrow broke through with unstoppable force, instantly shattering the first 5 halos. The 6th halo of light was dark and gloomy like fog. Now, it violently tumbled about like raging wave. The moonlight arrow was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow it. It appeared in front of everyone once more. Half of it had sunk into the 6th halo of light and the arrowhead was trembling. This scene caused everyone in the Colosseum to suck in a breath of cold air. Countless eyes widened and their jaws nearly hit the ground. At this time, the moonlight arrow's trembling arrowhead began to break apart. The nervous sword faction members were overjoyed, but their complexions immediately changed. This was because the collapse of the arrow didn't mean that it had lost strength. On the contrary, it was like a booster that had been ignited. The arrowhead instantly tore through the dark and gloomy 6th halo of light. The arrowhead ruthlessly smashed into the 7th halo of light and then collapsed, vanishing into nothingness. The 10 halos vanished and a round stone rapidly flew forwards. The Moonkeep Tower Master lifted a hand and caught it. Although it was immediately put away, the 7 rings on it were still clearly visible to everyone. 7 rings. 7 rings. Another 7 rings. In the past 3 Beast King Wars, they had suppressed all sides with result. Now 2 of them had appeared. Did this mean that today would be a fierce struggle between tigers and dragons? Even if the following 5 sects didn't perform well enough, they would still be able to gather together a great drama today. There was only one first seat. 2 sects were tied at 7 rings. They would need to undergo a battle to determine the final victor. The sword faction master had an indifferent expression. His eyes were as cold as a sword's edge. Moonkeep Tower Master, good methods. I admire you. Beside him, a lizard beast wielding a long sword locked its eyes onto the moon-worshipping beast. Invisible sword intent shook around it, ripping apart space and leaving long cracks in it. The moon-worshipping beast's eyes were as calm as a lake, without the slightest ripple. It looked back and the 2 spirit beasts' gazes met. There was no other movement. The air between the heavens and earth suddenly stagnated. It was like flowing water in the middle of winter, about to freeze in the extreme cold. Good! This is truly worthy of being the Moonkeep Tower. I knew it! The most low-key and mysterious member of the 7 great sects must have a deep background. Behind them, the cultivators of the moon-worshipping tower were wild with joy and cheering. When the Limitless Sword sect obtained 7 rings, they had already given up all hope. Who would have thought that there would be a reversal of fortune? Although they still needed to undergo a fierce battle to determine the final victor, at least they had a high chance of winning. It had condensed the legendary moon bow, a supreme weapon hidden between the heavens and earth. This moon-worshipping beast of the Moonkeep Tower had the qualifications to compete for the position of Beast King. As the moon-worshipping tower was celebrating, the atmosphere in the arena became even more gloomy. The cultivators of the 5 sects that hadn't yet made their move all felt oppressed. That was 2 7 rings. After the Limitless Sword sect and moon-worshipping tower, who would dare to be the third to make a move? If their performance wasn't good and they were compared to the other two sects, they would be stripped of all face in front of everyone and their reputation would be swept to the ground. The brief silence was soon broken. The witchcraft sect coldly sneered, "Since none of you are willing to go first, then I will be the third." He stepped on the ground and black energy gushed out, turning into a giant black hole. With a cruel roar, an incomparably fierce giant scorpion that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of everyone. Its eyes were blood-red like a tumbling sea of blood. Its entire body was filled with an aura of slaughter and annihilation, as if it wanted to destroy everything it saw. The scorpion's momentum was great, but facing two seven rings, the witchcraft sect master felt a sense of oppression. He took a deep breath and lifted a finger. The dozens of feet tall fierce and cruel giant crab trembled. It turned its head, the witchcraft sect master's figure reflected in its eyes. It roared out loud, as if it were filled with fear and resentment. The witchcraft sect master was expressionless. He looked at the giant crab's blood-red eyes. After several breaths of silence, he looked away and roared, a deep sorrow in his voice. The giant crab's abdomen wriggled and 5 white eggs fell to the ground. With the sound of tearing silk, 5 young scorpions drilled out. Their shells were pink and translucent, and one could clearly see all sorts of organs wriggling within them. After being born ahead of time, the 5 young scorpions cried out in panic. As if they could feel a threat, they broke out of their eggs and fled in all directions. But to their mother, the strength of these 5 young scorpions was negligible. Its blood-red eyes swept over the fleeing young scorpions, and its giant tail struck out like a bolt of lightning. The stinger on its tail instantly pierced through the body of a young scorpion. It screamed in pain as it was lifted up and brought to the giant crab's mouth where it was swallowed. The young scorpion's pitiful cries came to an abrupt end. What followed was the sound of chewing. The giant crab's blood-red eyes became even deeper. Like before, after several breaths of time, the 5 young scorpions were cleanly swallowed. Blood-red veins appeared on the surface of the giant crab's thick black carapace. They were like meridians that gathered all the blood in its body to the giant crab's tail, making it seem as if it were soaked in blood. With a violent roar, the giant crab's tail fiercely rose up. The scarlet stinger was like a demonic sword that fell from the heavens, ruthlessly stabbing towards the arena. 10 halos of light appeared, overlapping each other in layers. Their color deepened from light white, gradually turning pitch black. Now, the first 4 halos of light had been shattered by the scorpion's tail. The 5th halo trembled but didn't immediately disperse. As this scene fell into everyone's eyes, some people felt their hearts skip a beat. Some people let out sighs of relief, and some people revealed looks of ridicule. From the looks of it, the witchcraft sect breaking through the 5th halo was their limit. Even if they added in their supporters, the most they could obtain was 6 rings. They no longer had the qualifications to compete for first place. The chances of them obtaining victory in the Beast King War were slim to the extreme. The witchcraft sect master's complexion darkened. Then, a cruel light flashed in his eyes and a short syllable came from his lips. The giant scorpion roared in pain. Its entire tail exploded. There was no flesh or blood that splashed outwards, but it ignited, turning into raging blood-red flames. The 5th and 6th halos of light instantly shattered. The scorpion's stinger stabbed into the 7th halo, causing it to tremble. Unfortunately, the stinger had used up most of its strength and was powerless to continue forwards. The round stone was caught by the witchcraft sect master. The 7 halos were eye-catching, but he didn't seem happy at all. With a flick of his sleeves, he put away the giant shattertail scorpion and sat back down with a gloomy expression. The cultivators from the Limitless Sword sect and Moonkeep Tower relaxed. Luckily, they hadn't broken through the 7th halo, otherwise their first-place position would have been taken away by the witchcraft sect. Now, although the 3 sects had 7 rings, the giant scorpion was already severely wounded and was powerless to compete with them. Humph humph. The witchcraft sect had miscalculated this time. They hadn't been able to break through the seventh halo. In this Beast King war, they feared that they would be ranked at the bottom like the Hidden Fog sect. But no matter what, 3 seven-ring masters were competing against each other. This was an extremely rare sight since the start of the Beast King war. The oppression this brought to the remaining 4 sects could be imagined. Sitting on a giant stone chair, Zhou Li's eyes flashed. She believed that the Shadow Clan Patriarch's warning had a deeper meaning. In this situation, shouldn't Radiance Temple make their move? Before she finished her thoughts, the incomparably beautiful and cold Radiance Temple Master opened her red lips and said, "Radiance Temple will be the 4th to make a move." The Phoenix Luan's true form appeared. Its wings were nearly 1,000 feet wide, and its feathers were sparkling and translucent. Its eyes were noble and indifferent as it looked down at the people below. At this time, it spread its wings and a giant vortex appeared. Strong winds roared within, like a tsunami. This was different from the battle with the Limitless Sword sect's strange beast. Although the wind within the vortex was wild, there were no wind blades cutting out. Everyone understood that this Phoenix Luan was gathering its strength. To put it in simpler terms, it was gathering its ultimate move. Suddenly, the entire vortex shattered, as if it had been swept away by a terrifying sword. It was neatly cut in half from the middle. Immediately after, a green long sword appeared and slashed down at the Colosseum. "Wind sword!" Shocked roars sounded out. Countless cultivators stared with wide eyes. This was because this was the second supreme weapon hidden between the heavens and earth to be summoned today. Moon bow in front, wind sword behind. 6 halos cut out. The wind sword didn't stop as it arrived in the 7th level. Its color was like the curtain of night that had just descended. The clear and thin darkness was like flowing water that could annihilate and offset all energy. The sword blade submerged into the 7 halos. The wind sword cried out without end, causing the howling of the wind between the heavens and earth to rise, sweeping outwards. The cultivators of the Limitless Sword sect, Moonkeep Tower, and Witchcraft sect all let out sighs of relief. It seemed that the wind sword wouldn't be able to break through the 7th level. Even so, it was already an established fact that Radiance Temple had obtained a 7-ring result. Yundai's eyes widened. She cried out, "So fierce!" It was indeed fierce. As the wind sword cut into the 7th level, it trembled without end. Just from this alone, it was a level stronger than the previous 3 sects.